Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take cricket. Guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket. And we're back in white clothed cricket. It's Test cricket, and it's day 2 of England versus the West Indies. Day 1 was not a good day for the West Indies. They got to lunch at 61 for 3 and were looking okay, and then it all fell apart as Gus Atkinson on debut 7 for 45, I can't even remember, 45 or 46, one or the other. An absolutely blazing start to his Test career, and I wasn't actually sure if he was going to be any good at Test cricket, but I liked his pace up at the 80s. And he bowled extraordinarily well. Jimmy on his last Test just got the one solitary wicket, the last wicket to go, but he's now on 701. England then went on to 189 for 3. Root and Brooke are at the crease, and we're hoping for big things today. This game might end tomorrow, who knows. But I am joined to give you this first session of the day by 2 men in Australia, both of English descent. One though has turned Aussie, which is a shame. And that's our man in the weather cave, is Messi Jez. Morning, Messi.
Good morning, Bear. I hope you can hear me better today.
Yes, you got a new mic. Amazon did its job. Prime was a one-day delivery.
It was indeed. It was indeed. It's funny, I'm hearing it differently though. It's weird getting used to a new headset. Yeah, it looks to be another reasonably fine day at Lord's. I can't guarantee the light, but it doesn't look as if it's going to rain, so we should get a full day in.
The light thing yesterday really pissed me off. It seemed insane. We got fucking floodlights, for crying out loud. I don't care if I'm following England, just get on with it, for Jesus Christ's sake. Anyway, the other man we're joined by, he is an Englishman. I'm glad to say.
Yeah.
He did his job and got up at 4:30 to watch the fantastic footy match, which England won in the 91st minute. Revenge for all those horrible things that have happened to us in the past. Of course, it's our Melbourneian friend, Forthy. Good morning, Forthy. How are you?
Very, very happy to be here, and reasonably bushy-tailed. I made those off from time to time, but don't worry, I'm sure I'll be fine.
Good. Well, England will start. I think I'm going to go over for the fall of the first wicket. That'll surprise everybody in the world. But with Brook and Rooty at the crease, I mean, there's always a chance that they're not in and they'll nick off in the first 2 overs, which will scupper me. But if they do get in, these two are England's best batters, I'd have said, along with Stokes, and they're all to come. The ball is 40 overs old now. We've got 40 overs to make hay. I can see it's declaring by T with a lead of at least 300, I'd have thought. Probably more.
Yeah. You'd say so, wouldn't you? It's Ruth Strauss Day as well.
Yes. I think they brought it forward because it's supposed to be Saturday normally, isn't it?
That's what threw me. That confused me. I don't know.
I think they looked at the state of the game and said, better get this done.
There may not be a Saturday. So as a consequence, it may not be quite the same sort of sea of orange as we saw from the Netherlands. Not quite the same sea of red at Lord's today. I think some people have been slightly caught out by bringing it forward today. It's a very specific sort of red, so you get a real weird amalgam of reds in the crowd. Vibrant red.
It's what's cerise, isn't it? It's close
Is it
to that.
cerise?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It kind of looks. I think that's the colour.
Yeah, it's very. Yes, it's not Portugal, for example.
No,
it's
it's
very deep red. It's not that sort of red.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Indeed. So Joe Root is on 15. Harry Brook is on 25. Harry Brook was on furning some crazy shots last night. Looked like he wanted to get on with it a bit too much, but some classy shots at the same time. There was one back foot push through the offside where he times it so sweetly, and he seems to have so much time on the ball.
He does. I guess that Harry Brook is the most likely to inherit the Joe Root mantle and go on to be the next classic iconic English batsman. But he probably does just have that tendency to push on a bit too hard at the moment.
Yeah, I think he'll grow into that. I think if that seems to be the strategy of the team, though, doesn't it? I mean,
yes.
I guess in other teams maybe he won't, but he does seem to be quite an aggressive player anyway. I mean, if you can keep Root, Brook, and Stokes in this lineup for 3, 4, 5 years before anyone retires, it could be a powerhouse of English runs.
It'll be interesting with Stokes, presumably, but they don't seem to be able to sustain a captaincy for more than 4 years because of the sheer mental pressure. But whether he'll be happy, I imagine he'll be quite happy to go back into the ranks. I haven't really thought too hard about who comes after him, I must admit.
Well, no, it'll be the Botham moment. We need to find another Stokes instead of Botham.
I'd expect Brook to be the logical choice.
Yeah, you'd say so.
As captain, yes, but I'm talking about as an all-rounder. I mean, having all-round capability is quite...
that's always almost impossible. A problem that Australia traditionally solved by not solving it at all, but they do have Cameron Green these days, which is unusual.
Indeed. I mean, this is it. I think you've got to put it behind you if you can't find it.
And Mitch Marsh.
Yeah, but he's not... Nah. I mean, occasionally he has flashes, but... I wouldn't put him up there. Right, the bowler's going to be...
Jesus, Mary, and shame our Joseph. Who's this coming up out of the lists? Is it a warrior of times gone by?
And the first ball is just played by Root up to mid-on, and there ain't no run. And the batsmen are...
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And... Root's second ball, hands in the air by Shamar Brooks, but Root just played it up to mid-on and there ain't no run.
I have to say, Bear, that Shamar Joseph jingle is fucking genius. Really is.
Yes. That's our man, obviously.
Yeah. Much as we say, Brooks at 25 off 29, which gives you an indication of how he's going along. But Root's on strike.
Yeah. Oh, that one kept a little bit low.
A little bit. Yes.
But defended back by Rooty to the boulder, and there's no run. I'll give it 2 overs, and then I'm going over. Just let them bed in.
Yeah, it's almost an orange, I would describe that as. It's shading into Netherlands territory, that red.
Depends on the saturation on your screen.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It
Doesn't look like that to me.
Okay.
Nothing like. Shamar Brooks is in. That one is defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. Shamar Brooks, what do you reckon? He's not the firebrand that we all thought. I didn't see the Australia game. I just saw that he got 8 wickets in, or was it 7 or 8 wickets in that game that they won in Australia?
Yeah, Shamar Joseph. Yeah, no, he was fearsome. What speeds was he getting up to late last night? Because I wasn't following it late.
Wasn't really. I thought Alzari Joseph was quicker. I think.
Okay.
High 80s, I think he was.
Yeah. That one is defended by Root.
He's on the money, but I'm not quite sure yet what his strategy is, because we're not really seeing Seymour swing as yet. So maybe he's just a loosening over.
You know what?
It's much less overcast than yesterday, isn't it? I think the batting conditions are going to be nicer today than they were yesterday.
Yeah,
lucky England, lucky in football, lucky in cricket, the lucky country.
We got a Labour government on a 36% vote. That's lucky, and a massive majority. So maybe our luck is changing. Shamar Joseph is in. Down the track comes Root, just drops it in the offside, and they'll get themselves a single to end the over. So Rooty will still strike.
84 miles an hour, that. We have some people with us on YouTube. Kieran Roseblade says, good morning. Ben McCormick, morning all. Beautiful day today and a balmy evening this evening. Leah says, morning all. Mog says, more rain, more bad light, more. And Matthew Cullen, who missed out only just on the GPL yesterday, said, good morning, Gorillas. Mrs. New Mike is much better. I'm glad to hear that. We'll be listening to the cricket all day, but honestly, who cares? England won the football. Get in.
I know. We're all so happy. It was a genius move by Ollie Watkins, though. That extra pace is what we've been missing up front. You can't play Kane like that. And English football.
But there is something about bringing a player on right at the end when the central defenders are exhausted as well.
Yeah, true. I mean, I think they'll use him as a sub, but Kane has been pretty anonymous this tournament, I have to say.
He has, but all those little details. Someone had to score that penalty.
Yeah, it's true.
Took a brilliant penalty.
Good. Goldie went the right way. I'll give the jingle to the bowler after his first ball. He's in now. He's bowling to Roots, who just defends into the offside, and there ain't no run. It's this dude.
Oh well, wherever you are, Phil Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow, watching it shed upon my head. Phil Jaden wants you for dead.
That was nice. Yeah. Seal's in again.
Indeed. He's in 2 for 31. He got the wickets. Bowled well, actually. Defended up towards mid-on. There's no run. I thought him and Alzari Joseph were the pick of the bowlers for me yesterday. Things were going against them and they just kept trying. Still beautiful Yorker to get Crawley out, who was set. He was on 70 odd, and that was particularly good bowling.
Crawley like it, wasn't it? I guess we would settle for that. 74 off 85 balls. Settle for that every time. It just sets the whole thing up beautifully.
Similar ball was getting Ollie Pope got out after he got to his 50 as well. That's defended out into the covers. And
sorry, as I said, there was the one bit of time I was asleep. How did Ollie Pope play? Did he look secure?
Yeah, I mean, he hit a lot of fours. Some nice shots. Yeah. He's very fidgety at the crease, I think, Ollie Pope.
Yeah, he always is.
He's a little bit stiller.
Yeah. Well, I noticed he got a 50, and he hasn't got one of those for a long time. So
Yeah,
that's good.
he did get a 50. It was another good ball that got him out. It was another full, quick ball that just beat him all ends up. He was LWW, I think. Jaden Seals is in. That's defended by Root out into the covers, and there's no run.
Absolutely. Joe Root's technique is as good, I think, as almost anyone's I've ever seen. I would get Gary, and he's shouting at me in the background. I can imagine it saying, "Oh, someone or other from Pakistan in the 1970s." But I just like watching. I like watching Joe Root play defensively. He's just such a masterclass in cricket technique, whether he's scoring runs or not. His defensive game is lovely to watch.
Exactly, he is an absolute class batsman.
Proper cricketer.
Absolutely, he's gone to cut that, maybe a little bit too close, gets an under edge, goes to third slip, and there's no run.
Just gets it under his eyes each time, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well, you'd have to have a heart of stone not to love Friday, the Lord's Test match, mid-July. England are into a final of a European competition. All is well with the world.
Except for, of course, it's Thursday.
Or Thursday, we take your pick.
Well,
it feels like it's Friday here.
Well, it virtually is, isn't it?
Yeah, almost is.
Well,
yes.
That's beautiful.
The first
defended up to mid-off, no run.
on the Thursday.
Usually, well, that's what I'm for some stupid reason. I was telling Tone, even though I knew it was the 8th on Monday, I was going, no, the test starts on the 10th. It's Friday, and he was like, no, it's Wednesday. I had plans for yesterday and today. I was going to do some things and completely forgot. But hey.
So Kieran Roseblade says, great tactical nudge from Southgate to let the Dutch score so England could actually play attacking football. What a genius. Matthew Cullen says, God, it was close, wasn't it? Wasn't listening at the time, at the pub for football, but I missed out on the last ball of the day, right? Heartbreaking. In the GPL, that was. Pirate Badger says, skullduggery, I say, was never a penalty.
Shamal Joseph is in again. Brooke, I think it's his first ball he's faced this morning. No, he hasn't. He's got a single, hasn't he? Defends that. And there is no run.
No, I appreciate we're here, Kit. I appreciate that. Just very quickly on the penalty. My view was that it probably wasn't the penalty. By any kind of natural law, it's not a penalty. But according to the laws of the game as they stand right now, unfortunately, it probably was, because he had his studs up and he was endangering an opponent. So
well, exactly. I think that's what swung it, really. I mean, oh, that's not edged. Went off the seam. A flat-footed drive by Brooke. Beats his outside edge, goes through to Josh De Silva behind the stumps, and there ain't no run. I thought he'd edged
a little bit of swing there, and it was really too wide.
Yeah,
probably,
and a wobble seam too.
In the first 10 or 15 minutes of the morning, probably better off leaving that one. But that's not how they play.
Well, that's it. If you watch Root, going back to your best players, you watch how he defends and how he plays the drive. You know, the modern cricketer tends to shuffle his foot across and play with his eyes, whereas Root still moves his foot across to the ball.
Yeah, it makes such a difference.
It does, doesn't it? It looks aesthetically much nicer. That's nice. That's full and in the pads, and Brooke just clips it out to the leg side to get himself a couple of runs.
I guess it must be so difficult to switch between modes because your muscle reaction and memory and all of those things. It must be so hard to flick a switch between T20 and then you suddenly next week you're playing a test match.
Exactly that. I don't think you can change your technique, and therefore you end up probably playing more short form than you do long form these days.
You do, yeah.
And therefore you tend to bat in the short form manner, which has its fallibilities, but also it's a much more aggressive stance, isn't it, and a much more aggressive way to play. Right. Hence the speed of test matches going up. That one is fat outside half of the bat down towards third man, just chased down by Gully, and it'll just be the single. England 193 for 3. We're in the 43rd over. I think England will probably sit in for half an hour and then try and push it on a bit, I'd have thought.
Yes, I would say so. Have we yet to see a sort of Brooke masterclass, a statement innings from him?
I think we did in Pakistan, didn't we, when he first came into the side? Well, we got 3 tons in 3 games, or 4 tons in 3 games. Including was a near double, or was there a double? I can't remember. That's
what I was going to say was in England.
Oh no, not in England yet. Did he get a century? That's clipped into the leg side. Didn't quite make it down to the wide long on boundary. Chased down by Alzari Joseph. He got back for 3. No, but then I guess
his highest score in England thus far is 85.
And that was against Australia last year, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he batted well. He didn't bat well at the beginning of the Ashes, did he? And then he kind of came into it later on. He was a bit frantic for the first 2 or 3 tests, and then he's calmed down a bit.
He sort of won us that third. He won England.
Yeah, I was going to say he didn't make it to the end, did he? But he got like 50 or 60, and
a slightly ridiculous shot with the end in sight.
Yes, that's a beautiful shot though. Times that, Brookie. Down a backward point, there is a man down there. A massive overthrow from whoever's down there. He's got a long throw, and but they'll just get through for the single. And that's the end of the over. Over to you, Messi.
Well, Mog points out it might be nice to acknowledge who the author of that genius jingle was, and by coincidence it was actually by Mog, because all the payment he gets is in appreciation rather than cash. So thank you, Mog.
what better currency is there?
Indeed. Well, it depends how much you got to eat. Easy Ollie says the Dutch picked an attacking team, realised they weren't as good as us, and then parked the bus.
Pretty much, although they were on top in the second half. I think England sort of run out of ideas without the space in the middle of the park. And
they didn't really park the bus with the low block, but they did saturate midfield. I agree with that. So they were all the escape routes which they were finding early on England were blocked off.
Yeah.
Mog also says, Heart of Stone, you called?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Jaden Seals is in. That's a lovely shot from Brook. It was full and it was wide, and he just leant into that. It's beautiful when he plays like that. Nailed it to the boundary. It's 4 runs to England.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
He is class.
Oh, he is. I mean, one thing I quite like about Brook, and to an extent Root as well, is that they're well built, but they're not these kind of like muscle machines either. They look like when I was watching West in the T20s, I thought this almost beyond parody, the shape of your bodies. Where Brook's still quite slight.
Yeah, he is, and there's something about the timing rather than just bludgeoning. You know.
Absolutely.
Yes, the Gower-like timing, the caress.
The word stroke applies.
Yes. Seals is in. It's a bit shorter of a length. Harry Brook takes his bottom hand off the bat, but defends it easily enough out into the covers. There's no run.
I mean, he could probably defeat me in an arm wrestling contest. I'm not disputing that, but nonetheless.
Any one of us, Forty, any one of us.
England 200 up, by the way. 201 for 3. 44th over. So we're going shade under 5 and over, which isn't bad. I mean, Crawley's innings was a bit patchy, to be fair. As was, Pope's. There was a fair few false shots. That one is just guided off the face of the bat. See, other players would have tried to hit that really hard because it was short and wide, but he realised it was maybe a little bit wide, and so he just timed it off the face down to backward point and got himself 2 rather than risking it. And
Crawley's control percentage is, by all objective means, terrible, but in a sense that comes with the territory. That's what he does, so you can't complain about his control because he doesn't play that way.
Well, that's a 50 partnership up, 77 deliveries.
I would much rather watch Brook than Crawley batting, put it like that.
Well, it depends, doesn't it? Sometimes you want a pop song, sometimes you want an opera. Sometimes
you want some disinterested hand job grindcore.
Yeah.
Seals is in. That's full face of the bat from Brook. Drives it up to mid off. No run.
Sometimes you want James Joyce. Sometimes you want
Jackie Collins.
Sometimes you want a Milson Boone or a Jackie Collins.
I got to tell you, I don't want James Joyce. I really don't. Ever.
Sometimes you want an improving documentary, and sometimes you want Neighbours.
No. You don't know me, Forty. You don't know me.
Al Stokesy looks happy on the balcony. Seals comes in, 5th ball of the over. Bowling to Harry Brook, who gets across, works that into the lights, out leg side, out through sort of wide mid wicket, and they'll pick up 2. They took a step towards the bowler there and just worked it into the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, about Ruth Strauss and her, but very unfortunate. But I hadn't realised very, very tragically that Gus Atkinson had lost his mother in a car crash. I hadn't realised that backstory till I read it today.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Fairly recently, I think. Yeah.
Oh God, that's quite sad, isn't it?
Really terrible. Sorry to be a Debbie Downer there, but I just.
I know. Yesterday here there was a horrific bushy right near where me and Tone were brought up, our old stomping ground when I was a kid. TV commentator John Hunt, I think it is, TV commentator for racing, some ex-army bod murdered the mother, his wife, and 2 of their kids in the house.
Is that with
a crossbow? Yeah. I mean, fuck me, that's grim.
Crossbow suggests a certain amount of forward thinking as well.
Yeah.
You don't just like smash someone in the face, in a moment of complete rage. You gotta get a crossbow.
Exactly. Nasty, man. Jaden Seals is in. Closed. The bat face closed in Brooks' hands there as he's trying to drive it straight, and hence it goes into mid-on. No run. And that ends the 44th over. So it's over to Messi.
Farong says, greetings all, I hope everyone's well. Can England wrap it up today? As for ODI squared, or Bazball, some Aussie bloke scored 309 runs on this day against the Poms at Headingley. Can't think of his name though. And Jay Grover is with us. He says, as a man of shameful orange proddy heritage, I approve of the Shamar Joseph jingle. Martin McDonough might be nicking in. And Warren says, good morning all. Hello Warren, good to have you aboard. Where are we? Riley's with us. He says, hi, I'm over 500 in my test match in Cricket 24. Personally or the team? Have you done a Brian Lara?
Yeah. Well, Alzari Joseph is going to
questions whether Forthy actually said he wants Mills and Boone. Takes me back to the start of my advertising career when I used to edit their newsletter under the nom de plume of Susan Boasted. Oh, we shall remember that one.
Yes. We have a new bowler. The West Indies have got rid of Shamar Brooks, and instead they brought in Shamar Joseph. Instead they brought in Alzari. There's a jingle that goes like this, and the first run is just hit for a single out to mid wicket.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
How many names start with J?
Oh Christ, that's a question.
Well,
lots.
Well, it's just odd though, because J doesn't appear very often in normal language, but so often when it comes to starting a name. Anyway, something to do with Jehovah, maybe.
Probably. Defended up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah. Oh well, this is a secure and serene start. There was one slightly mad swish from Harry Brook about 3 overs ago. He seems to have got that out of his system. My God, Jason Holder's tall,
isn't he? I mean, he bowled well, and he still went at 3.8 and over. Look at those fingers. And, yeah. Harry Brook tries to flick that into the leg side. Maybe onto him a little bit quicker, and outside half of the bat. Instead, it goes up to mid-on. There's no run.
He always strikes me a bit like Misbah Hack used to. He's a slightly tetchy father who's trying to keep a rather dysfunctional family together, Jason Holder.
Yeah. Certainly that was when he was captain. Now he's not captain, probably not so much, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, he's relaxed dad now.
I mean, he must be the most experienced of the players now.
Surely he must be.
When he was made they tried the Graham Smith type attitude, didn't they? They made him captain when he was about 21.
England never done that. They've ever had a very young captain. I to think, not in our lifetime, I don't think.
No, Brook tries to guide that down a third man, but hits gully instead, and it'll be no run.
They've tried some stupid ideas for captain, like Tony Lewis, Chris Cowdrey. Just some real left field nonsense. But I don't think we've ever gone the 21-year-old route.
No. Worked out for South Africa. Hated Graham Smith.
I particularly hated him when he had that, when he was scoring all those runs in 2003. We just could not work out a way to get him out.
Exactly. Was that the Finney series when he knocked the bails off? That's a good shot.
No, that was
though.
a later one.
Oh, lovely shot. Late. Cuts it hard off the face of the bat, out of the meat, and it's gone all the way down to the third man boundary. It's 4 runs to Harry Brook. Very root-like shot as well, that, isn't it?
Yeah,
Just letting it
it was.
run off the face and guiding it into the space.
Talking of Graham Smiths, a team of Smiths would probably be a rather good one, wouldn't it? With Graham Smith and Steve Smith and MJK Smith. And
Yeah.
got a wicket keeper in this.
Yeah.
This very match.
Exactly. There's maybe a better Smith wicketkeeper somewhere out there as well. In the
Ian Smith, New Zealand.
Yeah, there you go. Didn't need to play at that, Harry. It was a wide one. He didn't move his feet at all. And he sort of leant over and cut it. Missed it by a mile. Through the keeper.
was horrible.
No run. Yeah, it was horrible. End of the 45th over. England 210 for 3. Brooks 41. Roots 20. And it's Messi's time.
Diana Patterson, who knows an awful lot when it comes to anything to do with words, points out, remember that J is an inverted letter from I with a flourish, which may explain the lack of occurrence in words rather than at the beginning of names. I should share with you something from our WhatsApp group, because there's often talk about Gary's theory of swing when the tide rises.
Yes.
Gary shared with us, I just spoke to Stephen Finn about my swing when water evaporates theory, and he said he'd never noticed it.
Yeah.
But of course, because it's bollocks, Gary. That's pulled. Lovely pull by Joe Root. It was a long hop is the best description for that. It wasn't short enough, didn't get up enough, and you can't bowl at someone like Joe Root and get away with it. He didn't. It was smashed out to square leg boundary. It's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He swatted that away contemptuously, I would say. He knew exactly where that was going.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful shot. Didn't even need to run.
No. And West Indies look quickly deflated this morning, it has to be said. What are we at? 25 minutes into the game. England kind of look a little bit set already.
Yeah.
And the lead is nearly 100. And we've still got 7 wickets in hand. Well, I'll tell you, that's best 2 batters at the crease, probably. Followed by our next best batter coming out next. That's just defended into the leg side, out to mid-on, and there is no run.
At least these days, I mean, Test cricket between 2 imbalanced sides used to be awful, because they would have just dug in and scored 500 over 5 sessions. So they probably won't do that these days. Harry Brook will just motor on. Oh look, John Major and Viv Richards. What a combination!
I wonder what Viv's telling him.
And we know from Gary's brother that Rees Mogg is also there today.
Is he? Oh, that's a lovely shot from Root. Gets his foot across to the ball. Drives it. Lovely extra cover drive. No one out on the fence. And it'll be 4 more. Jaden Seals is wondering what he can do.
Both got a love of cricket. I suppose if you were to look for the Venn diagram intersection of John Major and Viv Richards, but I'm really struggling beyond that.
Oh, I think decent human beings actually applies to both of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
John
the thing
Major
about
wasn't
John
bad.
Major-
Except for he was shagging
about-
his nanny or something in the toilet, wasn't he? Or was that
He
Edwina
was
Curry?
shagging Edwina Curry. I think it's only relative to today's Tories that he seems like a really.
Yeah.
Yes.
We never
True.
thought that at the time.
No, defended to Gully and there's no run. No, yeah, that was. I hated the Tories by then, but he was such a grey man. The spitting English puppet
Very man.
was perfect.
I mean, when people now say, "Oh, Michael Heseltine, Ken Clark, John Major were marvellous people." I mean, sure, might not have agreed with them politically, but serious politicians. But no one was saying that at the time.
No, it's funny because Ken Clark kind of morphed into that because he became a sort of friendly-looking sensible old man. As that's clipped into the leg side and there's no run. But you look at him when he was in the cabinet and he was looking like a poncy posh boy twat and talking like one as well, and actually a bit of a Bradman.
Yeah, a little bit. He was very badly dressed always, wasn't he?
Yeah, shambled around, a bit like Boris, really. But then
there was a bit of Boris about
But
him.
you saw a bit of that side of him come out again when, you know, he was accused. Was it the COVID, or it was in Factor 8 inquiry about haemophilia and all the people who got dodgy Factor 8 during the AIDS period. That's defended out to the offside and there's no run. When we were importing blood products from the States and they just weren't, you know, there was no regulation and everyone got AIDS and shit and all that. And they've had an inquiry on it and it's just come to a close. But about a year ago he was in front of the inquiry and they were accusing him of all these things when he was in charge of health at the time. And you saw his old side come out. He got very fucking tetchy.
Well, Mog has a message for you, Bear. He just says, thank you, Bear, for your appreciation of him. He also says that MJK Smith actually has a jingle. And then he says, Viv Richards still would.
He probably does, actually. What? He was in Dice Cricket. What? Let's have a look, see if I can find him. We've got the Dice.
Jay Grover says, silence, Jeremy. Nora will never fart on your face in purgatory now. I take it that's my comment about John Major.
I'd like to see John Major get totally stoned with Viv Richards and see what happens.
Yeah. What team would have NJK? Did he have a hair weave?
No, I don't think so. Glasses?
Glasses, 11.
I think he might have worn spectacles at one stage.
He did wear spectacles, yes. He looked like a step.
That's into the leg side and there's no run. I didn't hear that, Tone. You'll have to actually come and say something to me. I've got headphones on. I just heard a growl. No, he's on the Glasses 11. One Test Wonders? No, he wouldn't have been in that.
No.
He was in the what? Oh, right. He was in Hill Specky 11. What have we got here? Boycott, India Saywags are here about Eddie Barlow, Clive Lloyd, Al Valentine, Devon Malcolm, Paul Allen, Dick Young, MJK Smith. We got a jingle for MJK Smith. I'm going to play it just for that, for you, Mog.
Brilliant.
It's amazing what you can do. That's just defended by Root out to a vacant point. Man from the boundary comes in. They got a single. Here's NJK Smith's jingle. This was during pandemic times. MJK Smith, there you go.
He was in the first test I ever really remember watching. The first test of the Ashes in 1972, MJK Smith was playing.
That's a beautiful drive by Brooke, but there is a man out on the fence at backward point now, and it's only a single.
You must have been very young then, Forthy.
Well, it's just turned 10, I think. I mean, people have got into Test cricket younger.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I suppose I was watching matches when they were available on TV, which wasn't often in my youth.
Funny thing was we assumed that everything was better in the past and so on, but it was half full, and people weren't particularly interested in the Ashes in 1972. It only became such a thing, I think, later on.
Oh,
the TV coverage was very dull.
Pulled, nicely pulled by Root, and there's no one out at mid-wicket. Got right over the top of that. Pulls it out to square leg, 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
We're going to have a change at the end of this over. Andrew McLean is going to join us. And me and Forthy, you're going to go on to Socialist Forthy, and I'm going to summarise.
What? Warren Davies has sent us a super chat for $4.99 US. He says a fiver if someone can nick Rees Mogg's seat when he goes to the toilet. Very worthy cause. Well, I think Gary Naylor is the only gorilla I know to be down at Lord's today.
Oh, that's another beautiful shot from Rooty. Clips that one square. It's 4 more. Ah. What do you mean accept change? You fucker, you mean I didn't get that bit? Yeah, I did get that bit.
By the way, England are 626 for 4 in Riley's Cricket 24 match against
bloody
the
hell.
West Indies.
They're doing well. I'll go for another one, I think. Jaden Seals is in. That's beautifully driven by Root out through extra cover. There is a man out there.
Wow.
And he'll field it, but I'll get 2.
Look up, and Root has inveigled his way onto 39. Right, I'll move on to socials.
Okay. Thanks, Forthy. Thanks, Bear. I'll be back in half an hour.
Indeed, and we'll welcome Andrew.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
You going to put your camera
nice
on?
to be with. I can do, yeah.
We prefer it if you do.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you very much. How are you, mate?
Well, I don't know if you can see that or not, but
yeah.
Yep. Pleasure to join you from Bali while we were watching an ad for National Express. I only took a National Express, I think only one time actually. I remember exactly when it was as well. It was going from London to Bristol on Boxing Day, I think it was. So that's my experience with the National Express. But obviously we're not here to talk about National Express.
I took them a couple of times, yeah. I don't like the long train, the long buses. Nah, give me a train any day. Over to you.
So as the new over begins, and it's played away just straight into the cover point region by Harry Brook. I must say I'm not a massive fan of this England kit, but anyway, it's probably something to do with Red for Ruth or something related.
Yeah,
to
it is. Normally it's blue, the writing, I think, but today it's Red for Ruth Day, and we think they brought it forward because they don't think it's normally Saturday of the Test match. I think. Oh, it might be the Friday, but or maybe it's always the second day of the Test. I don't know.
Looking forward to calling this period of play with Shamar Joseph bowling. As I've been to Lords many times, here comes Joseph, and this one's just worked away off the pads by Brook, straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It always brings a tear to my eye when I watch a game of cricket at Lords. It's Bear, isn't it? Sorry, it's Bear.
And Porthy.
Yes.
I lived. Sorry, it's both of you. Yeah, I lived next to Lords for like 8 years, and I'll come back to that. Here's Joseph again, and this time Brooks just defending that one into the sort of like a wide gully, I guess, and there's no run. But no, I lived next to Lords. I actually had a house there for the best part of 8 years. And I couldn't actually. I was on the 5th floor of a mansion block, so I couldn't quite see the ground, but I could see the scoreboard.
Oh, nice!
So it was really, really hilarious watching it on TV, and then you turn around and look at the scoreboard, and there was just this delay. Here's Joseph again, and we're just defending that one away into the offside. But many happy times living in NW8.
Nice part of the world. I can't afford to live there.
Well, I couldn't afford to live there anymore either. But
yeah, well, that's London all over.
At that particular time, my dad said to me, just buy the cheapest place in the best area. Here comes Joseph again. Right arm over the wicket, and Brooks just defending once again into gully, and there's no run. But yeah, he basically said to me, he said, look, pick the cheapest place in the best area that you can find. And I said to him, do you remember Lord's Cricket Ground? So we went there like on a family holiday years and years and years before that. He's like, yeah, I remember it. Yeah, great area, bye.
Yeah. That's so true. Still true today as well, that one.
Well, you probably couldn't buy it today. But anyway, here's Joseph coming in from the members' end of the ground, and Brook pulls that one away, out towards the boundary, and it sailed away for a lovely boundary. So Brooke picking up the short ball there from Joseph, and he's taken a 4 off that ball.
6.
And 6. Yeah, sorry, my screen just froze there. Yeah, went all the way.
A
So
long
he hit
way.
hit that down towards, well, I guess it's the Edrich stand, isn't it? I mean, laws has changed so much. I've sort of lost touch a little bit, having not lived in England for the last 6 years. But no, Brooke, he picked that one up early, and it's quite interesting, guys. Like, just, you know, I'm just picking this up now. Obviously, I haven't been part of the commentary on the previous day and all of that sort of thing, but you know, my last memory is we just see Brooke again. Yeah, it was just a beautiful shot. Just pulled it right. It was basically on the line of middle stump. Smashed that one over the boundary and away for 4. But what I mean to say is that, you know, my last memory of the West Indies was that amazing test, which Forthy, obviously, you know, being based in Australia, you'll remember. And
amazing in Brisbane.
Yeah, insane, you know.
That's the first time the Aussies have been beaten in Brisbane for years, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah, it almost never happens. Got a few messages on YouTube. Not quite sure where we are. Probably back to the cricket, Andy. So you pick that up, and I'll come back at the end of the over.
Again, and that this one's just played away by Brooke into the gully region, and that will be, I think, the end of the over. So Forthy, over to you.
Okay then. Jamar, sorry. The Statsman says, "Hey y'all, let's hope England win in Jimmy Anderson's last test. First time watcher and subscriber. So big welcome to you, and thank you very much for your subscription." Kieran Roseblade, what's Cricket 24, mate? Is it a game? Ryder replies, it's 4 for 6, 5 for 1 in my Cricket 24 match for PlayStation or Xbox. Cammy, blessed morning, Gorilla Cricket, loving you. Stephen Kelk, good afternoon, everyone. Today will be a good day because as a present, I've received an old-style Star Trek communicator that makes the right noises.
We're back with the cricket. Over to you, Andy.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Alzari Joseph has just picked up the attack, and he's coming in. Wow, that was probably the fastest change of ends I've ever seen in my whole entire life. So, yeah, Alzari. Well, now I can see my old house. Oh, it always makes me cry. But this is a different story. Here's Joseph, and Root is this time trying to pull that one away. And has he gloved it? Is there a catch?
No.
Hard to. No.
I thought so. I thought he got a massive top edge, but no one's gone up, so it must have pinged off his pad or something.
Well, not really appealing.
No one's appealed, so it clearly didn't hit anything of worth. But to me, first of all, it looked like he got himself in a tangle and top edged it straight up in the air. But nope.
There's a few that are keeping low here. I think he was really reaching down for that one, which undid him, which is not particularly good news for West Indies, of course.
Larry Joseph again, and this time Root cuts that one away and out to the boundary. Oh, very nice save out there. Sorry, guys, my screen's not brilliant. So for our listeners, it was just 2 runs, I think it was there for Root, and that brings him up to 50, I guess it is, because he's waving his bat around.
He is.
I don't think he's on 100.
Let's give him a little jingle.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky.
Ooh.
In fact, that was actually Harry Brooke as well, so like terrible bit of commentary by me there.
The stage is set really for Brooke to get his maiden test century in England. I know he's got plenty abroad.
Yeah, and I think he deserves one, as we were talking about. I mean, he looks well set. Sorry?
Brooks never scored 100 in England.
Well, no, not in test matches. Obviously, in county cricket, he scored shitloads. But, yeah, because his first real Test series, he got a couple of tests at the back end of 22, and then he had the Ashes home series, which was tough on everyone. He had a couple of good innings but didn't get 100, but in between he'd gone to Pakistan and scored 5 tons in 4 tests or whatever it was.
Well, what about 23? Did he not score 123?
No, that's what I mean.
Ashes.
Not in the Ashes. He scored them in Pakistan, and then he missed the India Test series earlier this year. So he's only probably how many tests he played? Probably 13, 14, maybe 15. Maybe it's probably it's not. He hasn't played that many tests. He's only really come to the side in the last couple of years.
Anyway, here's Alzari Joseph coming in once again, and that's wide down the leg side. Probably will be signal wide. I would have thought it was well and truly outside the line of Brooks' leg stump. No signal so far from the umpire, and I don't know what's happened to Brook here. He's just walking away with his gloves, and is that a drinks break or something's going on? Anyway, he's just walked away. So I guess it's the end of the over. So let's go to socials.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a quick look here. Jamal the Statsman says, I'm from Australia, but want England to win in Anderson's last test. Fat Cat Mustafa Craving. I recall the pissing troughs at Lords had a small window at head height to keep an eye on play. Hope it's still there. Sadly, with the modernisation of the game, it probably isn't.
I think it is, actually.
Is it? Right, okay. I think that's
It's not the
probably
first person to have mentioned that particular trait of the toilets there.
Ornan Hernandez says Trinidad here. Well, hello, Ornan Hernandez. Fat Cat Mustafa Craving just says Ponsford. I don't know whether that's where he's from. And let's have a quick look on Twitter. I'm not sure there's too much happening over there.
And the game is on.
Right, we go.
Anyway, it's Shimon beginning a new over, and first ball is just played away to mid-wicket, and Brendan McCullum looks on with his red cap and his sunglasses, doing fuck all like he normally does, and
just looking cool, yeah.
Hold on, but bearing in mind I'm a New Zealander, of course, guys.
You must love Baz.
Here's Joseph coming in, and this one's cut away beautifully, but there's a fielder in the deep point region, and Brook takes a single, and or was it Root? God, it was really hard for me to see the screen, guys.
That was Rudy.
Root
That was Rudy.
Root got that one. So, Andy, I would say you haven't got what I would describe as a classic New Zealand accent. You're not eliding your vowels. You sound a little bit more Australian than New Zealand.
Yeah, I
and I don't want to upset you.
Yeah.
That definitely would upset me, but
Of course.
no, I lived in it a long time, 13 years. This time it's Brook just deflecting that one away into the...
No, he left it through the keeper. Do you have antipathy to... Oh, no, I want to get to the bottom of this. Do you have antipathy towards Baz?
Sorry, I didn't quite pick up the question. What was the question?
Do you have antipathy towards Baz? Do you not, is there something you dislike about him?
Oh, you're saying. Well, maybe we can carry that on in this spell. Here's Joseph once again, Shamar, and this one actually is played into the offside by Joe Root, by Brook, I should say, and so I just have a very small window on my screen, and I've actually got 20 eyes, but I'm struggling to pick some of this up. But no, I just think that the whole thing with McCullum and Stokes is kind of a bit like football management, basically. Here's Joseph once again, and once again it's just played away by Brook into the offside, and there's no run. I just feel that they have a mantra, right? Does Brendan McCullum actually do any coaching? I doubt it. I very much doubt he does any coaching at all. I think that he just sits in the background, and he says, "Bordy, you could have done a bit better with that. Root, you could have done a bit better with that. Come on, mate, you can do a bit better with that." I just think he's a completely new style of let's say, coach in cricketing terms, but much more akin to, let's say, a football manager, like let's say a Brian Clough, for example.
What?
Whereas that's not normally the situation for here's Joseph once again, and this time Brooks just defending away and getting into the offside.
Yeah, I mean, I can I guess you have technical coaches for cricket, but the coach of the side is as much about keeping a positive. I don't know with cricket. I mean, I often say this about captaincy in cricket. I mean, it's kind of senior players committee anyway to a degree. I mean, the captain does make the final decision, but if you're good at cricket, everyone sees the situation. It's how you handle it, and you want the best guy who can handle the pressure running things. And as you say, I don't think Baz does much coaching at all.
I heard these on $4 million US dollars a year. I don't know if it's true or not, but he's on a seriously good gig. He doesn't have to move his family to England. He just, he just turns up. I don't even know what the guy does, and I've read a couple of articles.
He's sprinkled stardust on it. I mean, how many tests have we won? I mean, we had a stomping record before the Ashes, and obviously we had a poor series in India. But I still think this management team, they won their first 13 tests out of 13, and then they've won 3 out of their next 8.
From Alzari Joseph this time. So we've got both the Josephs bowling. This one's played away out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's going to be picked up inside the boundary, and they'll come back for 2. So
3.
Shoot onto the end. 3, was it?
It was indeed.
Oh, wow. Are you at the ground?
No.
Are you seeing something?
No, I know that Root hit it and he ended up at the non-striker's end, and they certainly didn't just do a single. No, it was out into the deep, wasn't it? It nearly got to the boundary. It's not like an ODI where someone's out at mid-wicket, you have to come round from there. Someone's chased that all the way out from mid on. And they managed to get back for 3.
I think I've been watching too much cricket in Bali when the boundaries are a little bit shorter. This time it's Brook this time on the defence, and it's played away into the gully, and there's no run there. So the 2 Yorkshire batsmen batting together, Root and Brook, and Root is on 44 and Brook is on 50.
Has someone got a barking dog in the background? Is that you, Andy, or is that your dog, Forthy?
It's not Toby. He's not guilty on this occasion.
Okay.
No.
No, that would definitely be mine. Here's Joseph once again, and it's just defended this time by Brook on the line of leg stump. Pushing him back was Joseph, and Brook just defends.
It's like Jason Holder's warming up.
Well, he's been warming up for like months and months now, because he basically quit West Indies cricket about 6 or 7 months ago, and said, I want to focus on the T20s, and just dropped out of Test cricket, and he's warming up now.
He didn't get picked for the World Cup though, did he?
Yeah, exactly. That was the whole point. Again, and this time Brooks skies it. There's got to be a chance of a catch here, and it's taken beautifully on his follow through by Joseph. So Brooks' innings comes to an end. He got to 50, and then he tried to play a pull shot. He skied it and straight back to Alzari Joseph, and that is the wicket that the West Indies have been looking for. Brook just tried to get a little bit too aggressive on that, and you could see his head go back straight away. He knew he'd played a dreadful shot, and that is the end of Brook's innings. So he's on his way for 50, and the West Indies make the breakthrough.
Indeed.
The crowd says, you're out.
He's left a lot of runs out there, Harry Brook. Hasn't
Yeah,
he?
he has.
There's runs just to pick off the tree today, and don't know. It still seems all for the aggression approach. But that's exactly the way he got out when he was on 85 this time last year against Australia. Anyway, we can't complain, can we? You take the rough with the smooth, I guess.
Aye, indeed.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we get to watch a Nissan ad and a some football ad. I don't know what that's all about, but
Cashbacks.
anyway.
Well, you know
who
what?
runs-
Paddy Power, was it Paddy Power? Bet Victor were having adverts on the radio. That there was a period, it was a free bet, but you could get odds on England winning the Euros at 100 to 1. And it was like a sign-up bonus. And probably you don't get paid out in real cash because they would never do that. You'll probably get, if you put a tenner on, you get £1,000 worth of free bets or whatever. Yeah. But I mean, they must be fucking bricking it now.
Yeah, you'd say so.
So
wouldn't you?
when was that though? Like how long ago?
Well, they were advertising it at the start of the world of the Euros, and they said the offer ran out about a week ago. It might have run out before the quarterfinals or something.
Well, the thing is, England actually might fluke it. You know, I mean that could actually happen.
Could do.
Yeah, they could. I'm not sure it would be a fluke.
I don't think it'd be a fluke. No, I think we've got a very good team.
Yeah. Actually, Bear, I like. I mean, I know this is not really what we're supposed to be talking about,
yes.
but I haven't really had the chance to speak to an Englishman about the Euros. I watched the game last night, obviously, and I lived there for 13 years, and I've crapped on about it long enough. But so I'm a massive England fan. But I mean, we're about to start a new over with Stokes facing his first ball from Joseph, so we'll come back to that. Here's Alzari, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Ben Stokes, and it's a bouncer through the keeper, and there's no run. But yeah, like Bear, like what is the feeling in England at the moment? Do you think that it's like the 1966 moment?
I wouldn't say it's like that. England have had too many, failures, but you got to look at what Gareth Southgate's done with the team and England's performance since he took over. I mean, we've got to a semi-final of a World Cup. I think we got to a quarter-final before that, and then we've got to the last two finals of the Euros. So, I mean, when has England had success like that in football? For a long time.
Never. Well, literally never. Even Ralph Ramsey never had that success.
As this next one just slides past the outside edge of Stokes' bat, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you think, Forthy, but because I know you're based in Australia, I know you're an Englishman, but the thing is a sort of a semi kind of neutral. Yeah. I just look at that whole situation and bloody hell, they've been absolutely slammed in the press, right? Slammed. From every single article.
Yeah, the press talk bollocks, though. I mean, if you listen to it, it's not.
It's
absolute
bollocks.
Anyone who knows anything about sport thinks it's bollocks.
Yeah, I mean, we'll break off for some cricket and then come back to that thing.
Yeah. Here's Root just playing that one away into the offside, and they'll pick up a single just wide of covered point.
With the exception of Spain, who've played brilliantly.
When I say the press, I mean Gary Lineker, Michael Richards. I watch all this stuff. I watch it intensely, and they've been berated, but they're in the bloody final. I just can't believe it.
Exactly. I think it's been a bit overboard. Everyone wants to play attacking football, and they've got attacking players. But as me and Forthy were talking about before you come on air, if everyone's playing a low block against you, it's not easy to just fucking waltz through anybody.
I mean, Man City can't get through a low block. Alex Ferguson once said that attack will win your games and defence will win your tournaments, and sadly he's right. I mean, when was the last time a truly attacking team went all out and waltzed its way through a tournament? It doesn't really happen anymore.
Not since Brazil, when they won 4 or 5 in
Brazil in 1970 probably.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Brian Clough always said the thing that wins you games is clean sheets.
Yeah,
and
that's correct.
That's why he hired Peter Shilton to come to Nottingham Forest. He said, I just don't want to concede any goals. Here's a new over beginning, and it's going to be Ben Stokes facing, and that one just goes through the keeper. This is... Wow, I can't even... Who's that bowling? I can't...
Shamar
Joseph. Shamar Joseph bowling.
Shamar again, yeah, okay. But no, Clough just said, look, the basics is well, actually, it wasn't so much Clough. It was actually Peter Taylor, his assistant. He said, "Your job is to not concede a goal." And then here's Joseph again, and Stokes this time's driving into the covers. It's fielded there, and there's no run. But he essentially said, "Look, we can always win a game, but if we don't concede a goal, we can't lose a game." And that's why Nottingham Forest on that mental run, what was it, like 78, 79, something like that? Aside from the European Cups that they won, in the Football League, they just never lost. Here's Joseph again, and Stokes is driving elegantly up to mid-off, but there's no run.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who just don't know what they're talking about, Andy. Frankly, and you build your way through a tournament. We used to praise Germany for saying, "Oh well, they don't go too soon, and they play tournament football." They've even got one of those long German names for it, and that's exactly how England have played. They've played the same team. They all know what they're doing now, and Spain, they're favourites, no doubt about that. But that's not impossible. They can get past them.
And Stokes is defending up to mid-on, and there's no run.
And you'd have to say that they're the two strongest leagues in Europe as well, followed by the Italians and the Germans. So,
well, have a look at the Spanish defence. It's got Cucurella and Laporte in it, and people have been saying all season, well, they haven't had good seasons, and that's half the Spanish defence. Their goalkeeper's not that good, and their goalkeeper's not that great either. So let's see what happens.
I mean, Cucurella's not been in the Arsenal side consistently.
No.
Laporte, the same with he's at City, isn't he, Laporte?
Joseph coming in, much as my dogs are in the background, and it's driven down to the ground by Stokes. We'll probably come back for two here. So you drove it up to, hang on. Excuse the noise in the background. Bali, where I live, is frequented by quite a lot of dogs, and obviously got a really bad moment at the moment, but yeah, it's interesting to hear what you guys are saying. Being two Englishmen, it's just kind of like, because you know what's going to happen at the end, right? It's going to be like success, like we won it or we didn't win it, right? Because England's in
and we didn't win the last one. And we lost the last one. Where did we go? We lost on penalties, didn't we, to Italy? So.
You did.
I think we got
to tell you that Pokey Bumfinger, Jeremy Henderson, and Kieran Roseblade are not happy with this soccer talk. They want us to get back to the cricket. Just letting you know.
Well, at least get their words right. Here's Joseph again, and it's just defended again by Root into the offside. We won't allow soccer on this channel. Football is obviously the word. But Joseph working up a bit of pace here. Obviously, got the wicket of Brook in just a couple of overs ago, and he's a decent bowler, Joseph. I actually quite like.
The West Indian bowling attack's pretty good, I think.
Here's Joseph again, and Root this time is just defending, standing tall on the crease. Yeah, I was lucky enough to do a commentary in Dominica last year between the West Indies and India, so I've seen a few of these players, but obviously they're not batting at the moment, so I'm not.
Their batting was pretty ordinary yesterday, and I think that's their. They got that problem where they can't get enough runs for the bowlers because they've got a decent bowling attack, but it's depressing when you're constantly bowling at small scores.
Here's Root this time pulling that one behind square, and Joshua De Silva runs and chases that from behind the stumps, and they'll just pick up a single. But yeah, no, I watched Alzari Joseph a little bit live. He's a decent bowler. Obviously, Shamar Joseph was the star of the show last year in Australia. I mean,
he's looked pretty ordinary today, Shamar, I have to say.
Yeah, they're talented, but it's well, I've got an anecdote to share about that, but perhaps I'll do that when I come to comments, after the spell. But yeah, it's always hard to bowl when you've got batters have got fuck all. Here's
exactly.
Stokes working it into the leg side, and they'll just pick up one sweeper out there.
England know that all too well, Andy. I mean, we went through a big stage of it a few years back.
Oh, didn't we just?
You know, we could hardly get over 250. Wasn't there a time where we'd only scored over 300 in like 1 in 30 Test matches or something stupid like that?
Yeah. Towards the tail end of Reed's regime.
Yeah, exactly. It was horrible. Since then, we've scored probably 500 plus, God knows how many times. And pretty much the same personnel, really.
It's also interesting, though, isn't it, how things come together at a particular moment in time. Like Alistair Cook, I think his debut was like 2012 from memory, and Strauss, I think he was slightly before that, and he almost got dropped at one.
I think Cook was a bit earlier. It was about 2006, I think.
Yeah, India.
But what I mean to say is that Strauss almost got dropped from the side, and he actually went to New Zealand, like my country, and played for Northern Districts to try and get a run. Right. And he got hooked in when England was touring in 2008, and I remember it specifically because I was in England at the time, and I was on some fucking cold boat in the middle of the Solent. I just wanted to get home and watch the cricket, and here's Joseph again. And Root this time's pulling that one away out towards the square leg boundary. There's a sweeper out there, so they'll just pick up one. But no, Strauss was in danger of getting dropped from the side. So the point I'm trying to make is that Strauss and Cook coming together was like unbelievably good. You know, okay, perhaps it was a couple of years after 2008, but
no, it was about
Jesus. It was England at that time to have Strauss and Cook.
Oh, well, I know. That's set up things for a while. We're going to have a change. Tone's coming in to take over for me.
Don't go, Bear. Don't go, because I think as this is a drinks break, this is a good moment to deal with what Warren has said. Is it time to talk about how to support guerrilla cricket? I just thought it might be a good chance for
Well, Tone's coming in to take over for me, and he will explain how to do all this, how to support guerrilla cricket. Because it's a drinks break, so you're gonna explain to everyone what the new rules are. Well, not new rules, the new tiers are, and what it's for.
Because the Bear, who has been subsidising guerrilla cricket at great length ever since it was set up, basically from his flat, having to sell his flat. We need to find a new studio for guerrilla cricket to broadcast from, and that's going to cost us money. And to do that, we need your support.
Why don't you put it in my flat, West Hampstead?
Right. Well, hello, Andy. How are you? Hopefully, well.
See you.
And I think that's the ever dependable bastion of all things guerrilla, Messy Jez on social.
Indeed.
Well, I came in prepared to do a little chat about how Yorkshire were taking on England. But a short ball from Alzari Joseph and a horrible shot from Harry Brook rather changed that narrative a wee bit. Although what was 91 off 120, not bad at all, was it? I was going to say, well, it was a lot better than their last trip, a day out at Lords, which of course was with Yorkshire against Middlesex. Harry Brook got a golden duck in the second innings there.
So Tony, aka Susan, just going to ask you to explain to people the new Patreon levels that are available to them.
Well, I'm glad you asked me. I can tell you that. Yes, we have kind of shuffled them around a wee bit. Let me see if I can just find them. Because we do need to find a new home. And if we need to find a new home, everything costs more than this flat, which we've been lucky enough to be massively subsidised. So the ways you can help: for $5 a month, you get our undying gratitude. This is all on Patreon, so you go to patreon.com/guerrillacricket, or you go to our website and you'll find, certainly in the next day or so, you can find a link on the right hand side. You get our undying gratitude, access to our Discord lounge, chat with your other patrons, all kinds of stuff. $10 a month, you become a Guerrilla Studio Foundation and shout outs member. You get your name in lights on our Roll of Honour. as well as priority previews of all of our podcast content, which is largely the Bishop and Bear these days. You become a for $20. You become a Gorilla Studio guest member. You can join us in the studio, space permitting. You get a gift from our merchandise store, plus everything from the other levels, and then you can kind of move on, and I'll talk about the others perhaps at the end of the next over messes, because they sort of get into the whole area of effectively sponsoring matches and a lot of support to either your cause or your business if that's what you do. For your $50 Gorilla Silver membership, there's all kinds of fantastic benefits and ways to promote, as well as all the other benefits as well. But we'll hold that thought for a minute, because there has been a change of bowling, which I'm also responsible for, aren't I? Well, I'm not responsible for the change of bowling, but I am responsible for jingling him up. It is former captain. Here he is.
Holder.
And he's going to be in to Joe Root, who defends into the offside. And there is no run. Now, Andy, I had horrible flashbacks with that Harry Brook shot to the collapse that England had against Australia here at Lord's in the Ashes, where the short ball constantly undid them, and they went from a position of strength to a position of having to claw the game back. And it seemed to be just happen again there for a moment. The short ball that did it, wasn't it? Left alone.
Well, isn't it interesting if you go all the way back to 2005 when the short ball actually caused Australia a few problems?
Yeah. That will have been 2005. We'll be talking Harmy and Hoggard, and I would imagine Flintoff, obviously, Freddie Flintoff. Yeah.
No, I think it was it Harmison that knocked Ponting's helmet off?
May have been Simon Jones as well. Who Simon Jones? Now, my memory of Simon Jones's run-up is not a million miles dissimilar to Atkinson, i.e. it was sort of smooth and glidey and shorter steps. I may have that horribly wrong. That's driven straight out to a wide mid-off. And again, there is no run. Certainly he didn't really have a time at all with the bat, did he, Jason Holder? Got a first baller in that Atkinson barrage. One of the three that went in one over, right? I think, chaps.
I do find it interesting that Jason Holder's, in the West Indies Test side.
In he comes, sort of quite floatily into the pads of Root, who whips him straight to mid-wicket. Again, no runs. So it's a good tight start. Shamar Joseph was the man there, and he hasn't had the best of times with the ball, but he's struggled last night noticeably with what looked like a groin problem. He's out there this morning. Not sure that he's firing on all cylinders, and I don't think from what we've seen this morning that he's suggested that he's fully recovered. The 250 though is up for England. They're 254. The lead has stretched to 129 as Jason Holder readies himself to bowl from the pavilion end. Higher clouds at Lord's today. In fact, on balance, it was quite a toss to win, I think, Andy.
Yeah, I would love to see the West Indies bowl first and see how challenging England might have found it.
In comes Holder. Forward comes Root. Again, he's quite watchful, quite defensive, perhaps having seen his fellow Yorkshireman. Something of a mentoree, I think, for Joe Root is Harry Brook, and he doesn't want to take risks.
I tell you, Messi and Tony, what I did find unusual was yesterday I was just, because I wasn't anywhere near a TV, and obviously I wasn't on our live stream, so I was just following it on BBC updates as Holder just starts his run up again. But Alistair Cook said after 1 hour, Sir Alistair Cook.
In he comes, left alone, through to Josh De Silva. Andy, carry on.
Yeah, so Sir Alistair Cook said that after 1 hour of play, when West Indies were about, I don't know what, 38 for 1 or something, and he sort of said, look, that they would have taken that. But then he also said the wicket's an absolute belter. I was just like, right on.
Well, the thing is, you know what they say about Lords, you look up rather than down. I was fascinated, by the way, to hear, we have something in common there, that we've spent a lot of time living in St John's Wood, practically next door to the home of cricket, which is where I lived when I first moved to London. But I think, what you had yesterday was great bowling conditions, overhead, overcast. There'd been a lot of rain, so there was a lot of although it drains very well, sort of residual dampness around the place. And over the years, that's been a great time to bowl, and Ben Stokes seized on that. Now today, the cloud is much higher, the sun is much brighter, and it's altogether better. And the pitch does tend to flatten out, and has flattened out a lot this season. Guterkesh Moti, by the way, is into the attack, and he's pulled by Stokes straight away down to deep square, where it is fielded, and they will come back for a couple. I should probably jingle up Guterkesh. Nice to see a bit of spin.
From Georgetown, Guyana, where he had his first nets, to his debut against Bangladesh. He ain't no kid, but his face is fresh. An island boy named Guterkesh, who took his chance when spinning the ball in his second test, got a 13-hole. Go, go. Go, Moody, go, go, go.
I love it.
Well, I'm laughing. I'll tell you why I'm laughing. Messi may well know, is onto the back foot goes Root. Dabs this down to deep third. It's being chased down. They again should come back for 2, possibly 3 if they got a move on. Did they get 3 there, did we see, chaps?
It's good to see spin into the attack, guys, but honestly, if you're going to bring a spinner on at this stage of the game, why the hell is there not a silly point, a second slip? Why are you putting no pressure on at all?
I go along with that. There's a forward short leg, and that's nudged out to Shamar Joseph by Joe Root. Actually, they only took 2, so Root's moved on to 49, 132 the lead. Well, they have that forward short, who's just evaded by a little tickle to backward square by Joe Root, and they take a single, and he, the former England captain, has brought up his 50. Can he go on? We saw it from Harry Brook. We saw it from Zach Crawley, but they didn't go on and post big ones. Can Joe Root do that? If anyone can, you would argue perhaps he can. But
does he get a free car for that with Cinch?
I might do. Moti in, defended by Stokes. Oh Lord, why am I playing Guterkesh Moti again? What's going on? I'm supposed to be playing the milestone jingle. Well, no, the reason I was laughing originally is that is what I would call classic Jeff. You've got a spinner, so as we wait for Moti, he's bowled him. He is absolutely cleaned up Ben Stokes. Wow, there's a bit of a wild slash from Ben Stokes. He's utterly furious with himself, but the England captain has gone, making Joe Root stand now even more important. Stokes has gone for 4. The middle stump is out the ground. That's the stump with the stump cam on. Yep, absolutely cleaned him up. Nip back in. It doesn't matter where your field are, Andy. If you're going to bowl one that cuts back, and let's see how much did that turn. Oh, it absolutely went in a foot mark. Went between bat and pad, and has completely cleaned up Ben Stokes, who's gone for 4 off his 11 balls. He's been bowled by Guterkesh Moti. And you have to say that, Andy, was some delivery.
Well, I've probably never seen this on air before, but obviously I'm nowhere near the calibre of player that Ben Stokes is. But sometimes when you just see the ball that it's just sitting there waiting to be hit, but then you get beaten on the inside edge, and it happens at every level of the game. But this is the highest level, obviously. And yeah, you could just see his reactions. Like, he was disappointed, but it was probably also a reflection of the fact that just a tremendously good ball. And when the ball turns that much, I mean, I was watching a YouTube clip the other day of Shane Warne about how much he could turn it. I mean, yep, foot marks on day 2, it's dangerous, and I guess in the England side that they don't have that many left-handers.
Well, I was going to say the left armour to a left-hander, you get those foot marks to work on, don't you? Well, this is going to be interesting.
I was wondering if Ben Stokes might have contributed to making those foot marks, which would be our running.
I suspect he almost certainly did. Right. Yes.
So this is interesting time, guys. Like Jamie Smith's coming in now, and obviously he was
and he's going to leave his first ball outside of off stump very watchfully. We'll give him a quick jingle.
Hey there, Jamie Smith, are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
First.
What would be interesting to see here is how he plays, because basically the mantra from Rob Key, and not anyone else, it was just what Rob said.
Holder in, he's away, he's off and running in Test cricket. Not quite with the boundary, it's going to be cut off on the deep mid-wicket boundary by what I think is who do we have
I think
out
Root's
there?
batting, isn't he? Root's facing because
Oh,
it's
is
the
he?
end of the over.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there we go. You're probably right. In which case, Jamie Smith has come in not to face, which is just cranks up the nerves a little bit to anybody, doesn't it? Actually, the more I watch that dismissal, the more it Ben Stokes just knows he was done by an absolute corker of a delivery. You're right, it is Root who defends. He's on to 52 now, with the courtesy of that 2 off the last couple of balls, and Jamie Smith has had to come in, and we'll have to watch. So in a way that's an advantage. On the other hand, those nerves don't get lighter or easier without feeling, ball on willow.
The other thing about Stokes' dismissal is that he did not get his foot to the ball, and so there was a gap of 9 inches between bat and pad, which is where the ball went.
In comes Holder, slip goes down. Shout from Holder. I thought Root had tickled that quite fine down to fine leg, which he has done. Signalled by Rod Tucker as 4, so there was all bat, no pad, and it is one of these.
Was there a suggestion that Stokes has 9 inches? What was the point there?
So he didn't get his foot to the ball. We were talking earlier today about how Root was a classic example of getting your foot to the ball. In Stokes' case, he didn't have his foot anywhere near where the ball was pitching, which left that huge gap there. Even if the ball had turned, it would have hit his pad outside off stump.
In comes Jason
if he
Holder.
got his foot.
Defended in the most correct manner you could possibly imagine. Foot to the pitch of the ball, front foot well forward,
Actually,
bat and pad together, no run.
Just missing on that, I listened to something or watched something recently with Kevin Peterson. He's not my favourite person by any stretch of the imagination, but he's a decent player. But he basically said it's not really about getting your foot to the ball, it's getting your head in the right position. And maybe in that situation, Stokes didn't have it.
Defended again by Root, back towards Jason Holder. And have we got the end of the over? Yes, it is. 260 for 5 after 56. England's lead 139. They have lost both Brooke and captain Ben Stokes this morning. Messers.
Brown in Brisbane's with us. It says, afternoon all, too busy to tune in earlier. England seemed to be getting along okay. Did we start on time? Yes, we did. Any extra overs or time today to make up for yesterday? No, we caught up all the time.
They went pretty late last night, didn't they? They went to best part of 7 o'clock.
Went to 10 to 7, yeah. Gordon Miller says the weather's too cold for our players who need more time to climatise before these big games.
Well, that is something that often catches India, West Indies and other teams out as well. Right, well, this is going to be interesting because Jamie Smith, his test debut, proudly wearing the big number 39 on his back, is scratching his mark. He has Josh De Silva breathing tightly down the back of his neck, and he's going to face Gutakesh Moti's coming around the wicket, and he goes onto the back foot and defends nicely. There's also Andy, to your point, a forward short leg and a slip in close attendance, and there certainly should be. I'd possibly go even more attacking, wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you have a silly point?
I'm
Put
with you.
new batsman on good.
I'm 100% with you, Andy. That's you got a young man kept nicely, onto the back foot he goes, defends back towards Gutikesh Moti. What I was going to say, Messers, is it's classic Jeff that you're going to a slow left armour who whips through his overs in no time at all, as he now proves. Defended back to him again by Jamie Smith, but you got a magnum opus of a jingle to celebrate. To celebrate it. Mog, you get burger and fries. You get the full 8 courses with port, brandy and cigars to finish from Jeff. That's defended again by young Jamie Smith.
The other thing to say about Jamie Smith is that he's
forward comes Smith, defended again. Andy, sorry, that's the end of the over, and it's 260 for 5. A maiden over by Gutikesh Moti, watchfully defended.
It's quite interesting, though, that England have made this decision. And I suppose this is the first chance we've actually had to talk about it in the game, when they've basically said, look, we know who our best wicketkeeper is, but we're not going to play him anyway, which they've basically been doing for like the last year, apart from in
India.
But we're going to give this other go that literally took three catches at third slip last week, but now he's going to be our wicketkeeper. So there's a bit of pressure on Smith here to actually score runs, because if he doesn't score runs, they're going to look like idiots, right?
Jason Holder's into Joe Root. My word, that lifted a little bit wide of his off stump, just jagged away a tiny bit, and it was taken at shoulder height by Josh De Silva. Absolutely super ball. I think you could say that Joe Root watched it carefully and didn't really fish towards it, but I might be being overly kind to Joe Root there. He maybe did just dangle a little bit. Certainly a fantastic delivery by Jason Holder, and there is a bit of a spring in the West Indies step now. They were looking a bit flat earlier. They're definitely not looking so flat now. That's nicely whipped off his legs though, down towards long leg, and it's misfielded rather clumsily, and they will come back for 2. Well, I take your point, Andy, absolutely, about Jamie Smith. There's pressure, but you're a young man, of 23. You're playing in your first Test match at Lords. That's pressure enough without anything else heaped on him, isn't it?
Yeah, but my point basically is that he doesn't keep for his county. They've picked him for runs, and if he doesn't score runs in, let's say, his first 2, 3, 4 Test matches, then there's a problem for him.
Holder in. That's nicely defended by Joe Root, out towards cover. There's no run. Yes, I partially agree with you on that, but the one thing that I think Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes, and I suppose Rob Key and the England management team have been consistent in, is they do give players a chance. Once they've committed to a decision and a path, they've decided to walk away from Bairstow, they've seen his stats just go in the wrong direction since his golfing accident. As we wait, that's dabbed out towards cover by Joe Root. They've looked at Folkes, and their problem with Folkes is that he can do a great job as you know, if you've got a batsman at the other end and you're defending, or you need to stay steady a ship, or you need to see them home to a win, but what he can't do is accelerate an innings, and that's what they look for. That's their path, and that's the one they've chosen. So I think they'll give Smith plenty of time, regardless of what happens in this summer. Almost defended again by Joe Root.
I mean, they could get sacked and then it'll all change, but one thing that people forget about is that, remember that Test match in Wellington? Was it 2 years ago? Ben Folkes virtually won that for England single-handedly, and for whatever, like Brendan McCullum or BMAC as we like to call him,
in comes Holder. That's
Stokes.
sweetly driven, but it's driven straight to cover. No run. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, but whatever they like to say about that, the only reason that England even had a chance to win that match, right? And I know Anderson gloved the last ball down the leg side, and they lost the match. But Ben Folkes played it so well, you know. He played proper Test cricket.
Yeah.
He shielded the tail. He picked the right balls to hit for 4. All the fielders were on the boundary. He worked out which ones to run, which ones not to. That's just cool, you know.
Yeah.
And, okay, maybe
it's an eternal argument, and I see
bit
both sides of it.
behind on
Messers.
YouTube. Fat Cat Mustafa Craving says, are England getting MBEs if they beat Spain? I think the more important question is, are they going to piss on the lawn at Downing Street if they beat Spain? And Kieran Roseblade says, commentators can claim wickets there. Why are they bowling with no silly point?
Guterkesh Moti. Oh, he's dragged that down, and it's been pulled by Smith. Now, will that go all the way? I think that's going to beat the fielder to the boundary. Yes, it is. Down at deep mid-wicket. And Jamie Smith's England batting career is off and running with a boundary. Bit of a horrible drag down by Guterkesh Moti, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
But he'll take that. In fact, if you could dream the ball to get your first runs off, probably one as generous as that might be the one you'd dream of. Although he had survived an over previously, which was quite an examination from Moti, who delivered that superb delivery to get rid of the left-handed Stokes. But that one is well defended by Smith. He's a dasher.
I think
he can get his runs quickly.
There's also an argument. There's an argument for Smith to be included as a batter rather than as a batter keeper, which would keep the keeper position open for Folkes or Overton.
On to the back foot. That kept a little bit low. Smith defends it in front of his middle stump, but he had to jab the bat down on it just a little quicker than he may have liked.
Misses, I don't think that's really...
Not Overton, Robinson, sorry. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Smith's figures are extraordinarily impressive as in county cricket.
In comes Moti, back foot again. Nice high-elbowed back foot defence out towards cover by Smith. No run. Another product of Whitgift School, of which there are many in the Surrey team. That is for sure.
I don't understand, guys. Like the guys on this video, why the hell are they not surrounding him with fielders? Why? This is Test debut at Lords. There's so much going on. I think the West Indies psychology here is just not quite on point.
Moti in. Smith guides it really out towards mid-wicket. He had a last season versus Middlesex. He made 138 off 194 before he was bowled by Tom Helm. Didn't do so well in the second innings. Caught Robbo bowled Helm when Surrey needed just 78 after Middlesex follow-on. So runs at Lords he has, but obviously not quite in this set of circumstances. Sorry, Masters. Yeah.
We have a super chat from the Naked Fun Porn bot who sent us $4.99 US. Says, is Andy the love child of Gary and the Bear?
Well, the mental image that's left me with is I am now traumatized. As Holder in, and that's Root comes right forward. They take a sharp single. Good defensive stroke towards point. Excellent piece of running by the two of them. And Smith will be back on strike.
This is a random side point, right? I've always wondered this, right? Because I also do white line wireless. But in England, you're Mrs. and in Australia, you're Messi. And I totally... I actually prefer the whole Mrs. thing. Messes. I fucking hate the whole Australian thing of this. Why?
I think it was Tony who christened me Messes in the guerrilla cricket world.
Possibly. I mean, it's just it's very much the English thing, isn't it, to just put ERS after a name. So basically, it's a nickname of a nickname, to be honest. Assuming you weren't christened Messi.
No, but
Holder in. Smith falling over a little bit. Not sure he's the best shot he'll ever play, but he's kept it down and guided it out to short mid-wicket. No run. So you're a bit of an Anglophile, I'm getting the impression, Andy. You used to live at Lord's, spent a lot of time living here, supporting England in the football, prefer the way we give people our names.
I lived 13 years, so
13 years.
It's pretty long. And yeah,
Defended by Smith.
And you might have also picked up that there's nothing against messes, particularly, Australian, but I'm a Kiwi and we just don't like each other, right? So no,
that's some true. Not Fred is in the house. Hooray! He's just sourcing his own personal microphone. It's got NF written on the handle very clearly, scratched on in chalk, so no one makes any mistakes as to whose it is. And he's going to settle himself into the central missionary position as we wait. With his, is it a West Indies hat you've got on, Fred?
No.
What the fuck's what? Yeah.
You probably can. You might. I haven't adjusted the cameras yet. Meanwhile, Jason Holder, who now has 2 slips to Smith, so they are. It's not quite full-on pressure, but he's got 2 slips and a gully and a fairly closely set ring on the offside. But Jamie Smith looks relatively untroubled so far. He's hit that one boundary. Other than that, he's been pretty watchful in his defence, I would say.
Isn't it nice with the crowd just drinking like the Veuve Clicquot and all that sort of thing at Lord's?
Perfect. And on a decent day. It's not the sunniest of sunny days, but it certainly started that way. It's just clouding up a wee bit as this one's defended by Jamie Smith into the onside. There is no run, only 77 miles an hour. But Jason Holder, with that height, he gets that little bit of extra bounce. How many overs on the ball now, guys? Anyway, I think
it's the 60th.
60th. Well, yeah. So they've got a new ball to think about, but not for 20 overs. Right. With that, I think it's time to just have a little juggle around. Thank you, Andy. Welcome, Fred.
Morning, Tony. Morning, everyone. It's been quite an interesting morning. I think West Indies will be actually glad to have taken 2 wickets because, they're not in a great position in the game. 146 down and England only 5 wickets down. But wickets do change games. Who's doing ball by ball?
Fourth.
Hello. I am
and he's
back.
right with us.
That was the first ball of Moti's over, which was defended by Root. Dot ball. Moti, left arm around the wicket, comes in again. That's played to mid-wicket in the same area. Another dot ball, whistling through these overs, Moti. Hello, Tony, how are you?
I'm extremely well, Fourthy.
Can't hear you, actually.
I'm still extremely well. Can you hear that?
Moti in again, and that's a full toss, and it's played wide of the man at mid-wicket. And man and sweeper on the boundary comes round. And they come back, I think, for 3. Now, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
I can't hear you.
That's a worry.
Well, some will say that's a good thing.
Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you.
Finally. Sorry, my apologies. A few little technical gremlins. And that's going to go for 4 runs. So you join us with the boundary. Join me with the boundary.
Yeah.
This bowler reminds me that I need to put in my car for its annual checkup.
MOT. Very good.
It's always
the
good
verbal badinage has started up already.
You explain the jokes. What's that noise?
Round the wicket again, and that's a fuller ball, which just played down very elegantly forward defensively by Root. He remains on Route 65. One more run will be Route 66, of course. More verbal banter to go with the MOT.
Do you think if you take it into your mechanic and you ask, can you give it a quick Gutacash, he'll know what you're talking about?
Depends who he is.
Oh, yes.
And that's played very nicely out on the offside.
I think
I just come through for... Oh, yes, just for saying... Oh, hang on, has Root gone down? That's Route 66, so the hilarity is in full force. At the end of the 61st over England, 274 for 5.
I think my mechanic is a Kosovar Albanian, so
So possibly not.
It may go over his head.
Right. Mr. Handjob says, pushing that Robinson Barrow hard, Messi. Imran Hussain says, if we could get the West Indies to bowl short balls to England, that will be good. Yep, well, it's got rid of Harry Brook this morning. Which one gave birth, Fluffy wants to know, on the thought that Andy might be the love child of Gary and the Bear. Brian in Brisbane, sorry Kieran, I forgot to. Chris the Choir, how would that work? 2 test tubes and a Petri dish?
2 pints of lager in the back of the crisps.
Yes, Kieran, good man, Brian. I was about to hunt you down. I'll call off the search now. Fantastic. Back to you, Forthy.
Jason Holder in the start of his 15th over. He's on 1 for 47, and that one comes back quite sharply. And Jason Holder's interested. Rod Tucker is not, and you can see why, because it's both outside the line and too high, I think, there, Fred.
Yeah, it just didn't look anything, and no even slightest suggestion on Holder's part of thinking of a review. It was just an appeal to the umpire to say, I've actually beaten the batsman.
Yes. Did nip back a bit. And yeah, I think maybe it was in line, but probably a bit
massive
high
inside edge.
Plus an inside edge.
Apart from that, it was absolutely plumb.
Yeah, exactly so. Holder in again. Goes quite wide on the crease, and that's that classic root shot. Takes a couple of steps down the wicket and clips it off his toes to the sweeper at deep mid-wicket, and they come back for a couple.
Watching from the green room in the previous over, I thought Holder actually came in too wide, one of those deliveries. I don't know whether the third umpire has a look at no balls for width rather than front foot.
Wasn't that the problem he was having yesterday consistently, was that he was coming so wide that England survived a couple of LBWs because of that?
But I think, you have to be completely inside the return crease. You can't even be touching it. That would be a no ball. I'm just wondering whether that's something the third umpire looks at.
Well, he ought to. He's got nothing else to do, really.
No, the fourth umpire has nothing else.
bit like Jacob Rees-Mogg's got nothing else to do. And that's again clipped very nicely. This time by Smith, though, aping route, but straight to the man at short mid wicket. Dot ball.
I think the fourth umpire's job is to carry a box of balls around and every so often wander out onto the field with it. Jobs for the boys.
Smith, who's looked a little, to use Fred's word from yesterday, skittish. But no doubt some of the nerves will have disappeared by now. He plays that defensive, bats a little way away from the body, so not completely classically elegant, but defends it well enough, dot ball.
People who've watched him a lot think very highly of his potential, his actuality with the bat.
Made a ton against the middle last year. Do you remember, Fred? I was saying that before you arrived, and he looked in extremely good order.
Obviously, the question is whether that means he ought to be keeping wicket, but that's a separate issue. But people seem to suggest that his batting is good.
Well, he clipped that one nicely enough, but again, straight to the man at short mid-wicket. They've obviously done a little bit of homework on him, and they've worked out that that's where he likes to plink it. So they're cutting off his runs just to get him a little nervous, more nervous on his debut. He's 4 off 20.
One thing, English county cricket is all broadcast for free on YouTube, but that does provide opposition with a chance to have a good look at some of England's batsmen.
A lot of data. Wide on the wicket again, but no sense of cutting the wide crease there. Comes through for a single. He moves on to 5 and they actually keep the strike, which he may or not want to. 276 for 5 at the end of the 62nd. He's on 5.
Right. Pirate Badshaw, let me see. Pirate Badshaw says, isn't the ERS, as in Messrs, Nestlers, etc., the addition some sort of Oxbridge affectation? I don't know, it may be. Brian in Brisbane.
It's a private school thing. Private school.
Oh, okay. I thought Messrs Messages was a corruption of messages. No, although that is a joke that's been made before.
Well, it's a song lyric. Forthy might know this. When you send your messages, whispered loud and clear, I am always touched by your presence.
Oh, it's Blondie, you're right.
I'm always touched by your presence. Oh, Blondie, right. When you send your messages. That's played wide of the man at mid-off.
You're right,
come through.
Have you sat on something sharp?
A cat, I think.
Where's that?
She actually sings Messy Jez. It's quite pronounced.
Okay, that's really interesting. Debbie Harry.
If we ever need a jingle for our commentators, there's one.
Ready made.
Yeah.
Comes back to you again. Oh, and a nice little sweep by Baroot, but again, it goes straight to the man at short mid-wicket. I think that's Holder.
You don't tend to sweep to mid-wicket. That looked like it might have come off the toe end of the bat.
Well, he did sweep it. He just misswept it, if there is such a verb as to missweep. Past participle misswept. And that's a nice forward defence.
Nowadays, there is no noun which can't be verbed.
To impact. I remember people used to get terribly upset when I used to say to impact when I was young, my teachers, but I think everyone says it now. That's big forward defensive, straight out this time to the covers by Root, who's now Route 67.
A very unknown American road.
The disappointing follow-up from Nat King Cole's original great hit, yes.
It's the B-side to I'm Always Touched by Her Presence. Oh, and there's a big appeal there, and you can see why. It definitely beat him. Probably going down the leg. Tony's frantically gesturing. You thought missing leg, Fred?
Yes, absolutely. Went on with the arm, though, and did defeat Root, which is no mean feat for a man who's faced 108 balls.
Yeah, he did play down the wrong route there. The last ball of the over from Moti played securely enough straight back down the wicket. He remains on 67 at the end of the 63rd over, 277 for 5 England.
Kieran wants to know why he's called Messi. Well, we'll let Messi explain that. Do you know what? I've known him for a while now, and I'm not sure I know the answer to that. Fluffy, for some reason, just says Lionel Crumbs, and I don't know why. Davy Pat says, I can do in a second. Davy Pat says, everybody out on the piss, mostly. I don't know if he's talking about us. He might be referring to that.
Usually.
Henry Cowdery says, how much is it to get into Lords? Well, upwards of 100 quid, that's for sure. Amazing coherency has increased all of a sudden, says a Mr. Handjob. I don't know who he's referring to. Do you want jingles for commentators? Well, no, I don't know. Now, GC Naked Fun Pornbot has proffered up as a super chat, a wonderful $5, saying, now I don't have to choose between Forthy and Debbie Harry. What? I've got to say, depending on what you wanted to be discussing or doing, I think I'd know how to make my various selection criteria. I've got to be honest.
I didn't know 40 years ago, but they both probably look better.
Yeah, we look different anyway. That's for sure.
Ooh, change of bowling.
In comes Seals. And that's defenders. The odd ball keeping low here.
Yeah, definitely keeping low, which before lunch on the second day is a little bit troubling.
Let's give him a little jingle out.
Oh well, wherever you are, Sills Jason's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it, shed upon my head. Sills Jason wants you for dead.
Comes Seals again, and that's a wafty woof really from Smith. Didn't get hold of it at all, and he doesn't want to get too frustrated. He's 6 off 24. He clearly likes ball on bat. Have you seen him? Either of you two guys probably have seen.
Well, I saw him make a hatful of runs last season. Yes, definitely.
How many runs fit into a hat?
Well, in this particular case, I seem to recall it was about 140 odd, Fred.
Oh, cool. That's interesting. It's going to be a measure like, London buses or the size of whales.
Which vendors are you talking? Blue whale or sperm?
Used to be the size of whales disappeared when the Amazon was getting cut up. An area the size of whales or half the size of whales disappears every year in the Amazon.
Disappears? Where does it go?
Well, it doesn't disappear, but gets chopped down. That's the word.
How do you get 2 whales in a mini? And everyone knows that.
From.
Down the M4.
God, there's a lot of verbal banter. In comes Seals. Right arm over. And he watches that very watchfully, to use a tautology. All the
You
way down to mid-on dot ball.
tautolized that very tautologically.
I did indeed. Yeah.
There was just a clip of a man somewhere drinking a pint in a plastic cup, for which they charge at Lord's £1 returnable deposit.
Oh, yeah, and do that at the oval as well.
Yes, they do.
You get your money back at the end of the day if you kindly return your cup.
You do if you're compos mentis and haven't had too many pints.
Probably what they're relying on.
I
Defended into the offside. Hopefully, you with us? Just checking.
Yes, I am. No, I just wondered if you were. You two seem to be enjoying a conversation.
Well,
defended into the offside. Defended into the offside.
I'm not going to mention which particular guerrilla cricket commentator who I was at Lord's with two of his children, or his two children, who at the end of the day went round collecting cups and making vast amounts of money on the returnable deposits.
Was that Mark? Are you looking at me? Was that me?
No, it wasn't you.
Well, I was thinking it was
In comes Seals
Shot.
again.
Oh, unlucky.
Straight down the wicket. And did he get a hand on that, Seals?
No, he
Was
didn't.
the
I don't
case
think.
of flicking it onto the stumps, but not only did he probably not get a hand, I think he was well back in his crease. So at the end of the 64th over, England 277 for 5, Route 67, Smith 6.
That was Grubby and his boys, but I do know somebody else who they charge £20 returnable deposit for the jugs of Pimm's.
Oh, wow.
And at the end of the day, I do know somebody who went round picking up a few of those and made 140 quid.
Well, that's not bad, is it?
So,
we know where they could donate that money if they've still got it.
Well, yeah,
Give it to
probably paid for
Guerrilla
his
Cricket.
ticket,
Help us out.
Almost paid for his ticket for a day at Lord's.
Jeremy Henderson says, in fact, Perko has already written and recorded a whole Messages in a Bottle song, which our £20 dollar patrons can access. Oh, nice segue, Messrs. You're such a pro, and well done for that. Fluffy, is rapture a verb? A Mr. Handjob, hot bat on ball action. Jeff Perkins, surprise Messi is pointing out an advantage of not subscribing. Oh, that's a bit harsh.
In comes Moti again, and that's played off his back foot very nicely by Root, as you would expect. Very elegant. And they just saunter through for a single in the Lord's sunshine, and all is well with the world.
Mr. Grover says, who the fuck says impact?
I do. This is a lovely love-hate relationship I have with Jay. Claims to love me and then swears at me all the time. Moti and again, Smith clips it straight to that man at short mid-wicket, dot ball.
I don't think you're alone on that score, Forthy.
And now I'm fully aware. No, I can't tell. It's almost impossible for me to know whether that was a replay, because if it wasn't, then Smith.
It was the same.
Smith flipped it straight to the man at short mid wicket. Dot ball. I'm not sure why you would replay it either. He, for a tall man, he does that thing of hunching very low, squats quite low over his bat, and that one he just squeezes down on.
He seems to have quite sizable biceps, because I think the shirt is restricting the flow to his lower arm. It seems
got
very
a sort
tight
of
on him.
Second World War military helmet on for a helmet as well, by the look of it. And that's clipped wide of the man at mid-on. They hurry through for a single quite successfully.
I'd like to see somebody go out to bat in a First World War German. What do they call them? Pickelhauser.
With the spike on the
yes.
on the top.
Yeah, no, that would be good.
Imagine bending your head down and the ball just ended up impaled on your.
No, you can't have a
on
new
your
ball.
spike.
I'm afraid. Keep using that one.
Or just when ball impales on the spike and you just keep running. Ad infinitum. Big forward defensive. Dot ball to end. Over 65. 279 for 5.
Right. Well, it makes you think. Could you be caught off the spike if someone then removed it? But that's by the by. We've been very remiss on X, aka the artist formerly known as Twitter. So I'm going to catch up there. Jersey Oak, good evening from Beijing, flying back to South Africa on Saturday. Is Andy really Gary Naylor on Oxy, says the Naked Fun Porn Bot. Oops, of course. Always young Jeremy to me, says Jay. Naked Fun Porn Bot, watching a closely set ring, click here. Thank you for that. Warren, have we gotten Fred's views on the outcome of the UK election? Probably best not to ask. Fred, I don't have a love-hate relationship with you, says Jay.
In comes Seals again. Let's leave that one there. Smith is on strike. Squats down. And comes down on that defensively dot ball. He's got that thing also that Alistair Cook used to have. You think you can barely see out from under the rim of the helmet.
Yeah, people of my generation didn't grow up wearing helmets when they went out to bat, and
didn't do you any harm.
It's not something that's easy to get used to. Obviously, if you've been wearing them as a kid, it's not a problem.
No, when I've had to wear one in sort of recent games, I'll wait.
Seals in again, defended by Smith. Dot ball.
You're right. It's like trying to watch the bowler through a letterbox.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. Does take a bit of getting used to.
And watching through letterboxes is frowned upon.
Well, it depends which side of the letterbox you are, obviously. But yeah, I do take your point.
Yeah.
Not so bad from the inside out, but from the outside in, it can be seen as somewhat menacing. At least that's what they told me when they took me to court.
I think it's a specific offence now. Almost everything is shot.
And that's a very nice shot. This time he gets it wide of the man at short mid-wicket, and he goes all the way for one of these.
Gorgeously stroked away.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
I don't know where that jingle is from. It sounds disconcertingly like Dan Norcross singing.
It isn't,
Yeah.
although he was gracing the halls of Gorilla Towers yesterday. Was Dan popped in for a chat and a cup of tea and a slice of
Yeah, stop there.
blueberry muffin.
Oh, right.
Ball to the floor. Of course, that was Blondie's first big number one was Heart of Glass, I think, wasn't it? And that was 4 to the floor disco. The betrayal of Blondie going disco. Meanwhile, back with the cricket, Smith unfurls a superb off drive, which goes wide of the man at mid-off, one of these.
We had a boundary which was actually used the words 4 to the floor. I don't know who sung that. It was some kind of a 90s or 2000s. And I was in I can't remember what, I was in a supermarket or a shop or something, and that was playing over the intercom, and I thought, oh, a boundary.
In comes Seals again, defended by Smith. It slightly gets his front foot out of the way. Not as elegant as Root, but effective.
Is this one of the days you hadn't sent your valet out to do the shopping for you then?
4
Fred?
to the floor, I was sure. I don't know who that is. It's
Hey, everybody was trying to do 4 to the floor in the late 70s,
no,
including
but that was the lyric.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I think it was it Chic? Oh no.
No. I'm thinking of something.
That was Le Freak. I remember that.
and later.
Le Freak, c'est chic.
I'll look it up.
Both Pink Floyd and Rolling Stones unexpectedly did 4 to the floor stuff.
What was that terrible Beach Boys disco song?
Beach Boys did one too.
Was it Here Comes the Night? They decided to get into the disco craze.
That was Patti Smith.
Rolling Stones was Miss You, and unbelievably, when you actually listen to it, Another Brick in the Wall is 4 to the floor disco beat as well. In comes Seals. That's pulled inelegantly. Lucky not to get a little glove on that one.
Short ball fever again. Could have caused.
Seals gives Root an absolute mouthful. It was Smith rather. Sorry,
the jingle I was thinking of was by Star Sailor, who I don't know,
right.
but I'm sure it's the type of band that will give Nestle Boy paroxysms of disapproval.
Well, Chris the Choir. Raptured, closely related to Ruptured, obviously. Fluffy, like Debbie Harry's new nose. Fluffy, for some reason, says Gustav da Impaler, and I have no idea why. Hello to Linux Lear. Mostly used by weird evangelical Bradmans that rub themselves raw to books about the UN being the Antichrist. Okay. Master Flick Productions. Lol, that the spike damages the balls. Yeah, that was a weird sort of flight of fancy we had. Helmets, no end to the pricks, says Fluffy. Norcross had a cup of tea, says Mr. Henderson. I don't believe it. Neil Culshaw from the excellent kids show Number Blocks. But I don't know what now that was referring to.
That's Number Wang.
It is Number Wang. Moat is in again to Joe Root, who's on now crept up to 68. The cat crept in to 68, and first ball, dot ball.
Yeah.
Again.
Leah's also telling me Patti Smith was Because the Night, written by Bruce Springsteen. I said it was Patti Smith.
Yeah,
but
you did.
That's not what we were talking about.
Because the night.
Stop him.
We were talking about Here Comes the Night by the Beach Boys.
Well, that's true, but I didn't think it was called that.
Root facing up.
Oh!
Oh my word, he's beaten him, and he's beaten him on the outside edge, and he's clipped the outside of the off stop, and Root has gone for 68, bowled by Moti. That's a beauty, actually. Had to be a beauty to get rid of Root on this wicket, who's already on 68. What did you make of that ball, Fred?
Beauty to get rid of Rooty. I think that was another arm ball that he didn't pick, rather like the one in the last over, which...
Yeah.
It went on with the arm.
Turned a tiny bit, I thought.
Just enough, though. Just
maybe.
enough. That's all you need.
Either way, Root is gone.
Mooty's beauty gets rid of Root. Not quite, does it?
And again, we've had a 50, we've had a 68, we've had a 70-something. It's not, Fred, fully... It's not the
Fred.
easiest of... Not, it's not Fred. It's not the easiest of tracks still. There's still something there for the bowlers,
There is
isn't there?
definitely something there for the bowlers. I'm not saying that 121 all out was an appropriate score in the first innings, but it's interesting because almost all of the England batsmen have got in, haven't they?
Well, that was my point, and yet they've still found a way to get out. Now, Harry Brook got bounced out.
Yeah.
Duckett, let me think. He was very Duckett, a ball he could and should have left well alone.
There is
But
no
he
ball
can't,
that Duckett should have left.
But he can't. So that accounted for him. I'm trying to think. Stokes got done by an absolute corker of a ball.
Yeah, it turned, but it was an expansive shot and gave an opportunity for a horse and cart to get through that gate, didn't he?
There's the Bairstow gate now that there is no Bairstow.
It'll be Christopher Wokes with some extravagant stretches coming to the wicket. What a delightful old school English face he's got. He's played 49 matches now for England. He's got a batting average of 27.
Does a
He's got that
delightful
1 ton.
old English face have a beard?
Do you know what?
Yeah,
I can't. Where is he?
You think it's George V? That's what you're thinking of?
For some reason, he's not in the jingle cart.
Trying to think of someone with a reassuring beard.
I can find him. Just give me a moment, and I'll dig him out.
That may have.
Yes, he is. He's right here in front of me. Look there, Chris Wokes. Sorry, couldn't see for looking, Fred. I couldn't see for looking.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Speaking of 80s classics.
Yeah, exactly correct. And that is quite nice. A very nice shot, in fact, rather better than I thought it was. He seemed to slightly go, it looked as if it was going to be a defensive shot to start with, and then he unfurled a much more expansive shot to get off the mark.
Had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were four.
That jingle is always like diving into the selection box and picking out the one you don't like, and somehow you still keep finding it.
And Wokes defends that one. It was the third test this time last year that Wokes came to the rescue with Mark Wood and turned around the Ashes series. He's no such task required this time round. The lead is 170 with 4 wickets in hand.
I was just going to say, sorry, before the strap came on screen, that Chris Wokes both bats and bowls very well at Lords. If you're listening, Chris Wokes' management, if you want to come and play for Middlesex, I'm sure you'll be more than welcome. Although your wage demands may be more than can be afforded.
Well,
but
sadly, with the loss of Bamber, I tend to agree with you.
Am I right in thinking he got a Test 100 against India at Lords?
Yes, he does. Chris Wokes,
Yeah.
he does. And his job now is to build a stand with Smith to try and take
build a
the
stand.
game
They're
beyond.
always building stands at Lords. Every 2 years they're knocking down another one.
Well, a few.
One of the
I think the next
century.
Next one to go is the Tavern.
Yeah, well, the Allen stand, I think.
Q.
The Allen stand is got to go, isn't it? That's, I think, the next one in the development programme.
Yeah, at Lords, if a building is more than 20 years old, it's ripe for demolishing. Bit odd.
One of the 1 century Test wonders, of course, Chris Wokes, alongside the likes of Stuart Broad, Frank Hayes. In comes Seals, defended off the back foot by Smith. Dot ball.
Well, he is still playing, unlike those other two.
Yes, that's true. Yes, Frank Hayes, I think he's probably sort of master of cricket at some small private school somewhere, my guess is. Joe Root, swapping notes with how the Root and Stokes, the venerable old men, managed to get out. And they're discussing
what happened?
it.
He goes, don't know. That's basically...
I think you'd say it's the West Indies morning. Although
Would
England
you
have
say?
moved
Yeah,
along.
probably you would, actually. Probably you might, which is good.
What was it,
Defended
108?
by Smith, dot ball.
189 for 3 overnight. A lead of 170, but 291 for 6 now. Yeah, I think 3 wickets. They'd have taken that.
They wouldn't necessarily have bitten your hand off. They might have just had a little nibble.
I mean,
at the
that's illegal, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. It might be a specific offence. The biting
I'd
your
say
hand
so.
off 2019 Act.
Seals in again. This time to Smith, who's 15 off 40, and plays a not entirely convincing shot.
Kept
with the
low
bat
again.
quite a long way from his body, and then the reason was, as Fred spotted, it kept low out to point for a dot.
If it's getting lower and slower,
Doesn't matter if it gets slower so much, but if it's getting lower, that
then
causes
a lead of
problems.
170
is a lot. It's a lot anyway.
Yeah.
As the camera pulls out over the recent stands erected at Lord's. In comes Seals again, and goes to pull it and pulls out.
Pulls
as
out.
it was a slower, wider ball.
Pulls out of the pool rather than pulls out the pool.
Yes, exactly correct. Yes.
We are on the stroke of lunch, and I'm sure my esteemed neighbour is queuing up some lunchtime entertainment for you all.
Oh shit! I need to do that. I actually needed to. I might ask the bear to do that because I have to rush out to do a call. So hopefully the bear might do that. So I might jump ahead and get a quick social message in from Jay. In the absence of Nestle's Star Shailer are fucking shit.
Of course. And that's a pull by Smith, and he gets most of it, but not all of it, and sort of clobbers it round to deep square leg. And probably come back for 2, will they?
No, just the one.
Just the one, right.
And Kieran Rosebleed says the irony of Lords, despite being 200 years old, is the oldest thing remaining are in the members' enclosure.
Last ball of an interesting-ish morning session. Wokes will face it to Seals. It's been a fairly relaxed atmosphere this morning. Doesn't feel as if there's a huge amount of stakes somehow. West Indies probably feel they can't win this match. England are just getting their eye in for the summer. Seals got a big smile on his face. Wokes is just making 100% sure that it is going to be the last ball before lunch by doing a little bit of pointless gardening in traditional manner. Faces up.
Ooh.
With that sturdy face of his. And the ball, just get a little bit big on him. He shoveled it round the corner, and they'll come through for a single. And at the end of the morning's entertainment, the end of the 68th over, England 293 for 6, Smith on 16, and Wokes on for 5
ish.
Ish.
Yeah, 3 wickets in the morning session and 104 runs for England at 3.71, so they're still maintaining a healthy run rate. But the 3 wickets, I think West Indies will be pleased with that. They were obviously well behind the game coming into this morning session, but they have plugged away and they have got some reward, and I think they'll be happy about that.
They have indeed. The bear's going to appear. I'll let you two finish. Just a couple of final messages. Kieran Rosebleed has actually said the rub rate has dropped a lot, but I think he means the run rate. The bear, you've literally just sat on my knee. I mean, that's definitely not what I was expecting when I came into the studio today.
That's extra.
And I now have to run.
Okay.
Lunchtime
Very good.
score, Filthy. Quick, before we go.
Join us again in half an hour.
Okay.
Also.
This episode is brought to you by Hellmann's. Have you got the whole crowd coming to yours to watch UEFA Euro 2024? Up your barbecue game in time for the big match with Hellmann's. Enjoy the rich and creamy taste of Hellmann's Real Mayo in your burgers and barbecue sides. Or try Hellmann's Tomato Ketchup or Hellmann's Burger Sauce for a kick of flavour. This barbecue season, up your game with Hellmann's, official barbecue partner of UEFA Euro 2024.
Summer at Waitrose is good right now. Here's the perfect excuse for a barbecue. Pick up succulent chimichurri bavette steaks, spicy harissa halloumi kebabs, and juicy beef and bone marrow smash burgers. Just a selection from our 3 for £12 barbecue range, online or at your local Waitrose. Grab your tongs and turn up the grill. Waitrose, food to feel good about. Selected lines and stores subject to availability.
All the big names are here. Ooh, who is that?
I think she was in the movie about that really big shark.
No, not her. The florist.
She's automating invoices on the go so she can spend more time on that flower wall.
QuickBooks can save you up to 8 hours a week, so you can bring your vision to life. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. It's raining outside our pub window, which can only mean one thing. There's an England Test match starting next week at Lord's against the West Indies in Jimmy's farewell. We'll look forward to that and also briefly back to the World T20. But first, you may know that the first time the West Indies won a Test in England was at Lord's in 1950. A thumping 326-run victory inspired not just by Ramadan and Valentine, but also by a second innings 168 not out from Clyde Walcott. Our special guest today is journalist and author Peter Mason, whose book, Clyde Walcott, A Statesman of West Indies Cricket, is released in September. It's an essential biography of a cricketing great, exploring his achievements as player, manager and political activist. Peter, a huge welcome to the Bishop and Bear. What can we get you to drink, first of all?
Well, if you got it, I'll have a slumbering monk.
A slumbering monk? We have everything.
It's my favourite beer.
It's a virtual pub with a limitless bar, mate, so you can have one of those.
Great, thank you very much.
And as well as Peter, we're blessed today as a regular guest when it comes to all matters West Indies, our own David Brooke. David, I would imagine your usual Bayesian Mount Gay might be appropriate given that we're talking about the 3 Ws?
It would be appropriate, but I'm afraid I've got a year's supply of Blackwell's dark rum from Jamaica.
Oh, okay. What,
a year's supply?
A year's supply, which I'm happy to share.
Nice.
Oh, I was about to say, well, I'll check which days you're in for the West Indies series. well, let's crack on. Peter, I guess let's start. We want to chat a fair bit about Sir Clyde. There were 2 autobiographies, I think. One called Island Cricketers in '58, one called 60 Years on the Back Foot in 1999. But is this the first formal biography? And if it is, why hasn't there been one before?
It is the first formal biography, yes. The 2 books you mentioned were essentially written by Sir Clyde with help, and they didn't cover all aspects of his life. I think the reason there hasn't been one, he's a bit of an overlooked figure, really. During his era, of course, he had the 3 Ws, Frank Worrell and Everton Weeks and himself. And Worrell sort of took the limelight, really, because there was a lot of controversy in the late 50s about the captaincy of West Indies and who it should go to. Up until that point, it had been held exclusively by white figures, at least the permanent captaincy. And it was Worrell who ended up taking on that role in 1960, and he did it so well. Such a pivotal moment that everyone sort of thinks back to that time and thinks of Worrell and his influence he had on West Indies cricket. But Walcott was right in there in the mix. He was a great friend of Worrell's and Weeks, and he was agitating in the same way that everyone else was for a change in that arrangement. And in fact, before Worrell got the captaincy, probably was in a better position to get that himself, but things conspired against him. So he's always been a bit more of a backroom figure, I think. Both then he wasn't as charismatic or as outgoing as Worrell in the playing days. He then switched into management of the West Indies, including of the great side, from the late 70s to the early 90s, with Clive Lloyd and then Vivian Richards. And he was a hugely influential figure in that role, but again, he was in the back room wearing a suit, and he would talk to the press and so on. And then he went on to be the first ever non-white chairman of the ICC, and created a huge changes there, a sea change in the way cricket was run. But again, it was behind closed doors, really, and he wasn't a massive public figure. So I think that's why there hasn't been a biography, and why he's perhaps not, as widely known by many people as some of his contemporaries.
And yet, if you mention the three W's, everyone knows the name. Anyone who knows cricket kind of knows the name. Do you just think he's less celebrated than the other two because of that kind of sort of more reticent nature that you said he had?
Possibly. I think as a cricketer, I wouldn't say he's necessarily less celebrated. I think that Weeks, whereas Warren and Walcott both took on other roles in cricket and had a sort of wider, as my book suggests, statesman-like role. Weeks was much more content to stay in Barbados and do his thing afterwards. So one perhaps wouldn't have expected Weeks to have the same profile over a long period of time as Walcott and Worrell. But I think at the time, Walcott was one of the greatest batsmen of all time. He essentially was an even better batsman cricketer than Worrell or Weeks, and so over the period of time, I think his reputation there as a cricketer stands up. It's just perhaps the other stuff he did in the game has not quite been recognised in a way that you might expect.
Well, I think we'll come on to that between us, but I there was a lovely. We read a sort of an interesting article by Sir Garfield Sobers that was talking about the three of them and how he used to run to school and was listening to that test match on his way to school and stuff like that. And he, in a description which I think turned out to be John Arlott, described Sir Clyde as the bully beef of West Indies batting. And he sort of compared him to the more silky skills of the classic shots of Weeks. Do you think that's fair? It kind of made me think of a powerhouse in a sort of the manner of Clive Lloyd, really.
Yeah, I'm not sure Clive Lloyd, but Walcott was 6'2", 15 stone. He looked like a heavyweight boxer. He was very big physical presence, and he did hit the ball very hard. He didn't have the silky skills of Worrell, for instance. I think maybe I'm not that I ever saw him, but I think maybe a better comparison would be Vivian Richards. Actually, he had that sort of physical presence on the pitch and could just absolutely rifle the ball. But he also had. It wasn't a kind of gay abandon. It wasn't just completely smashing the ball everywhere. He had that defensive solidity that Richards also had and could play to the game. So I suppose Clive Lloyd had that same sort of presence in the game, but he was a massive influence in Barbados. It's interesting what you say about Sobers, because although we now think of Barbados as being the centre of West Indies cricketing world, before Walcott there hadn't been a truly sort of world-class Barbadian batsman or cricketer. So he was the first one that really put them on the map, and then after him, they just kept coming and coming from Sobers onwards. So he was very important in that regard as well.
Well, I mean, a question I think both for you and for David is something a little bit about the impact of that win in 1950. Was it a bit of a shock to the English system, to a certain extent? I mean, West Indies had beaten. I mean, I think the first time West Indies beat England was in the 1930s, but that was in the West Indies. I'm going from very loose memory. I wasn't there. But this was the first time they'd ever won in a Test match in England by a thumping margin, as I said, of about 326 runs. It created the Ramadan and Valentine calypso.
Yeah.
It was, I think, the first fully mixed West Indies team, if I'm right. I mean, that to me is a huge political thing as well as a cricketing milestone. Sorry, David.
Well, I just wanted to leap into it, reinforce something that Peter said earlier, and I'm looking forward to seeing the book. This is going to be a wonderful addition to the cricketing history of West Indies. Because, Peter said before that Frank Worrell of the Three W's ascending to the captaincy was a key moment for West Indies cricket. It was also a key moment for West Indies society. And many people have linked the way that Worrell confidently took the reins after a long delay and his success as captain directly fueled Barbados' own independence in 1962.
We've just lost David.
Oh dear, we've lost David.
He's just frozen.
He's already slipped off his bar stool. Oh, he's back. Sorry, David.
You cut out for a second there, Dave.
That black players could lead the cricket and black leaders could lead the island towards independence. So I think it had massive ripple effect. And it's interesting just listening to you talking about the different character of Walcott relating to Weeks and Worrell. And Peter mentioned, it's like charisma bypass Clyde Walcott. It's those qualities that made him such a good administrator because he wasn't flamboyant. He didn't break the rules like Everton Weeks, who also left a considerable legacy, although not an international figure, with the Everton Weeks School of Excellence. And he was involved until his death in mentoring the next generation of young cricketers in Barbados. So he's also left a huge legacy. And as for Frank Worrell's legacy, I mean, where do you start with his influence over university and his idea of an education, a cricketing education off the field as well as on the field? They're all huge figures, but I suppose in our modern parlance, Clyde Walcott, Peter, would be like more the Copper's Knock, the Angus Fraser figure, the Mr. Reliable Establishment figure. He wasn't one so Sobers would have looked up to Weeks and Worrell because he had that bit of mischief about him, whereas Walcott was firmly establishment. And just one other thing, I remember reading something said that Walcott hit the ball harder than anyone else up to that point in international cricket. When he hit it, it travelled, and I think that was the key to, as you say, his success. 15 stone of him, and you were through when he got through Conrad Hunt, and he got through Jerry Carew, Weeks, and Worrell. You then had to contend with Walcott and his amazing hitting, but. It's interesting that there's been no book on Walcott because he hasn't got the charisma of other figures, and I think, Peter, your work will fill a definite void. Did you find out anything surprising about the man? Because the last time we saw him, he came out to field for West Indies at the age of 57 when he was a manager, and they were so short of players because of injury that Walcott came out and fielded for a session at the age of 57, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know whether he appeared against Ireland, the famous game in Northern Line, when they lost.
That's right.
West Indies lost. They were out for less than 50, I think.
Yeah.
But he was just filling in then.
Yeah.
I think something that a lot of people don't know about Walcott was that he had this other existence as a social welfare figure in what is now Guyana, was then British Guyana. So from 1954 to 1970, some of that time when he was still playing cricket, he was cricket organiser and social welfare organiser for basically the whole of Guyana, at least all the big sugar plantations on Guyana, which dominated the economy and the landscape. And over that period of time, he had a huge influence in that country and therefore the West Indies by organising cricket, getting cricket grounds made, introducing coaching systems, organising the teams because it had all been pretty haphazard. And he brought through players of the calibre of Rowan Kanai and Ivan Madre and Roland Butcher and Joe Solomon, who went on to be important in that Sobers era. And also in doing so, he gave a Caribbean identity to the large Indian population in the Caribbean, because up to that point, cricket was so important in the Caribbean, and up to that point, the Indian population in the Caribbean had often felt marginalised and not part of the wider Caribbean identity. And by having figures like Rowan Kanai, they suddenly became part of that. But that was hugely important, and Walcott was very instrumental in doing that. He was also not just organising cricket, but social welfare programmes on the sugar plantations.
What actually prompted his move from Barbados, where he was born, along with the other 3 Ws, to Guyana?
Well, he was offered the job, really. I'm not sure that it was... I think he had a general interest in social welfare issues, but he was offered the job by quite an enlightened man called Jock Campbell, an Englishman who was head of Booker's, which was the, from the Booker Prize. They were the biggest sugar plantation owner in Guyana. And he was an enlightened man who wanted to make changes on the sugar plantations, deal with the poverty and the social dislocation and everything. And one aspect of that he thought would be to organise cricket across the sugar plantations. And Walcott, it chimed with the kind of thing he thought, the kind of thing he wanted to do. So, British Guyana at that time wasn't particularly nice place to go. Particularly, it wasn't sort of particularly attractive. But he had that mission, and he took it on. He was there for 16 years.
Well, I mean, one of the things that you'd mentioned, there's a couple of things. I mean, one was he becoming the president of the ICC, chairman of the ICC, first black person to fulfil that role. What were some of the things he did in that role that we might still be seeing the kind of impact of today?
Well, I think the main thing he did, and this is something that because he was president of the West Indies board before he took on that role, and something that he was angling for well before that, was to get rid of the English and Australian dominance of the ICC, and indeed the MCC dominance, because up until the point that he became chairman, essentially, although Colin Cowdery had been chairman before that, and I don't think had been head of the MCC or president of the MCC, up until that point, the ICC chairman had always been president of the MCC. So he broke that link, but he, not just in taking on the position, but by then changing the structures of the organisation to take it away from, for instance, getting rid of the English and Australian veto on decisions and widening it out, giving more power to Pakistan, India and the rest of the nations, so that we've got to the point today where the ICC is, I believe, seen as a truly international body. I mean,
Really? Well, now it's an Indian body, surely.
I was going to say,
possibly quite heavily Indian.
I was going to say maybe have a big Indian bias, and that was something that Walcott regretted. He felt that he'd gone too far down that way, but at least that he took it away from its previous dominance and released it. So yeah, he was very progressive. He was a sort of breath of fresh air. He also administratively changed things. It became a much swifter decision-making body. You know, that they used to just meet once a year to make key decisions, and he got, you know, I don't know what the equivalent was those days, but kind of Zoom meetings on a much more regular basis.
Teleconferences then, weren't they?
Teleconferences, I suppose that'd be, yeah. You know, and under his watch, they had Douglas Lewis, TV replays, a code of conduct was brought in. So there were lots of forward-looking things introduced, but I think overall it was that idea that, you know, we're not going to be dominated. The game is not going to be dominated by the colonial forces of the past, and we're opening it up.
We found I can't remember where I read it, but Michael Holding, after he'd sadly passed, and the other two Ws didn't pass away passed away quite frequently. I think recently, not frequently, but recently.
I think that, yeah, Weeks.
20,
died early,
21.
and then Weeks was the last one to go. Yeah.
Yeah, 21, I think. But anyway, the quote by Michael Holding, which was on the after he died, was, "Another good man gone. He's not only a West Indies legend, but a legend of the world." What do you think prompted that? I mean, that's a big thing to say.
Yeah.
I mean, that's quite. I mean, possibly some hyperbole, but it seems to me we've uncovered, you know, a man of stature way beyond just the game of cricket.
Yeah.
Do you think that the book really brings that out?
Well, funny enough, I used the phrase "world citizen" somewhere in the book there. I can remember. I think he was, you know, not just because of his ICC role and ranging across all sorts of territories, but he had that sort of outlook. So I think as a cricketer, you know, he was a global figure and brought the West Indies to the wider world. But then in everything he did after that, he showed that he wasn't parochial. He wasn't just a West Indies figure and interested in what happened there. He was more interested in taking the game forward, and underlying all of that, though he was often not very explicit about it, was this kind of social and racial equity that he was, you know, deeply interested in. One of his biggest legacies really was his stance on South Africa in the apartheid regime, and, you know, in both as president of the West Indies Board and at the ICC, he held firm when lots of other nations were quite keen to get South Africa back into the fold even before apartheid had fallen. And I think by doing that, by standing firm, he brought the cricketing community together a lot more than it would have been. I think if he hadn't have stood that line, I think the whole thing could have collapsed.
Peter, would you say that was his biggest achievement off the field? Because that's a huge achievement, and I agree with you. If there hadn't been a black head of the ICC at that moment, there's nothing to suggest the ICC would have supported the, you know, sporting boycott, etc.
Yeah, I think they would have done the old backsliding bit. I think. I think that key to it was that he was so well respected across the board. So, of course, one of the reasons he became chairman of the ICC was because at that time West Indies were a world force in cricket. I don't think if they were just muddling along and not doing much, I think he would have had a slimmer chance of getting that role. But, you know, he did get that role because he was so widely respected everywhere, and he was a great diplomat. That was, you know, the plus side of his lower profile, if you like, was that he was a great diplomat behind the scenes, and he could smooth things over on numerous occasions. There's all sorts of, you know, in Packer, South African boycott, all sorts of things. The World Cup in Sri Lanka, when Sri Lanka had to come in Sri Lanka, all sorts of instances where he was the key man to sort of find a solution. So yeah, I think I have a quote in the book which I can't remember exactly, but he said that, you know, if South Africa had been allowed to come back in, that really would have been the end of world cricket. That it would have just divided on racial lines, with one set of teams on one side and one set on the other, and that would have just been a horrible situation. So
hadn't he given up when he stopped playing, wasn't his main reason for giving up playing that he had no faith or trust in West Indian cricket management? It almost sounds like that if that was his problem, he stepped up and went, well, if I don't believe that, I'm going to sort it out myself and put myself in a position where I can do something about that.
Good point. Yeah, that may well have been part of his motivation. He essentially gave up in '58, just 2 years before Worrell became captain, and he'd been vice captain. Walcott had been vice captain shortly before that, but been playing under a white captain who just wasn't up to the job. He then lost the vice captaincy, and both him and Weeks they'd had years of this, along with Worrell, of playing since the great Test of '50. When they beat England at Lords, they'd kind of underachieved because there was no internal unity. There was always this nagging thing of the captaincy going on, of white players, sometimes decent white players, not getting the captaincy above the three Ws, who were far more, like they were far more qualified to do the job. And in the end, it just wore him down. I think he'd had enough. I think he did take that viewpoint with him into his administrative jobs. Yeah.
Well, it was interesting. It was over 20 years later, wasn't it, that when I go back to my younger days of watching cricket, and the famous Tony Gregg Grovel series and the battering that England got. Do you think, kind of retrospectively, that 50s side and everything that Sir Clyde did were kind of the platform on which that fantastic side was kind of ultimately enabled to flourish?
Yes, definitely. Yeah. I think before 50s, West Indies were slightly flaky in many ways. They hadn't really established themselves as world force. With the three Ws and Walcott, they did just that, and not only that, they did it in their own image. There was a kind of clear West Indian way of playing cricket.
Yeah,
and that's what came through to the Clive Lloyd side, and crucially, Walcott was there at the helm, as manager. So there was that physical and emotional link. So no doubt he would have imparted, a lot of the stories of what happened in those days. And there was certainly, to my eye anyway, most people's eye, a consciousness about that great Clive Lloyd team, Richards team, and that was a big part of their DNA and why they were so good. I think it's perhaps no coincidence that after Walcott left and some figures like Richard left, but some of that was lost. Some of that connection was lost, and then they didn't play so well.
I get the impression, from what I've read about him, which the book is not out yet, it's available in September. You can pre-order it, by the way, on Amazon if you search it. Just as a reminder to everybody that we're talking about Clyde Walcott, statesman of West Indies cricket, with Peter, its author. If you go onto Amazon and search for the book name, you can pre-order it now, and we'll obviously include a link in the podcast notes. But I get the impression he was a selfless man, because there's one of the things Gary Sobers said when Sobers got his 365, which was at the time pre-Lara and stuff, the world record test score. I think Clyde was at the other end, wasn't he? And he kind of wandered down and said, "You get the runs, I'll keep you going." And he finished on 88 not out. Sobers got 365. And it's almost as though, he was very happy there just to be the support of the rock upon which Gary Sobers was able to flourish and break that record, which suggests a kind of selflessness in his way of thinking about things.
I think he was, yeah. And what you have to remember is that most of the jobs he did administratively and after he played cricket, he didn't get paid for. It was all, in those days, on the voluntary basis. He was helped by the fact that he had a good job in Barbados, latterly, with a shipping company as a personnel director, and the company was, quite happy to let him jaunt off to be a manager of England for 2 months and so on. But he was never motivated by money at all. and even a lot of his cricket career, he was an amateur, kind of enforced amateur. So what he did, he just did because he wanted to do. And at the end of his life, he said that cricket owed more to him than he owed to it. That I think that, sorry, the other way around. That he owed more to cricket than that. But I think if you look at the sort of emotional balance sheet, then he was well in credit, really.
It's kind of like the ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Kind of similar idea. Similar idea for cricket. I mean, he was an incredible player. I think he's 6 on the list of runs scored in a series for the 1955 series against Australia in the West Indies and other things.
And he was. Yeah, I mean, just briefly on that, because we can overlook how great a player he was. He scored 5 centuries in 5 tests in that series. His test and first class average were both 56.
Yeah, that's
just
looking
amazing. And I think even in the averages now, he's still in the top 20. And if you look at the ICC adjusted average sort of table, he's in the top 10. So he's one of the greats, absolutely.
Well, just a reminder, it's Clyde Walcott, a statesman of West Indies cricket. It's written by our guest here, Peter Mason. It's available in all good bookstores. You can pre-order it. It will come out in September. Peter, I'm thoroughly looking forward to it. Manchester University Press don't send me my complimentary copy, because normally we get the books, read them, and then chat to the author. So here we've done it the other way around, but that's fine.
We're promoting.
We're promoting and thrilled to do it. So look, Peter, stay with us.
Yep, thank you.
And we'll sort of meander on with the rest of the conversation. Briefly, guys, all of us. Happy transition from the World T20s, which for us were relentless. It seemed to go on forever, a bit like the IPL. But David, I mean, it was. I personally, I loved it. And I always stand up and I go, I prefer Test cricket to absolutely everything. But there was something about it was flawed, and yet fabulous somehow. I thought this World T20. What was each of your impressions? Bear, why don't you start?
Well, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. And as I said many a time during the actual games themselves, I thought the panacea to the IPL, the fact that there was no bloody substitute impact players and the pitches offered something to the bowlers, I thought made the games a lot more interesting. They were more competitive. It was fun. There was some really tight, low-scoring games, which I think is... and there's always tension. I think the international arena and knockout cricket and that kind of thing, it just adds that extra dimension. Endless IPL games over the course of 2 months, where towards the end nothing really means anything because everything's sort of set in place and virtually everyone gets through anyway and all that kind of... Well, I suppose they do in the T20 World Cup because you move from the group stages to the Super 8s and stuff. But because each group has fewer games, suddenly everything becomes knockout so much quicker. So there's so much more on things so much earlier in the competition always, and even in the next stage in the Super 8s it becomes even more urgent that you kind of win something. And I just thought it became a great thing. I think it was a shame about the weather. I think, another classic ICC.
As we sit here watching the rainfall.
Well, indeed, but another classic ICC will arrange a premier tournament in sort of rainy season. The World Cup in India was kind of towards the end of rainy season, and there was a few games knocked off, and that was the end of last year. And this one, you think Beryl hit Grenada literally, or Barbados, the day after the final.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how close it was to being a complete wipeout. It just seems a bit nonsensical.
I think South Africans had to delay their flight home, I think, because of that.
Well, I'm not surprised. But it was a good tournament. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great.
David, I mean, India won it. Finally, there was the Chokers Derby, and something had to give, right?
Well, that's a little bit unfair, Tony, given that both teams entered the final unbeaten.
Well,
and but you're right. Through the lens of history, you'd say South Africa failed to step up in the key moments in finals. And when Klaasen and Miller were in, needing 36 off 34 balls and 5-6 wickets in hand. You know, it was almost game over. And then, well, what do you do in those circumstances? You throw the ball to the guy who's in a league of his own, Jasprit Bumrah. And you know, and having relied on Virat Kohli, you know, to put you in a winning position. So in the end, they went back to their two absolute quality players. But Rohit's captaincy and the performance of Hardik Pandya, you know, would be two massive plus points, given that they didn't perform in the IPL. There was a lot of pressure on Pandya, and you saw this outpouring of emotion when India did win, because, you know, they were the nearly guys, as you said. They hadn't won none of that team had won a World Cup, and the likes of Jadeja, Rahul Dravid as coach, you know, coming to the end of their reign. So it meant so much to them. And as Bear said, it was a great antidote to the IPL because of the pitches, because of the enthusiasm of the USA crowds. You know, I love the games in the States. I love the fact that USA, with their...
well, except maybe Florida.
Yeah.
When most of them never got played. Sure. But I agree. I certainly agree about New York.
Yeah, and you know, the success of USA with their West Indian players, and the success of Afghanistan, you know, yes, game. And then you look in the disappointment column and you'd say, well, Ireland weren't very good. Sri Lanka and Bangladesh weren't very good. West Indies in England, you know, Pakistan were no good. So, and West Indies in England did their very best, but weren't good enough. You know, there's going to be massive, repercussions for England's white ball side, because that has to be. You can't fail in 2 World Cups and expect to retain. And when
I mean, you've got to think,
coach, when he said there at the end, there's things that are more important than results. I just thought,
I think Matthew Mott's job's on the line. It's got to be. I don't think Joss Butler is a particularly good captain. He may be a great white ball batter, but I think it weighs too heavy on him as captaincy. I think you just need to release him to be the batsman he can be in that form of cricket, and hand the captaincy on to someone else. I don't know who it would be particularly. I mean,
I think there's a couple of players as well coming to the end of their road, aren't they? We're seeing that in the Test selections, which we're coming on to for the series now. But I mean, you look at Johnny Bairstow as one example. His figures have been trending the wrong way for a while.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Quick one for Peter as well. I mean, yes, it was played on a cabbage patch in New York, but some amazing matches, some big crowds. Very deliberately, they stationed India there for a lot of it, so that they get the biggest crowds and the biggest attention. In this kind of crazy pop-up stadium on Long Island, which then got dismantled and kind of disappeared and went back to being a park again. It was a bold move, and they're desperate. The ICC.
Well, welcome back to Lords. Welcome back to this first test between England and the West Indies, and I'm joined by the ever reassuring presence of Messrs.
I'm flattered to be so described.
Well, and as the sun beats down, well, I'm not sure, but it's beating down, but it's certainly looking pretty bright. Dylan Aligasaram, son of Bennett, but very much his own man, I suspect. Hello, Dylan.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Gutikesh Moti straight in, and there is a man at forward shorts, defended to him by Chris Wokes.
I'm looking forward to the day when Bennett is introduced as the father of Dylan. And the tables are turned.
like Father Time defended into the offside, and again, no run. Well, let's see where we were. We started play, didn't we? 189 for 3, lead of 68. England have moved that on, 293 for 6 at lunch as Moti comes around the wicket to the right-handed Wokes, who defends. Moved that on to 293 for 6, a lead of 172. 68 overs, so we've got a new ball, Dylan, to look forward to, but in 12 overs time.
We do indeed, Tony, but I mean, it's been amazing to see Gutikesh Moti coming into the attack and straight away constricting the flow of runs. At times, the West Indies pace is lacking discipline, but Gutikesh Moti.
Well, I think that's right, and he's snaffled 2 wickets, as that again is nicely defended by Chris Wokes. The ball that got Ben Stokes was an absolute perler, although it was slightly, possibly an over-exuberant shot. But it really came back into the left-hander out of footmarks. That one turned in a little bit to the right-handed Wokes, but he's sort of shoveled it away around the corner. It's going to be fielded at fine leg, and they will take a single. He'll probably keep the strike then at the end of the over, will he not, Chris Wokes? Yes, he will. He moves on to 6. Jamie Smith seems to be going very nicely. Not quickly.
We've seen what he can do in counter cricket in the Surrey outfit, and he's brought elements of that back. We saw that straight drive earlier on, and he seems to be getting into his stride.
He most definitely is. Messers, got any messages for us?
I am delighted to say that Muttley is with us, and he sent us a lovely tweet. He starts off just saying sausages, and then he says, now that I have your attention, I was just in Tesco Western Avenue, and there was a lady on the sample stand promoting Coleman's mustard. She was only cooking fresh sausages to go along with the mustard. Best day ever. Loving sausages. Welcome, Butters. Great to have you.
Well, if you're promoting Coleman's mustard, you know the old saying is where do Coleman's make all their money? They make it from the mustard people leave on the side of the plate. It's a well-known fact. Alzari Joseph, 1 for 92 for him so far. 2 slips down and worked off his legs down towards fine leg. I don't think there is a fine leg. He might get 4 for that. Yes, he does.
He will indeed. Alzari Joseph has had quite a bit of extensive experience with the ball in hand in recent times, more in T20 cricket than in Test.
That's nicely played by Chris Wokes. Just angled his body, clipped it off his hip, and he knew there was no man down there. And I think Alzari might now be. He's looking for all the world like a football manager stood on the touchline whose team simply is not doing what they should be doing, because he's throwing his arms up going, what are you doing? Yes, finally. I think there's Shamar Joseph. I think he's put Shamar Joseph is seeing the funny side. He's got a big old smile from underneath that big sun hat he's wearing. But I think he wanted him slightly finer and slightly deeper, and it was taking a while for that message to get through.
See if Joseph now has the line.
In he comes, up onto his toes again goes Wokes. This one again worked off his hip, but this time down to deep backward square. Will just take a single. He'll move on to 11, and Jamie Smith will be back on to strike. What have you made of Jamie Smith so far, Dylan?
Jamie Smith, he's taken his time certainly to get himself into the innings, but we've seen glimpses. As I mentioned the straight drive previously, he picks up length very quickly. He wasn't afraid to use his feet initially to catch Moti, so I'd really be looking to throw Moti off his length. But I think he's a phenomenal find for the England team, and much to deliver in the future.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. We had a long debate this morning. Well, it was a long-ish chat about Smith and the rationale for his selection. Joseph in bowling noticeably very tightly to the stumps when you compare him to Jason Holder. That's straight and on a kind of a classic 4th stump line, about 88 miles an hour's worth of delivery, defended by Jamie Smith.
But Smith just seems to embody the positivity we associate with Bazball. He really, as a young talent coming through, the consistency of his run scoring, I think England looking for that in the lower order. He definitely is a good fit for this side.
Well, he's going to be in again, is Alzari Joseph. Just the one slip, up onto his toes goes Smith, defends again. For a man who can be something of a dasher, he's noticeably playing extremely correctly here.
It speaks to the intelligence of how he's going about his game. I mean, he's dealing with the pressure of having his Test debut, whilst simultaneously having to bat, knowing that there's not many batsmen behind him. So it's been admirable to see him go about this innings.
Well, it has indeed. 299, so England on the cusp of 300. They've lost 3 wickets today and 3 yesterday afternoon. That's a terrific ball by Alzari Joseph. Drew Smith into a shot as it just nipped away at the last moment. Lovely little leg cutter, Dylan.
Glimpses of good bowling here from Lazar. I mean, what we've seen from the West Indies pacers so far is that they've tried to exploit the short ball, bring that into play. It did work with Harry Brook, but they've got to commit fully to that plan for it to be completely affected what he
Well, Harry Brook, again, as a number of England batsmen have done, he got himself, past 50 or on 50?
Yep.
No, actually, was he in the 70s? I'll have to double check. Well, we wait for Joseph. Back foot punch by Smith out towards mid-wicket, takes a single. But he got done by the short ball. He got done by a short ball that he just didn't get to in anything like.
Yeah.
There's the chap in the score box who's making the numbers rotate in the old style.
The unsung hero.
But he, when you see him, he doesn't half look like David Gower. It isn't.
I thought it was.
No, I don't think David Gower's got a new job, sort of, pulling whatever levers and pulleys and various things make that old-fashioned scoreboard turn around.
Yeah.
But the bloke really looks like him.
You never know. On Ruth Strauss Day, he might be doing it. He's president of the Lord's.
It could be him. I just don't think it was.
The uncanny resemblance.
It's 300 for 6. Anyway, Gutikesh Moti was going to be back into the attack. Messers, have you got any messages for us? In the
Indeed.
meantime?
Stephen Kelk was sorry he missed the pawn bot, and I reassured him the pawn bot would be back.
That's a poor ball from Moti, and that probably is going to be whipped all the way out to the mid-wicket boundary by Smith. Yeah, every so often he's dragged a couple down. That one he's thrown up too much. And Jamie Smith, it got Jamie Smith off the mark with one that he dragged down. That one he's thrown up too much. And, well, you hate to say it, but I think I could have put that away. But nonetheless, it was there. It had to be done, and Jamie Smith did it in the finest of styles. And I forgot to jingle it, and here it is.
It's Nissan
Back foot slap this time, but very well fielded on the dive at extra cover. It was a fine stop. So a bit of frustration for Smith, but he's got his boundary. He's into the 20s.
He is building momentum here, Jamie Smith. We can see he uses his wrist very well. Doesn't try to force the issue with the bat.
Moti in, flicked away again past the square leg umpire. They may have time to come back for 2, though they will. The throw will come in. There might be overthrows here. Some frantic backing up by Jaden Seals. I think they decided that the best course of action was not to attempt the third. Indeed they did. It was a rather over-exuberant Mikhail Louis throw towards the bowler's end, which was nowhere near Gutikesh Moti. Back foot, nice high elbow, defended out to extra cover, no run again.
So Tony, speaking to Jamie Smith's inclusion, I mean, what do you speculate for Ben Foakes and Best? Do you think it's curtains for them, or?
Not for Ben Stokes, but
Ben Foakes.
Foakes, and well, yes, we'll come on to that in just a second, as this one's nicely whipped away towards mid-wicket. Jaden Seals, the fielder, and they take a single. You don't get much time between Moti's deliveries, but I think what McCullum said was interesting. We want more from Bairstow. His figures have gone the wrong way for 2 years since his injury, really, to be fair, and that's nicely defended.
I mean, we see he wasn't able to quite recapture that form that we saw.
Correct.
Really kick-started Bazball as we know it 2 years ago.
307 for 6, by the way. 71 overs complete. But then what he said on Foakes was in some ways almost more interesting, in that they rate him. He's a player, but some, what is it? The phrase "damned with faint praise."
Oh yes.
Yes. So he described him, and I'm paraphrasing it because I don't have the actual words written in front of me, but it was something along the lines of the fact that you could trust him in a partnership. If you needed to steady an innings, if you needed someone to get you towards a total and someone else was doing the work. But the England model that we have now needs someone that can both do that and also accelerate the scoring if needed. And that is with what they feel they don't have in Ben Foakes. As brilliant technically, I don't think anyone disputes his technical capability as a wicketkeeper.
He's not done too much wrong.
Well, that's the sad thing.
Yeah.
Alzari Joseph is going to be back into the attack over the wicket. One slip in place as he bowls to Smith. Oh my word! And that rose on him quite sharply, and Smith ducked out the way. He did rather leave his bat dangling, which carried an element of risk.
There's a challenge for you, Tony.
Oh Lord!
Kieran Redblade wants to know how much do we have to pay for Tony to eat a tablespoon of Hellman's English mustard on air.
Well, I am a big fan of mustard generally, mainly Dijon mustard, I must admit. I remember, where was I? It was a pub near Waterloo some years ago, as I'll wait for Alzari Joseph, and he comes, and that one beats the outside edge of Smith. It's a good probing spell, this, from Alzari.
He really seems to be coming into good bit of rhythm here.
A little bit late, some West Indian watchers might argue, at 1 for 98, but yes, he certainly
was
is.
quite wayward in the initial overs, but he's now coming into it, yes.
Anyway, there I was in this pub with a couple of friends, and I wouldn't say it was a rough and ready pub, but it wasn't sort of at the top end of hospitality, let's put it that way. And I said, do you have any Dijon mustard? And the lady just looked at me. We'll wait for Alzari Joseph, who's in, defended by Smith. And she just looked at me somewhat witheringly, and she said, "We've got English, mate. You'll just have to man up and eat that." which I thought, fair enough. I mean, what else do you say? You know,
that's Brexit in one sentence.
Well,
Tony, there you go.
And I believe that's Dickie Bird. Is that Dickie Bird?
It is.
Richard Harold Bird. Look at him. He's looking in. Well, he's looking like an old man, but I hope he's having an absolutely fabulous day. Lords, you know, it's such a cliche, but it does look something of a picture today. It's certainly full, and that's encouraging. That's launched high by Smith. Has he launched it far enough? You bet he has. Well, it's plugged, though. It was up-ish, over mid-off, and I thought, hello, that's going to be making its way to the Warner stand and a bit further. It's not. It just plugged short, and
but we see
he should have taken two, I hope.
Jamie Smith.
Absolutely right, Dylan. The intent was most definitely there. Let's have a look. He doesn't quite get hold of it. It's actually, it's away towards the pavilion.
Yeah.
It's a lot straighter than I thought.
It was a safe option. There wasn't anyone deep there.
No, it was a 9-iron, wasn't it? Quite, but I'm not sure it's what he meant when he set about it. He's pulled this. That's uppish as well, and it's down to fine leg. They take a single. It's almost, Dylan, as though he's thinking Baz McCullum mustn't be Ben Folkes. Need to accelerate. Because in a way, he actually did the right thing. Classic start to a Test career. He was watchful. He was careful. He only hit bad balls.
7 or 34 at one point.
But he's hit that magic 20 and past that. He's on 27, and now he's thinking, right,
brimming with confidence, and he's seeing it like a football.
I am the anti-folks. I am an anarchist. I'm going to prove why I'm in this side.
He's a man on a mission.
He's on 27. 27 or 57. He's facing a quite pumped up Alzari Joseph, who's getting a little bit of lift and bounce. Lords
rush of adrenaline after the lunch break.
Probably getting over whatever lull you have from whatever carbs he might have eaten. The Lord's lunches, of course, being somewhat legendary.
You can see the fire in his eyes, adjusting the field as he steams in now. Let's see what he can produce.
Indeed he does. Over the wicket, defended by Chris Wokes after that single had been taken, pushed out to mid-on, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, and we can go to messages.
We have fan mail for Bennett. Sorry, for
Bennett.
Dylan.
Well,
okay.
You're just asking Dylan to pass it on. Tell your dad he's the best thing ever.
No,
I can pass it on for you.
Well, you may not want to. Jay Grover says, "Thank fuck, a man who knows how to dress on comms." And then he says, "The apple falls far from the tree." So
Far
I
from
don't
the
know.
tree, dear of me.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to tell your dad that.
Hang on, Bennett always looks quite dapper. We always tease him because we're all sat here in t-shirts and shorts, and he's looks like he's dressed for the opera.
Martin sent us a picture of some wonderful food: sausages, cooked French toast-style bagels with chorizo Polish sausage, bacon, cheese, omelette, and of course Coleman's mustard.
Moti continues.
Sausage is a common theme today. The sausage.
Yeah, Moti continues. That's defended. And he comes again, back foot on to nicely played by Smith, guided to backward point, but no run.
What stands out to me is how Jamie Smith, he uses the crease very well. He goes all the way back. He's not afraid to use his feet. And let's see if he can keep Moti from settling here on a length.
Well, that turned a little bit, Not quite the full centre of the bat that was offered by Jamie Smith, but he defended it soundly enough. 310 for 6. England, 27 for Smith, 11 for Wokes. That one strays a little bit onto leg, but he can only guide it towards... is that Sinclair? Is he on as a sub? Is Kevin Sinclair on as a sub, or was he in the starting 11, Messers? Remind me.
I don't know.
I think he's on as a sub, but in which case it may well be for Shamar Joseph. That one defended again. Back
a promising
the
bowler
bowler
in his own right, Sinclair.
Yes, I just don't... For the life of me, I'm just going to check now.
He is not in the starting 11.
No, in which case then I'm assuming down the track comes Smith, but only to defend. I think for a moment his eyes were widening and he was eyeing up another smash back over the bowler's head, but I think they're a little bit wary of Guterkesh Moti. He's bowled very, very tidily indeed at 2 for 33. And West Indies have moved on to 300. England have moved on to 310 for 6. Messers.
Lot of talk about mustard on YouTube.
Hot stuff then.
Yeah, Perko says how much for 10 to eat Phil Mustard on air.
Please, now that's a mental image we really don't want.
No, we don't. If pineapple on pizza is this darkness, the crying pit of despair, then mustard is the light, says Stephen Kilt.
Stephen, I'm with you on that. I am absolutely with you on that. Whole grain. Big fan of whole grain mustard. You can enliven the dullest of potato salad by mixing whole grain mustard into it. It just and plenty of spring onions. And suddenly you've got an absolute lift to a generally mundane potato salad. Whole grain mustard is the secret. Alzari Joseph, in he comes. Down leg, Wokes tries to flick, but Josh De Silva's quick about his work. And there is no run. 310 for 6 still. I mean, England, do you think... I think it was a great toss to win. You had a cloudy Lords. I don't think Ben Stokes, he will have got to Lords, he will have looked up, as you do, and Dylan, and I'm sure he went, if we can get ahead of the game by bowling first, I'll be happy. It can't have gone back to more to plan, can it?
I mean, it was a good toss to win. They certainly did what they had to do, but I mean...
Hang on,
it's
no
just
ball.
About now...
Oh, Alzari, lad. He's overstepped.
Oh dear.
So we'll have to bowl. It's one extra to the score for England, and he'll have to bowl another one, which he's going to. And it's pulled, but it doesn't really get anything on it, does Wokes. Came on him just that little bit too quickly. Nearly 90 miles an hour, so he's cranking it up a wee bit, is Alzari. But no run. Sorry, Dylan, you were mid-thought.
Yes, I mean, I think England, they've capitalised on the situation here. They'll be disappointed to have lost the wickets, but it's just about seeing it through. And West Indies will be depending heavily on Guterkesh Moti to get a breakthrough. He's caused some trouble so far today.
Yeah, I think the weather's going to play. It'll be interesting how the weather holds up as to how this game ultimately transpires. I think that's a terrific ball from Alzari Joseph. Just a little bit of in fade and then movement away off the pitch. He gets a very admiring nod back down the track from Chris Wokes, and I'm not surprised. That was a gorgeous ball. I think he may have just held that one up a little bit as well, Dylan. Didn't look as quick to my eye, but it did get the extra movement.
Yeah. Joseph looking in fantastic rhythm. Let's see if we can get a breakthrough here for the West Indies. Much needed wicket.
Well, 190 the lead. We're just post lunch on day 2, so England very much in the box seat. That's edged and past slip and all the way down to the third man boundary where it bashes into a red for
West Indies fans will be on the edge of their seats here. It's just a matter of time before they get a breakthrough, they feel.
One of these, but possibly a fortunate one. Oh, squared him up and just beat. Is that Jason Holder? Yes, it is.
That is Jason Holder, yes.
Jason Holder, not quite in his best Jordan Pickford mode, and couldn't quite get a hand on that. It would be, if that was a penalty, you'd have been going close, but not close enough. Didn't tip it round the post. Didn't get a fingertip on it. So Alzari Joseph will be disappointed. He's got to put that behind him. In he comes. It's pulled by Wokes, pulled straight to mid-wicket, where there is no run. Good comeback from Alzari. And that was quicker.
91 miles per hour.
Yeah, he's
bowling.
Put the afterburners on a wee bit. Has Alzari, possibly frustrated if things haven't necessarily gone entirely his way, although he did get that wicket of Harry Brook with that bouncer. When we did, and we were having flashbacks to the last time England played here in a test, which of course was against Australia. One bouncer wicket. We suddenly thought, hello, this has happened before in the recent past. Joseph in full past the outside edge again of Wokes. What a terrific delivery that was! And poor old Alzari, he must be feeling that whatever he's doing just isn't quite working. He's bowled very, very well since lunch.
He's been
no luck.
breaking the 90 mile per hour barrier consistently, and also putting the ball in fantastic areas, squaring up Chris Wokes, beating the outside edge.
Yep, you're absolutely right. He has been doing that. His figures of 1 for 106 off his 17, and that's nearly 6 and over. That's pretty expensive in Test cricket. But let's say that doesn't reflect the way he's bowled since lunch.
That's true. England may have been in a bit more solace if Root was still at the crease, not losing out there on the last delivery, but before lunch. But
he's
Jamie
bowling.
Smith, let's see if he can.
From the pavilion end, he's thundering in. He's beaten Chris Wokes again, not with anything that did much that time. Wokes just stepped across. It was a rather airy-fairy drive, didn't connect, through to Josh De Silva. He's survived. Alzari Joseph looks like, oh gosh, a man who's someone spilt his pint, nicked his girlfriend, and accidentally, dropped a fag ash in his mustard, because he's really not a happy man, and I'm not surprised. 3:15 for 6, Messrs.
Motley says, so I'm guessing Tony isn't a fan of horseradish then?
I love horseradish sauce, and who said that? I love very, very big fan of horseradish.
Oh, Fluffy says whole grain in a homemade cheese sauce, and it's fucking perfect.
Oh, I love the sound of that. Who was that culinary tip from?
Fluffy.
Well, Fluffy, thank you for that. That sounds really good to me.
Kieran says, for our Australian friends, does Tony recommend mustard on a meat pie? You cannot have a meat pie in Australia with anything other than tomato sauce. I'm sorry, it's just against the law.
On a meat pie, can you be more specific about the meat? If it's a chicken and leek pie, then it has to be Dijon. Simple as, you don't put English mustard with poultry
Australian
by
meat
and large.
pies, you don't ask what the meat is.
You best not to know, is it? Is it a fair bet that it might once have been hopping across the...
Probably blackbird, because they're called, the most popular pie at the football is called a 4 and 20 pie.
Oh, all right, I'm with you. That's worked away round the corner off the bowling of Gutikesh Moti by Jamie Smith. Well, yes, poultry, blackbird wouldn't count as poultry, would it? But I'd be inclined to go more French in my mustard selection for that. Whereas a meat pie, if it was a red meat, that's away into the offside. Then I think you've got to be thinking English or something a little bit stronger. Moti again, swept, missed. Josh De Silva sharp about his work, keeping Smith honest, but he'd never strayed from his crease.
I mean, the thought crossed my mind that Ross and Chase would have been particularly, effective on this surface.
Well, he's got previous against England as Roston, we know that. On to his toes.
Do you think Craig Brathwaite would be thinking about what his second spin option could be, considering how effective Moti has been so far?
Well, sadly, a bit late for this. Oh, yeah, in this game, yes. Now, who do they have? They've got a couple who can turn their arms, haven't they?
Yeah, I believe Cavum Hodge.
That's a half a shout.
Cavum Hodge, Mikhail Lewis, and Athanase can offer some assistance.
You see, you're calling him Athanase, which that's what we think. It's the nasal spray to counter pollen, as opposed to Athanase, as that one's again an attempted half little nudge away to leg that is missed by Smith. It's the end of that Moti over. Boy, he whips through him. 2 for 33 for him off his 13. It's 3:15 for 6 for England off 75. 5 overs to the new ball. The West Indies will have definitely a weather eye on that England's lead 194, Messrs.
Leah says, I guess Dijon mustard would be a waste on an eel head pie. English mustard surely is good enough for that.
Eel head? Did you say eel head?
Yeah,
my stomach is churning at the very thought of an eel head pie. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh!
And Jay says, I love Tony's hard man stories. Proper rough and ready.
Or lack of being so, yeah.
Oh shit, am I getting my Tony Bishops mixed up again?
Oh, more than that. Oh, very good. Yes, not that other Tony Bishop. Famed on Twitter. Well, I mean, I'm famed on Twitter, but not for the same things as he is, let's put it that way. 315 for 6. Shamar Joseph. So he wasn't. So if
are we due a change?
Are we? Is it time? Crikey Moses, where did that time go? Yes, we are. Who is due on?
For a change.
Okay.
It's supposed to be the Bear, Forthy and Fred, who are nowhere to be seen, the bastards.
I'm
hang on, wait a minute. What time did we start? No, we started at... Yes, we are due a change. Well, we'll see this over out. That's pushed into the onside. No run. Hang on, we came back at 22, didn't we? So, yeah, we've had our half hour. And the Bear and Fred are clearly in the green room, feet up, cogitating... Well, laziness or generosity? Okay, Shamar Joseph in. Ooh, it's a leading edge out towards cover from Chris Wokes. Good ball from Shamar Joseph. The Bear is now standing. The Bear looks like a Brit on holiday. I swear to God, he's got a fag hanging out the corner of one mouth. He's got a can of beer and a glass and a beer in a plastic glass. All you need, Bear, is a three-cornered hanky on the top of your head to ward off the sun, and you'd be the archetypal Brit in Torremolinos. Shamar Joseph, in he comes. 2 slips for him. Nicely defended by Chris Wokes. Out towards extra cover. And there is.
So we see a sort of revival amongst the West Indian fast bowlers, as Shamar Joseph also looks to be in good rhythm now.
Yeah, well, he had that injury last night, which was quite concerning, really, wasn't it? For a while, it looked like, hello, he might be done. I thought his groin had had given up on him. But he seems to have come back firing today, which somehow, for some reason, made Fred laugh. Short, wide, left by Wokes. As it just jagged away at the last minute. Not the pace or bounce that we saw from Alzari, about 84 miles an hour, that one.
I'm just wondering if your groin's given up on you, Tony.
No, both groins. I mean, one talks about...
He's down.
Oh, no, he is down. I've had all that discussion. He's giving the impression, sadly, that it's cramp, but it must be... No, he's rubbing now the back of his hamstring.
Just as you mentioned the injury, the commentator's cursed as well and truly
well,
alive.
Yeah, I wish I could do that in other aspects of my life. I just say something and it happens. Lorry load of cash at my door. Right, you want to change now then, courtesy of poor old Shamar Joseph.
Let's do it.
Well, I shall love you and leave you for a little while in the capable hands of the Bear, I believe, the magnificent Forthy, and the mighty Fred.
Let's see how the session unfolds.
Cheers, chaps. 3-person change. I can see a familiar bookcase from the other side of the world emerging on our screens.
If you want me to give a reading at any stage, Fred, let me know.
The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, or some Jackie Collins, maybe.
I had a passage from
you
that. Not
you
Jackie
disgracefully said to Forthy you thought it was a fake bookcase yesterday.
Yeah, come on, mate.
You know, people
that's
who have...
That's a low blow.
It was a really low blow.
It was not. I didn't suggest it was a fake bookcase. I suggested that he'd very carefully curated what were in the books immediately behind him.
You said it was fake to start with, and then I answered that. The best ones are in the other room.
Yes.
Well, we have a break in play. Shamar Joseph has gone down similarly to what he did last night. Now, he got up and started bowling again yesterday, but if he's done his hammy, I don't know how that's the case.
There's a very low drone, which has to be careful because Jason Holder is very high, or very tall.
He just flapped it away, didn't he?
And it could hit him on the head if he's not careful.
The old spider cam.
I think they're suggesting he might be dead. They're covering him with a sheet.
Yeah, they're trying to not let Spider Cam have a look. It's a bit intrusive, isn't it? If it drops off that thing, I bet it weighs about 20 kilos. It'd kill somebody.
No one wants to be intruded by a spider. 315 for 6. 2 balls left of the 76th over. England's lead is substantial at 194, and if the West Indies are going to be a bowler down for the rest of this game.
And surely you don't need Spider Cam anymore, do you? I mean, you just get drones, don't you?
I would imagine so.
Well, drones.
You seem the type to have a drone. Do you get a drone?
No, I kept asking my wife to get me one for Christmas. She's going, "What do you want one of those for?" I said, "Just because."
Just to play with, basically.
Exactly. With a high-res camera, I thought that'd be quite fun.
Spy on the neighbours.
I'm not quite sure where we got up to on YouTube. There was a lot of talk about mustard and cheese and wattle sauce from Muttley and Fluffy. Kieran Roseblade said, "Who's the next guest on Bishop and the Bear? Is it Delia Smith?"
Well,
speaking of mustard, there was a player called Phil Mustard who played for Durham for years, and his son, Hayden Mustard, has worked his way into certainly into the Durham team and possibly in the England under-19 team as well. Hayden Mustard is a great made-up sounding name, isn't it?
Well, yes. Well, it looks like Shamar Joseph is going to go off this time. And that could be... But if it is a hamstring, you imagine that's it for the series, don't you? I mean, that's him done.
Well,
you'd think so.
You'd think so. You don't... Hamstrings take
if
3
it's
or 4
pulled,
weeks at least to recover.
If it's strained, not necessarily.
But if it's strained, it was strained last night. You probably shouldn't have been bowling today. But hey...
Who's going to finish the over?
Hayden Mustard sounds like a detective in a gentle 1930s Sunday night series set in a rural village in Warwickshire.
It's such a stupid name. It could almost be Dickens.
Yes, true.
Well, yeah. Well, Craig Braithwaite is going to finish the over. The last two balls of it. Captain stepped up and said, "I fancy 2 balls. Quick wicket."
I can't remember any incident where the guy who's completed the over has actually taken a wicket, but I'm sure it has happened.
It must have happened, you'd have thought.
Must have happened.
Hayden Mustard have happened.
Well, Braithwaite's going to come around the wicket with some loopy filth. That only just gets dabbed down towards fine leg. They think about 2, but it's not there.
Of course, Mustard used to play with Onions at Durham, and I always wanted them to get one of the Berger brothers from Namibia to sort of sit between the Onions and the Mustard. That would have been good in the batting lineup.
Get Phil Salt involved as well.
Yeah, as well.
Then we get a food 11. That's worked into the leg side. That was lamb.
Trevor Bayleaf.
Yeah, beefy both of them, I suppose you can have.
Coriander. So.
Yes. That was played out to mid-wicket. There was no run off the last ball of the over. Off we go, end of the over. Who's on social?
Yeah, it's me. Hang on.
No, I'm not allowed on social.
Caught me napping for a second. Let's have a quick look, see what's happened. Ooh. Pirate Badge, sure English mustard with poultry fowl beyond words. Pokey Bumfinger, unfortunately, my mate Jeff Condiment is shit at cricket. Kieran Roseblade, the lunchtime trivia answer is Ian Botham with 8 for 34-ish. Pokey Bumfinger, just stop me when the cricket starts because I'm not looking at the screen. Pokey Bumfinger, if I missed the part of the broadcast where we cast aspersions on Bear's pink shirt.
Pink? It's not pink, it's bloody white.
Well, it was
maybe
white.
Faded,
It
maybe
was
faded
white. It's off white.
Something to do with spiders and drones from Messy Jazz. Fluffy made in mustard. There's a lot of mustard talk, I have to say.
No.
Delia Smith as a BB guest. Now, there's a thought. Would Grubby ever forgive us, though, says Tony Bishop?
Well,
isn't that a Prince song?
First ball of the over was just played to man on 45. Moti, he's continuing it over the wicket. Oh, they're appealing every time it hits him on the pad, and he's bowling miles outside leg stump. It's a bit dull. No run. No, you might. Do you know what? Los Polos Hernandez. Hermanos, sorry. It's the Breaking Bad.
They're brothers, aren't they? Hermanos. Is that Spanish?
Hermano is brother. Yes.
Yeah. That was just played out to the leg side.
Running
There's no
gag in Arrested Development. Wonderful comedy series.
That's worked into the leg side. This time they will get a run. It's just in front of that man on a 45, allowing us to get through. Yeah, it's the chicken shop that they launder all the money through in Breaking Bad.
It's a source of great inspiration for you. Isn't
Absolutely.
It?
Yeah.
I much preferred Better Call Saul. I'm gonna say.
Did you know? I didn't at all.
I loved Better Call Saul.
It was so slow to get going. The whole first series was really slow, and all that shit with his brother was quite dull, I thought.
Chacun a son goût.
Moti, he's coming around the wicket to Wokes, though, who drives that straight to cover, and there's no run. It's a bit cat and mousey here. Lead of 197 might well be enough. Bearing in mind what's gone on. I mean, this pitch is definitely offering something to the bowlers. That's tossed up outside off stump, and it gets driven out to a deeper set cover.
I think it's less that it's offering something to the bowler than it's the occasional ball is misbehaving. It's not quite the same thing.
Well, it's enough though. Put doubt in the batsman's mind.
Yeah, and the West Indies have had the worst of the bowling conditions because today has been mainly sunny, whereas yesterday was mostly overcast. So it didn't help them losing the toss.
It didn't help them losing the toss, but some of those wickets are horrendous shot selection as well, and that wasn't really has that much to do with the pitch.
Yeah, true as well.
Orrin Welsh says West Indies need 2 quick wickets to get back in the game. Brian in Brisbane, Colonel Mustard in GC Towers, Fluffy Bacon, Antipodean bowler, quite a ham. It shows no signs of relenting.
Well, I say English mustard is the best mustard, obviously. Brathwaite is going to continue, actually. He's around the wicket. It's driven up too long on. It'll just be a single. I think he needs to just go booty.
You're a Coleman's man.
I am a Coleman's man. Well, I like the heat of English mustard. Dijon's okay, but it's a bit lightweight.
Jeffrey Dijon?
Dijon, obviously. Around the wicket is Brathwaite. Wokes can't get it past him. I'm bored of this.
Very interesting city in the middle of France, Dijon.
Yeah.
Does it do anything other than mustard?
Yeah, it's got some nice old medieval ancient shit.
Ancient shit, I like it.
Coprolites.
Tossed up, driven. That's down to long on again. One more run. And took over to a lead of 199. Did I just go wait for 200 lead and then go Burko? Please go Burko. What's going to happen?
I don't think. I mean, you've got Smith who's trying to build himself a Test career. I don't think he's the Burko type. I think he plays proper cricket shots.
Well, he does, but he's supposed to be a bit of a dasher, isn't he?
Ooh.
Goes to cut now. I'm not sure if he got an edge on that. Is the answer to that one, Fred? But it crashed into the pads of Justice Silva without him getting gloves on it.
Close to the edge.
Yeah.
I wonder how many tests they promise them these days.
Probably a summer at least. Down the track comes Smith. Misses the ball. I think Brathwaite saw him coming and dragged it down a bit. Anyway, he missed it, but crashed into his pad and went out on the offside. Then came through for a leg by in the end. Brathwaite's decided to carry on. I wonder if this means that Bashir might get a bowl in the second ding. I suppose it depends on whether. Well, it depends whether England's seamers how well West Indies bat, I presume. That's played out to the offside. There is no run, and that, in fact, ends that over. Of course.
Okay.
It's a bit confusing.
Right, Frank Rockefeller. Atkinson was putting some mustard on that ball yesterday. Messi Jez, it looks pink on YouTube there. Pokebum Finger I call pink. Kieran Roseblade, Sean Pollock in the Food 11. I guess so.
It's just not fucking pink. It's a white T-shirt. It might look pink. That's something to do with the light.
It does look a bit pink. I'm sorry, but it does. Fluffy, don't leave out Scottish Soul. And Messi agrees with me on Better Call Saul. It improves as it goes.
It does, and the last series is good when he's
it's epic.
When he's doing his dodgy shit in a new place. And the fun is that you've seen him throughout the first. I can't remember, it was a 5 series of it in the end. Clipped into the leg side, out past mid wicket. There's no one out in the deep, and they should get 2, and they do. Leisurely run 2. You keep seeing him in that donut and coffee shop throughout the first 4 series, thinking his life's got really dull. And he's just hiding away. What's the story behind this? And then the last series, they finally play it all out what he's been doing whilst he's hiding, and it's just as bad as he was before. It's great, love it. That's a good shot. That's a shit ball. It's too short. It's too wide. Was that Wokes or was that Smith? Smith. Rocked back, smashed it through the offside, out through cover, missed the players, all of them. I got it to the boundary, 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
It's just dragged down, wasn't it? Sat up to hit me. Which it did get hit. Down the track comes Jamie Smith. He doesn't beat Holder, who's at mid-on. And they don't take the run. Maybe he'll get to 50 and then he'll open up. I want to move the game along, Fred. That one is defended up towards mid-on. There's no run. Although England should try and get as big a lead as possible. I understand that.
You're in your Ian Botham. Why haven't they declared? I've got a tea time booked for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mode.
Not quite that bad. Around the wicket, Moti. Oh, tries to work it into the leg side, misses it. Goes off his pad out to covers, and there ain't no run.
Indeed, there ain't.
There ain't no run. There ain't no run for the
Ain't no run in the heart of the city.
Alright. Smith facing up. Moti around the wicket. Tosses down the track. Comes Smith. Nearly yorks himself. Just jabs it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
How many tests are there in this series?
3.
3?
Yeah.
And then 2 against Sri Lanka?
And then 3 against Sri Lanka.
3 against Sri Lanka, okay.
Yeah, we've got 6 tests somewhere rather than the 7.
Right.
And there is some cricket in August, I think. The first test against Sri Lanka starts towards the end of August rather than right at the end of it. September.
Pokey Bumfinger says, I'm too poor for Coleman's off-brand, little for me. Frank Rockefeller in the wash with something red. Back to the shirt.
No.
And Brian Brisbane's being a bit rude about your shirt, got to be honest. Bear is colourblind again. A while ago he couldn't pick the difference between green and brown. Now pink and white are a problem.
I think it must be something to do with how it goes out on the internet, because this is definitely a white t-shirt and that was a green top that you keep
Jeff
calling
Perkins
brown.
says Jeff Perkins maybe a white t-shirt with a pink bear shining through.
That's worked down towards long leg. And I'll get a single. Wokes first ball of the next over. Which Brathwaite is continuing. Decided to give the fast bowlers a break. I guess if that's the case, you could have done with a Roston Chase. Is he in the squad? Don't think he is he? That's too short. Pulled, and that's a great shot. There are 2 mid wickets. There is someone down at long on as well.
It does look pink.
Yeah, slightly. It does slightly on there, but I can see where they're coming from. But I can tell you it is a white t-shirt.
It was
to go viral like that dress did.
Yeah, yes. And let's try. Brathwaite around the wicket. Clipped nicely into the leg side by Wokes.
It would be ironic if that was the way we made our fortune.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Oh well, I'll take it any way I can now, 40. Around the wicket, and Wokes hits that straight. There's no run. They're kind of trying to strangle England here, and then kind of succeeding.
I mean, Bear, you're saying they should be trying to get a move on, but they're bowling right arm round the wicket outside the leg stump, and it's not an easy line to...
Ooh, that one goes across Wokes. It doesn't turn. Plays for a little bit of turn. Josh De Silva takes the stumps, but Wokes' back foot never left the crease.
It's not the easiest line from
no,
which
it
to score
isn't.
quickly.
It isn't the easiest line to score quickly, it's true.
And if they're trying to get them to attack wildly, that would play into the West Indies' hands.
I suppose. A bit of impatience. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up! Oh, we got back, did Wokes. He clips it into the leg side. He set off for a run. Jamie Smith said, nah.
He did hit it straight to mid-wicket.
He did hit it straight to mid-wicket. Wicket was a bit deep, though. I think he took the pace off it, and he thought he could get through for a single. He got about 7 or 8 steps down, and then was sent back. The throw was pretty shit. If it had been a decent throw, I think they could have been in trouble there. But no. Oh, looks like we've got a change in the bowling. Moti. New ball.
New ball. I'll just quickly say, Leah says we have a saying in German, der Apfel fällt nicht weit vom Ross. The apple doesn't drop far from the horse. Horse shit being called horse apple in German. Rayanch, hopefully better than Ben Folkes. Not quite sure what it's referring to. And Farong says the most cunning of cunning plans, second innings, open with the lad and Jimmy in both innings, i.e. with bat and ball.
Ah, maybe. Anyway, this is happening.
You balls, please.
And this guy is taking it.
Jason Holder. Jason
Yep, it's Jason Holder. And he's coming in to bowl to Jamie Smith. Ooh, no, he hasn't. Got an inside edge onto his thigh.
Oh.
Went out into the offside and there's no run.
I thought he got an inside edge. I thought he'd hit that. Oh no, what's he? Has he injured himself now?
I don't know what he's doing. Maybe I think something was sticking into his leg from his shoe.
Metaphorically and physically pulling his socks up.
Yeah.
Jason Holder. For a moment I thought he'd inside edge that onto off stump, but that's what your thigh pad's for, to
Yes.
get in the way.
Exactly that.
My eyes deceived me.
Ah, Frankie Valli. Have you ever seen Jersey Boys, Forthy?
No, I haven't actually. Is it good?
Never.
Well-
I've heard of it, never seen it. Too wide of the off stump, swinging away.
It is
Smith doesn't have anything to do
what
with it.
they
no
call a
run.
jukebox musical, but I mean, it's all right for what it is. But you may be surprised at just how many Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons songs you know. An extraordinary
Yes.
number. I mean, you could just do that by looking at the. You could do that by looking at the the songs that are in the show. You don't have to actually go to the show, but there are a hell of a lot.
Down the track. That's a nice shot from Jamie Smith. Down the track. Doesn't quite get to the pitch, but gets pitch enough of it. Drives it out through the covers. It's chased gamely by the fielder, but he can't catch up with it. And it makes itself to the fence. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A lot
Have
of
they
those
taken
songs-
all the scores off your screen?
Yes, they
Yeah.
have. We've lost the. We have to do some more work.
Technical nonsense at Sky. It was a replay though. Yeah, occasionally this happens. They seem to have technical difficulties. Blocks that inside half of the bat. Goes out towards deep backward square. They think about 2, but they're not going to take it. I guess the new ball can go quicker than the old ball. What's England's lead now? 212 England lead by.
213, yeah. Is that the end of the over? I can't tell anymore.
It's difficult because Brathwaite's
4-ball over.
2.2s and so it gets a bit complicated.
Oh no, the overs go up. It's only Brathwaite and
And
when he's actually on
Shamar.
strike. Holder, he's on the round 6 balls per over. He's in, and it's just dropped into the offside, wide enough of cover that they'll get through for a single. And Stokes moves on to 19.
I mean, we are
Jamie
halfway
Smith's in the
through
40s.
the second day of this match,
Yeah.
and it is pretty well advanced.
Oh, very much so. Unless we have thunder. Well, tomorrow's set fair. Saturday there might be some rain if it gets to Saturday. I'm not sure it's going to, if I'm honest. Holder is in, left alone, through to the keeper. There's no run. I mean, stranger things have happened. Don't
Oh,
get me
yeah,
wrong, but
absolutely.
I wouldn't have thought so.
I mean, the West Indies aren't out of it, even when Gary Naylor says they've got no chance, as we know from history.
Well, this is true.
Richard Peel says, every time you say Bashir's name, I can't help but sing Bashir with the Good Beard by Lady Parts. You all should watch that show instead of all the macho anti-hero men doing men things shows. That's told us Pirate Badshaw. It'll be a Mac thing, can't even do colours correctly. Bit of an anti-Mac crusade from Pirate Badshaw. Kieran Roseblade, did Bears overbet come in?
No, I lost 3 in a row. I got cocky and thought England were going to walk this, so I kept betting. I got the first one of the day in, and then I failed on the next 3, which is a bit annoying.
That is a bit annoying.
Some of you win, more
Leah,
you
that
lose.
lead is nothing that can't be overcome by a Holder double ton tomorrow.
Wow, I remember that game. Fucking hell.
Trouble is, that might not be enough.
Yeah. I imagine if he gets a double ton, then someone else will get some runs too.
Well, even if they make 400 in the second innings,
Yeah,
it might not be enough.
No, it's very true. 200 behind. Jaden Seals is back in at the other end with a new ball, and his first ball gets driven out through the covers. There's no one in the deep, and Folksy is going to get himself 4.
Folksy?
Wokesy even.
Rubbing in
There's
the
not
salt.
one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And they look more comfortable with this slightly quicker, slightly newer ball. Comes onto the bat a little bit better, I imagine. Bit of pace on the ball, not some stupid around the wicket line. Or over the wicket for the left-hander. Into the rough outside their leg stumps. And the scoreboard seems to have started moving again slightly. Seals is in again. Wokes just drops that into the offside, there's no run. Now attempted pull shot. It's what Harry Brook probably would have done and got himself out.
Well, that ball got him out. I mean,
it wasn't there to pull.
It was the right height to pull. I think it was the
wrong
direction.
line.
I mean, it was well outside off stump, and if you try that shot, as often as not, it's going to go straight up in the air.
Well, Danny, you
which is
need to
what
get
happened.
a cross more to the offside, don't you?
Or
About
nowadays,
third or
just try and
fourth time he's got
hit it over first slip's head, or even the keeper's
Yeah,
head.
ramp it, glide it, or whatever. That's a decent ball by Seals. Squares up Wokes a little bit, hops in his crease, but defends it well down in front of him. Balcony looking cool.
All wearing sunglasses,
Yeah.
which they were yesterday when the sun wasn't out all day. So
Yeah, no. Although, having said that, if you've got reactor light lenses, I don't know, you probably do, don't you?
I do, yeah.
Even when it's cloudy outside,
Yeah.
they go.
it's true.
This is actually quite annoying, I have to say. Unnecessary. Seals is in. That's defended by Wokes. Back to the bowler. No run.
We've no idea when the over's going to end because the
No.
the score strap has been removed from the bottom of the screen.
And I haven't been counting balls, but I think that's probably 4. Was it the first ball of the over that went for 4, wasn't it? I think so.
And we had some kind of mechanical system. Anyone wants to send us an abacus or something?
No, we've got our own one, but it's just a little bit behind. Oh, that's an attempted pull from a ball outside off stump, which he should be leaving alone. He missed it anyway. Goes through to the keeper. There's no run. 1 ball left in the over, I believe. Wokes practices ducking the ball. Well, I don't know what's going on with Joseph Shamar.
Is that him?
That's
fielding?
him, I think, back on the pitch again.
Well, the trouble is, if you stay off for any length of time, then you
can't bowl,
You're
but
restricted
then-
to bowl, but
It can't be muscle, actual muscle. That's a really nice clip by Wokes. Is he out?
Yes.
He's clipped it in the air. Fuck
it's
him out.
really he timed it so
He
well.
timed it really well. He picked it up off his toes. I thought he clipped it along the ground, but clearly not. Cameraman didn't really follow him, but he's clipped it in the air. Yeah, Stokes is holding his hands on his head. He can't believe that either. He's timed that so well. Just a little clip
caught
off his
on the boundary.
Yeah, a little clip off his toes has been caught on the boundary.
That's a bizarre way to get out.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get it along the ground.
It's a bizarre way to get out with a new ball.
Indeed. Clipped down to deep square leg, and we have to say goodbye to Wokesy.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says,
I bet he was happy when that left the bat. Thought, that felt nice. Looked out there and said, oh shit, there's a fielder.
I'm not sure what a fielder was doing there. I mean, surely that can't be part of a plan.
You wouldn't have thought so, would you?
You wouldn't bowl for that, I don't think. Leah says, I always want to call Shoaib Julian. Dennis Barnaby says, England will have to get over 300 for the West Indies to stand no chance. And David Hutchison said, Leah, me too. An underrated doctor is Julian Bashir. Farong says BRU exclusive poll. Pink t-shirt, the bear, yes 10%, no, sorry, yes 101%, no 0%, Vacecast 35 million.
Listen,
and PJ
all I
Mead
know
says,
is I bought a fucking t-shirt and the t-shirt was white.
And PJ Mead says, afternoon guys, I'd been watching the cricket when I realised I could be listening to you. Yesterday was a fun day at the cricket. Sorry, with the odd drop in here and there, gave the West Indies a rough time.
Drop in?
To us, maybe. Yeah, well, they didn't.
You can do both. You can watch the cricket and listen to us.
Yeah. Although annoyingly, we're probably quite far behind if you're actually there.
Well, what you need to do then is just get them to pause the live action by just telling everyone to stop for about 25 seconds, and that should sort it.
Yeah.
We've probably got one more over left in us, have we?
Yes. No. Actually, it's actually dead on. It's just gone 22. Yeah, I think we should have a start. It's probably drinks time now, anyways, and it's an hour in. Who's on next? Fred, you're taking over for me, but you have to come and sit here. Messi is on with you, and Dylan is back.
I have to sit there and do what? I don't know how any of it works.
What do you want about? You know how to play fucking jingles. Shut up.
I'll do the jingles. Yeah,
that's all you have to do.
You're on ball by ball, Fred.
You're on ball by ball, and you've got to play jingles. That's all you got to do. It's not that hard. Dylan, are you coming back? Is he on there? Dylan, there he is. All right, Dylan.
Hello, everyone.
How are you, mate?
It's good to be back. Very well, very well.
Good.
It's been great day of cricket.
When I'm leaving, Fred's going to take over for me. I'll see you in a bit.
See you, Bear. Pink Bear.
Keep talking, either of you, whilst I move seats.
It's been a sensational day for England here. Been piling on the runs. Jamie Smith looking in fantastic touch. And let's see how the rest of the day is going to unfold here.
Well, let's see indeed. We're going to have a new over as Jason Holder is in, and this is chipped out to mid-wicket. It was not entirely timed. They're going to pick up a couple of runs as Joseph goes back from mid-wicket to field. It was just a foolish ball on leg stump which was dinked just over the infield. It was more of a T20 shot than a test match shot. But
excellently played by Jamie Smith. He's just
we're seeing a replay of the Wokes' dismissal.
Right, okay.
He got out because he timed the ball too well, which is...
It was very unfortunate there for Chris Wokes. He did get a good bit of bat on that, but unfortunately straight into the hands.
This next ball from Holder goes past the outside edge of Smith. I don't think we've jingled up the new batsman because we haven't seen who it is yet. But let me cue that up for when he's on strike. The new batsman being Gus Atkinson, hero of England's first innings with the ball in his hand. Let's see what he can do at number 9 with the bat.
So we saw the close of a 52-run partnership there between Wokes and Smith. Chris Wokes was really getting on there with some aggressive stroke play.
Holder wide of the crease again. This is a good length ball on off stump, which is defended up to mid-off. No run.
We'll see if Smith can continue on from that momentum and getting into a good score.
So the England lead now, 220 runs with 3 wickets still remaining. Smith in his debut innings with the 3 lions on his helmet has 44 from 92 balls as he faces up to Jason Holder, and this one he square drives. There is a man out at deep point, so it's just a single, which is going to bring the other debutant, who I shall jingle up when I find his jingle. It's this chap.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
It's a wonderful display of bowling there from Gus Atkinson on day 1. And Smith following suit here with an impressive showing on debut.
His first ball in Test cricket, and he's edged and he's caught behind. So he's done a lot worse with the bat than he has the ball, because Atkinson has nudged that one behind. De Silva, falling away to his right hand side, has caught it, and it is a wicket. Well, we had everybody scurrying for the record books to see bowling on debut records, but what about getting out for your first ball in Test cricket? Did he take a wicket with his second ball? I think in
he did.
Test
He did
cricket,
indeed.
and he's
He
got out.
dragged on from Craig
I'm
Brathwaite.
going to stick my neck out and say he's the first person in Test cricket history to take a wicket with his second ball and be out to his first ball. Prove me wrong.
Well, if anybody can, fourth he can. He had the numbers at his fingertips in no time yesterday.
Well, he was
so
Googling,
that will
I
be a
think that's
challenge if he's still up. He may have gone to bed.
Right. Messi, are you doing social media messages?
I am indeed. PJ Mead is with us. He says, "Afternoon, guys. I've been watching the cricket when I realised I could be listening to you. Yesterday was a fun day.
We
for
heard that
cricket."
one, actually.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So Warren says, "Note to financial bods, aka Tony Bishop. It would be good to have a $20 per month Patreon membership." Well, I'm pleased to tell you that with the rejigging of the Patreon tiers, we do now have a $20 per month Patreon membership, and we encourage anybody who's looking to keep us on air to support us by giving us $20 a month. Go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, and you'll find the various levels at which you'll be able to support us, because we do need your help to be able
Please
to pay
do support. Please do support.
A new batsman has come to the crease, and it's this chap.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
Goodness me. 3 slips and a gully wait as Holder comes in and bowls to Bashir outside the off stump. He is not tempted into playing a shot. I'm trying to remember Bashir's batting from the tour of India. I think he had one decent innings, if I remember correctly, but chances are I won't remember correctly, because
So review
what happens when you get older.
Line and length there from Jason Holder.
Well,
picking up the edge.
Yeah, it did move away from Atkinson, and he probably did need to play it in that it was not a safe leave, and he's got an outside edge.
Yeah,
he's seen both sides of the equation of Test cricket. How easy the bowling is and how hard the batting is.
Bittersweet game, isn't it? But England with an unassailable lead here. How do you think Jamie Smith should pace his innings now?
Well, he's in with Bashir and with Anderson just to come. I don't know whether he's going to try and farm the strike. That often leads to some tedious cricket, to be honest.
Now, halfway through day 2, 221 isn't unassailable. It probably is.
It's a good lead. Yes, it's the
Yeah.
first ball
Yeah.
of a new over from Seals to Smith. He goes onto the back foot and just drops us into the offside, and the point fielder fields. That's his job. 342 for 8. I'm pleased to say the Sky have sorted out their technical gremlins, and the strap at the bottom of the screen is back, making it much easier for Guerrilla Cricket, which is the whole point of Sky TV, let's be honest. The lead is 221. Smith has 45 from 94 deliveries. It's not a Bazballing innings. You may even say that if Ben Folkes had scored 45, he probably would have taken a similar number of deliveries to get them. Just making a
And
point.
be criticised for it.
Yeah, I don't think Smith is a Brook or that type of a player. As this next ball's on leg stump, he tries to take the leg stump, gets a slight leading edge, it goes back down the wicket. The bowler feels. It's not easy to say. As we're looking at a Lord's which looks pretty much full, I have to say. Which, to be honest, it should be.
It is a lovely day out there at Lord's.
Yeah, it should be on a hot. Well, I mean, when you buy the tickets, you don't know what the weather's going to be like because you have to buy them many months in advance. But it's hard to see any empty seats. As Seals is in again to Smith, and he has shown his intensity there because he's picked this up over wide, long on, a couple of bounces and into the sponge for one of these.
So when the
That went like a tracer bullet.
When the question was posed how Jamie Smith paces innings, he's answered that question there with a fantastic shot.
Yeah, he didn't come down the wicket. He just stood in his crease and went through with a lofted on drive.
He's got a lovely bat swing, Jamie Smith, as he just follows through over the shoulder, and a very well connected boundary for the debutant.
I think that takes him to 49. As this next ball, he has an absolute mow at, so he is going to try and he misses the ball.
Eager to get to 50 here, Jamie Smith.
Well, it's an opportunity for him to show himself as
Yeah.
a team man, and that's
Absolutely.
what McCullum and Stokes like to see. Whether it's necessary or not is a different question, but as a young man who wants to keep his place in the side, I would imagine you have to do what at least you think your captain and coach want you to do.
Absolutely. It's been an innings of intelligence and composure. The way he's been able to bat long, see himself in, and then be able to feel free and express himself using his feet, playing wonderful shots.
Seals is up to the wicket bowls, and this is, well, again, he's taking a couple of steps down and he's lifted this into the leg side. It's one bounce before it's fielded by the leg side sweeper. That brings up Smith's 50 in his debut test innings.
Very well played, Jamie Smith. It's been a fantastic innings and a lot of promise from a young man that's been selected. There's a lot to come from him in the future.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Perhaps there is. Let's play a jingle for his 50.
That's it.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
Bashir is on strike now, 2 slips away. As this beats the outside edge. It's a good ball from Seals. It was that moved away pretty late, and Seals is standing there with his hands on his hips. He has some words to say, whether at the batsman or at his teammates behind the wicket, I don't really know, but it was good natured. That's the end of the over. The 84th over is complete, and the score has just gone off the screen. Messi, what are people saying?
Well, there's been an awful lot of discussion about the colour of Bear's shirt, which I don't think we need to go into. Muttley says, it's been a while since I've heard an X Factor guy jingle. He says, can we get jingles for the individuals in the commentary team? We need a ZZ Top sharp dressed man jingle. It's not a good idea. No, I really don't want one. Thank you very much, though, Muttley. Although, yeah, Dylan is a dedicated follower of fashion, I would have thought would be appropriate.
No shortage of Dylan songs. New over from Holder to Smith, who he's driven this out to extra cover, and has he taken a single? I don't think he has taken a single. So we're into tedium mode, ladies and gentlemen, where
we are. He's conscious that Bashir has both a test and a first-class batting average of 11, I think.
Right, so I may be misremembering. Maybe I'm thinking of Hartley, who had a couple of decent knocks in the winter. The other new spinner that England brought. Oh, this is possibly an inside edge, which has beaten the keeper.
Races away for
and
4.
Gone down to fine leg, very fine, and it is 4 runs off the bat.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
A moral victory there for the bowler as it came
Absolutely.
back in.
Fortune favours a brave. Jamie Smith showing his intent very much leading up to the 50, and that one just getting away from him there, but on the inside edge, racing away for 4.
Jason Holder. No bowler likes being hit for 4, but if you have to get hit for 4, then it's better if it's off an edge.
Absolutely.
Lead up to 230 now as Smith is on strike. Oh, it must have... He's still on 50, so it wasn't off the edge. It must have been buys and wasn't signalled by the umpire.
I did.
Or rather, it was signalled but not caught by the television cameras. So I did an injustice there to Mr. Smith, suggesting that he'd inside edged that. He wasn't good enough to get a bat on it. We're seeing a graphic of Jason
So
Holder.
Holder being consistent with his line and length since the new ball has come in, reaping his reward there.
That's what you'd expect from Holder.
Absolutely.
It was not a quick bowl. This one is fuller and driven back. Holder gets a hand
Not
on it.
quick. I mean, I remember seeing some analysis some time ago. I mean, Mark Wood was doing a presentation on how he generates pace on the ball with his brace front leg, and then he was giving an example of Holder how, despite having the optics to be able to bowl quick, he doesn't brace his front leg, and hence his pace is not as strong. But he does swing the ball very well, and as we've seen, very consistent in his line and length.
He's never been a quick bowler, but you don't have to be quick to be a skillful bowler. And
that is true. That is true.
If there's anywhere in the world where is more suited to his bowling, it'll be England, although perhaps he'd prefer cloudy skies. This is a slow, loopy delivery outside the off stump for Smith. I think he was perhaps trying to
62
come down
miles
the
per
wicket
hour.
or something. I don't know what it was, but
as you were saying, I definitely agree with it. On these green tops, there's a lot of assistance for the swing. There was back of the hand delivery that we see from Jason Holder.
Yeah.
Bit of variation we've not seen before, have we?
I would imagine the fielders come in for the last ball of the over to try and prevent a single. And Smith will be probably thinking, well, let's hit him over the top. Let's see what this round of rock, paper, scissors. This is a full toss, actually, which is quite a high full toss, and the umpire might consider giving that a no ball. He doesn't. It's going to be a dot ball as it was played towards mid on the end of the over.
And Bashir was on strike.
Messi.
Jay Grovers says he's going to cut his Patreon to £20 a month because too many people are wearing lavender. Well, I promise you one thing: I will never wear lavender, Jay.
I'm the only one, it seems.
Well, that one, it seems to be too many people as far as Jay Grover is concerned.
Yeah, 1 out of 3 is more than enough, it seems.
Frank Rockefeller asked a question I don't have an answer to, but you may. It says, is Holder related to Van Burn Holder?
I don't believe he is. No. I think I remember asking that question years ago and was told no.
Here we go. Jaden Seals here is getting a crack at Bashir. Let's see if he can get the breakthrough here for West Indies.
In comes Seals bowls. It's a full ball, and Bashir, who's quite a tall man, just jabs down on that and defends it more or less with the middle of the bat into the offside. We have 3 slips, a gully, a short leg. We've got a point fielder who's quite shortish of point. So there are some attacking fielders for Seals to aim at.
We saw a bit of a resurgence from Alzari Joseph after lunch. I mean, do you think we've seen that same return to vigour for Seals and the rest?
Well, when wickets fall and you've got a new ball in your hand, this is full and straight, and Bashir does defend it up to mid-on. This is when bowlers want to be bowling at tail enders with a newish ball in their hand.
Newish ball.
Because in your wickets column, it doesn't say whether you've got top order batsman out or number 10's out. They all count one. 351 for 8. We're in the 86th over of the innings. The lead 230 is substantial, but I think I agree with Messi when he says it's not unassailable, not as yet anyway. Holder has a double 100 in Test cricket against England as Seals is in again, and this is well down the leg side. Bashir doesn't need to play at it and doesn't. It's not. I think basically, if you're a skillful bowler bowling with a newish ball at number 10, you have to really make sure that most balls are going to hit the stumps.
I think that should be the priority. Not try and exploit the short ball too much. Just keep it on the stumps and let the ball do the work. 3
slips, gully, short leg, White as Seals at the back of his mark. Now into his run. Rhythmical action. Bowls a shorter ball. He's not listening to my advice, and Bashir just backs away from it. And he now needs to follow one up with probably a very full and straight one. I haven't kept my eye on the speed gun this over to see how quick Seals is bowling. And that was 84, so not express pace, but handy. If he's setting him up for the 1-2 punch, then the next one needs to be full and straight, a toe crusher.
So let's see if he follows up with the ball that's on the stumps here, Jaden Seals.
He bowls now, and it is straighter and a better, fuller length, but Bashir looks fairly comfortable defending it.
Bashir almost knowing where Seals would go, solidly behind that ball.
I don't know why more Yorkers aren't bowled to tail enders.
And they're incredibly effective. Let's see if we'll see one now.
What's the worst that can happen as far as the bowler's concerned? Even if he gets it slightly wrong and ends up a low full toss, he's unlikely to be dispatched into the stands. In comes Seals. Oh, and this one narrowly missed off stump. It was
it's missed everything.
A good length ball. Just came back in towards the off stump and didn't miss it by very much. The end of the 86th over, 351 for 8. The lead still 230. Messi.
Muttley says, food coma hitting. Time for an afternoon nap. Love and sausages. See you later, Mutt. I think an afternoon nap's always a good idea. Frank Rockefeller says, Bashir getting a 5 in the next innings. Perfect test for the new young blood. Yeah, it would be nice to see him get a good outing.
It certainly would, yeah.
Did he bowl in the first innings?
He did not bowl. Did not bowl at all, no. But he's got a high release point. Puts a lot of revs on the ball, so we'll see him come into play. This wicket has looked very suited to the spinners so far. So we'll see him.
Well, Shamar Joseph, who left the field earlier, having what looked like a strained hamstring, is not only back on the field, he's back into the attack. And he will be bowling to Jamie Smith. So we need to first see quite how his hamstring's going to hold up, and we're also seeing the field spreading to all parts. We've got a long leg, we've got a deep mid wicket, we've got a long on, as they try and give Smith the single, which he's not going to take. So this is what happens a lot nowadays. It's not the most enthralling cricket, as this ball is on leg stump and turned towards deep mid wicket. There would have been an easy single, a walked single there, but they don't bother to take it. I don't know why. They're through 230 ahead, might as well just take every run.
I mean, Smith refusing the single, I think, showing that he can play with the tail, maintain as much of the strike as he can. Although, as you said, it would be helpful.
You're not scoring runs, so what does that do? How does that advance the game?
To get more runs on the board.
Well, I suppose so. Shamar Joseph in again, a little wider of the crease, and this is cracked through the offside, out to the deep point sweeper, and guess what? They're not going to take the single again.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it another way. Bashir is a tail ender, but it would be good for himself and for England if he learned how to bat. And this is an area of pretty low intensity cricket, where he can have a good quality net in the middle. Well, there's no downside for England, but if he can bat well enough to face 40 balls and make 15, that will be an improvement in his overall standard of play. As Shamar Joseph bowls again, and this is pushed down towards third man. I think they're going to be able to get 2 because the sweeper has to come around from deep point. So Smith takes 2, keeps the strike. It's the third ball of the over. Although I suppose on the other hand, there will be times when Smith has to bat with the tail when there is more jeopardy than this, and if he learns how to manufacture the strike, then that's also a useful benefit for him. So it's another way of looking at it. Shamar Joseph is in again. This is well down the leg side, and he waves the bat at it, but nowhere close, and De Silva takes no run.
Shamar Joseph's just coming off the back of that injury. We'll see how well he can hold up, but it's not going to be easy for the young man. He's battling through the pain here to bowl.
He's not had a lot of cricket over the last few months. Apparently he's been an unused
in the
squad
World Cup,
member
right.
in the World Cup and possibly in the IPL as well, as we were looking at two
right.
great West Indian captains.
I mean, it doesn't do an awful lot of good for his confidence, but we saw against Australia all those months ago, phenomenal performance that secured the win for West Indies. There is a lot of potential there, and he's definitely.
I think he was still recovering from his broken toe for quite a while.
This one is launched deep over mid-wicket and into the crowd. That is a big hit by Smith. He took a step forward towards the leg side and has lifted that high and into the stands for one of these.
That's right out the middle of the bat. So right out of the middle of the bat from Jamie Smith. He's absolutely hammered that.
It was a shorter ball. It was going down the leg side, but he followed it and
opening up the hips.
Went
and
through with the shot.
With that swing. Wonderful shot from Jamie Smith.
Now we have one ball left of the over, and Smith will be looking for a single. And presumably the outfielders have all come in to prevent that happening, as Joseph is in again and bowls, and it's a short ball. Possibly thought of it being a wide, but it's not being given a wide. The end of the over, the 87th, 359 for 8. Smith has 58. Bashir yet to get off the mark.
Sorry, Shusen says, what a cast of characters in this match. Al-Bashir, the Pope, Augustus, the Bear, Sinclair, Joseph, Big Ben, the Bishop. Fuck politics, let's vote cricket.
Very well said. Very well said.
Well, the camera is focusing on Shamar Joseph. Is he leaving the field, or is he just going to take up a fielding position somewhere in the outfield? I'm not entirely sure at the moment. I think he may be heading off.
Is that Kevin Sinclair who's coming on?
Yeah, and Joseph is going off. This is not good news for him or his team.
Not good news for the young man at all. But that shot from Jamie Smith towards the end of the over was magnificent. Quite reminded me of Kevin Peterson, the way he just opened up on the leg side and just swashbuckled that away. Bright prospect for the future here, Jamie Smith.
As Shamar Joseph makes his way off the field, and Seals will be starting a new over. He had an over at Bashir last time, didn't manage to make the breakthrough. I'm sure the crowd are preparing themselves for the emergence of Jimmy Anderson. Bashir decides he's going to try and hit the ball over mid-wicket and into the crowd as well. Doesn't get anywhere near it. He did the movement towards the leg side and the bat movement that swung lustily, but unfortunately the ball wasn't anywhere near it. Yeah, it's not as easy as a game as it looks from the other end.
I do think he's reached the conclusion there's no point faffing around there.
That is true.
Well, let's see what Seals responds with, and this one he fends at outside the off stump and misses. Even if that would have gone perfectly to plan from the batsman, I'm not sure he would have got anything other than a single down to third man, if there is a third man. We can't see.
But he would be looking to get a quick single and get beautiful
get off
James
the strike. Yeah,
on strike. That should be his intentions, but he seems to be looking to score himself.
Well, batsmen do like getting off the mark, even if they're not. Even if batting isn't their main skill. As Seals is in again to Shoaib Bashir, and he tries to pull this over the leg side again and again misses. So whatever he's done this over has been a spectacular failure from his point of view, other than the fact that he's still in. And maybe
I'm rather enjoying it.
Maybe Seals should be bowling at the stumps.
Yes.
That's a very good point. I mean,
you miss, I hit.
It certainly did work for Harry Brook, but I believe now at this stage he should be looking to hit the stumps and bowl at a more fuller.
Well, the trouble is that he'll be thinking if he bowls at the stumps, it's going to be fuller, and that gives Bashir a better chance of connecting. But let's see. That is a fuller ball in towards leg stump. Bashir gets behind it. It hits his thigh pad and dribbles towards short leg. No run. The camera's focused on the England balcony. They can't be thinking of declaring, surely. What would be the point? We're not at tea on day 2 yet.
You just never know, though, do you?
No, you don't. They get paid the same however many days in the test matches.
Apart from anything else, surely there's a requirement for a standing ovation for Jimmy coming out.
Straight through again.
So as that one beats the outside edge of Bashir, who's trying very hard to get a bat on the ball, but is not good enough to, I think it's fair to say. He's been beaten 5 times in this over. And the Bears reappeared in his pink t-shirt. I won't tell you his response, but you can imagine it.
Oh, yeah.
He's playing
with
with...
final ball of the over here from Jaden Seals. Let's see if he can beat Bashir again and get his wicket.
Seals to complete the over. Right arm over the wicket to England's number 10. Let's see how he finishes the over. Oh, and Tony's staggered in. I think we're due a change.
Yes, we are.
As he actually gets a bat on this Bashir. It goes to extra cover. There is no run. That's the end of the over. I think we're going to have a very number of people change. The score is 359 for 8 of 88 overs. The lead is 238.
Okay, thank you. I'll just do one tweet while Tony's getting settled. It's from our friend Brian Barish. He says, how about if I keep my $5 a month Patreon and just start screaming about how great guerrilla cricket is even louder? That's a good trade-off, isn't it? Yes, the more you can spread the word, the better, Brian. And whatever you can do is most welcome to spread that word. You've got a big territory to cover, let's face it. I'll catch you later.
Thank you, Messrs, and whoever was in the other seat that I can't see at the moment. I believe I'm on with the top brass right now, am I not?
Yeah, well, you got me and Bear.
You can't do
not
any
sure
better
about
than
this
that.
top brass nonsense.
On with the studio crew, at the very least, as
Indeed.
Moti comes into the attack. So it's the first bit of spin since the new ball, if I'm not mistaken. If I didn't miss an over between the sitting room and my study, and it's slapped away into the offside by Smith. But there's a couple of men out there, so he won't even get the one because he doesn't want it. Farming the strike.
He's bowled well, Moti. I've been very impressed. He's let through a couple of loose ones, but generally brilliant.
Advancing down the wicket comes Smith. Quite a heave-ho at that one, but he's only picked up the man at short mid-wicket. And again, there'll be a dot ball in the book. Yeah, two memorable deliveries from Moti today to get rid of Stokes and Root. This is not another one of them. Again, it's only going to pick out the man on the fence. And this time, Smith does take a single into the offside, so Bashir's going to have 3 to face off this over. Plenty of movement in the field, as you'd expect.
Well, I think Bashir might try and give Moti some Humpty, mightn't he?
Well, he's not shown the indication of that yet, has he? He's,
yeah, but I
none
don't
off
think
14.
he likes pace. I don't think he's. I mean, he's only above Jimmy because Jimmy is just so inept with a bat these days that. You know.
I think he's thinking, he should be thinking, all I need to do is be staying here and let Smith pile on as many as he can. I mean, if it's there to be hit it, grant you that.
But the idea of having the spinner on now is that Bashir will not be thinking that, even if he should be. Although, he doesn't try to whack that out the park. Short leg will scuttle after that, do the fielding. And Bashir will stay on strike. It's amazing how Moti hides the ball behind his neck during his delivery stride. Just noticed that on the replay. This one is watchfully let go by Bashir.
He's done all right, I think. I mean, he's done fine. With Smith's been superb.
And this one worked away into the leg side, and he almost automatically sets off for a single, but Smith sets him back, so he's going to have to stay on 0 off 17 balls, 360 for 8, end of the over.
Right, well, I wasn't paying attention, I'm ashamed to admit, so I'm just going to pick it up with Muttley, Food Coma, I remember hearing that. Shushen. What a cast of characters in this match. Al-Bashir, the Pope, Augustus, the Bear, Sinclair, Joseph, Big Ben, the Bishop. Like politics, let's vote cricket. Fuck politics, let's vote cricket. I like that. Shushen. Kieran Roseblade. So he can bat and he can keep. How is he a good replacement for Bairstow, who could do neither? Thank goodness for some young, positive new players. Well, yeah, Lennox Lear says Moti's back on. Give me your best Niven and Pornell jokes. That, I mean, any idea what that means?
No.
All three references I don't get.
That's David Niven. Well, David Niven I could think of, yes. Whose book, The Moon's a Balloon, if you ever get a chance to read it, is an excellent autobiography. But I don't think that's what Leo had in mind. Anyway, it's Jaden Seals.
Yeah, he's at the top of his run. There's 2 slips, a gully, and acres of space as Smith on 59 takes up strike. They're sending another man out onto the boundary. One of those slips it is, in fact. My screen is not deceiving me. So yeah, make that 1 slip and a gully and acres of space. Here comes Seals, right up over the wicket. Smith backs away, heaves it up into the sky. Has it got the legs
I think
to clear
so.
the rope?
Oh,
It's got the
miles.
legs to make the top tier.
Oh.
He leathered that.
Crikey Moses, lad. Have one of these.
2, 4, 6.
Now, I say that folks wouldn't do that. I mean, he's
Less
capable
likely
of
that
it,
folks
but
would
you
have
just
done
don't.
that.
Yeah, folks wouldn't have done that. That's fucking
That's
enormous.
almost out the ground.
It has hit the top of the roof.
Wow.
That is a
Optic
big old
illusions
hit.
and all that, but it actually went above a passing aeroplane on that camera angle.
Yes. That is enormous. Look at the shoulder work in that. Did it
to
hit
be
the
able
roof?
to do that.
I think. I think it bounced off the top of the roof.
I think he's done his shoulder.
Yeah,
He's giving it a.
he's hit it out of the ground.
And hit his shoulder out of his.
What were you saying earlier about the fourth umpire's only job, as far as you were concerned, was carrying the balls on? Or was that Fred?
That
who
wasn't
said
me,
that?
it was Fred, I think.
Fred, was it? Well, that's precisely what he's doing. Not as nice as the lovely lady at Sussex as she
paid a fat amount of
trots out.
money per walk.
Yes, that's true. If that's your metric,
Yes.
Oh, it does nearly hit that. Yeah, you're right.
Well, it really did. Yeah, really did make it onto the roof. I was going to say, if it stayed under the roof and someone at Lord's has kept themselves a souvenir, that would have been very naughty.
I mean, the way he tried to hit that, you get the impression he didn't want to ever see that ball again.
Yeah.
He absolutely launched it. Crikey. 65. Well, he knows he can't hang around long.
Well,
It's
Bashir,
entertaining stuff.
if Bashir is just going to stay at the other end, then his job is to just hit 4s and 6s, isn't it? No point in running 1s, except for at the end of the over. And every ball before that has to be tried to be launched out of the ground. What's his T20 career like?
Here's Seals once again. It's another big hit. I get the feeling that's gone straighter up into the sky. It stayed within the field of play, but there's just no one there. Because
Oh, that's out.
there's a run out. There's a
Well,
run out.
well,
It's
well.
been-
It
It's
is.
been fielded in the deep by the man running in from the sweeper position into all those acres of space, and then he's just managed a direct hit from miles out, and he's run out.
Is it Mikael Louis?
He's run out Bashir.
It's Bashir that got run out in the end.
That was an amazing throw. He lasered it in. It's taken the stump out the ground. And Bashir was short of his ground.
Where was he? Sort of somewhere between the corner of the grandstand and the bowler's bar. Oh no! I'll tell you what, he's pretty much dead on at mid wicket in front of the grandstand.
Cover.
What a throw! What a throw!
Yeah, well,
Well, he obviously enjoyed it.
that was a great throw. It was. It was. By the time he picked it up, he was about at cover, and he's just thrown it. It's a nice angle actually to hit the stumps from there. I thought he was much square onto them. I thought it was a much finer angle on the stumps. But well,
here we go.
Here we go. Brings down a man.
Jimmy Anderson.
Which of the many jingles that we have lined up for Jimmy do we play? I think
Choose wisely.
I think we're going for this one.
Is it because he's ancient, born century, so long past?
I played with him.
Or is it that management are really kind of fucking daft? Jimmy, bowl what you wanna bowl as long as you wanna bowl. Jimmy, just 'cause you're getting old don't mean you gotta go. You grumpy old bastard, even as a young kid.
That must be our longest jingle ever.
No.
Oh no! Oh, no! That's a challenge to Jeff. That is. You know.
Well, long enough to befit a man who's had a very long career. Lords was on its feet. He's received some handshakes from the West Indian players. Of course, there is every chance this will be his last bat. Theoretically, there's another innings to come, but yeah, could very well be his last chance with bat pads and helmet out there at Lords. Here comes Seals to Smith, who cover drives that. It's fielded out in the deep, and you sense he's going to stay where he is.
Yeah, I don't think they'll
The
take a
graphics
single.
confirm that he has done exactly that. So Jimmy just watching on from the non-striker's end.
Well, it's a good opportunity to pull out the how old were this team when Jimmy started stats we get the moment. We probably will. Zach Crawley was 5. Ben Duckett was the ripe old age of 8. Ollie Pope 5. Joe Root 12. Harry Brook 4. Ben Stokes 11. I'll wait for a second.
Seals again. This is wide and full and hoiked into the leg side. And there's Fields. There's Fields up there, but he's managed to find the gap between them on the boundary. 4 runs.
I thought he QN'd that. Camel work was terrible.
Jamie Smith, who he's batting with, of course, was only 2. Chris Wokes was an old man of 14. Gus Atkinson was 5, and Shoaib Bashir wasn't born.
Blimey.
There you go.
Slacker.
Where was he? to go back to our mustard theme. Where are you?
Yeah, exactly.
Where are you? Shoaib Bashir. When Jimmy's... Well, I suppose you need to be talking to Mr. and Mrs. Bashir.
That's the lead up to 250, by the way. Handy lead.
Here comes Jaden Seals once more outside off stump. This one's just prodded away into the offside by Smith, whose technical footwork from earlier on is all gone, which is understandable in the situation. He's here to fool around a bit now.
I think I've cracked how to make us an endless stream of money, Bear.
Oh yeah, look, we've got a
yes. Well, it is. It's a super chat, and it's from a Mr. Jeremy Henderson, who sent us money saying, "I cannot hear that Jimmy jingle without being overcome by the urge to super chat." Well, I don't. There's only one. There's only one thing. We just keep playing it. We'll just keep playing it. And all we can keep here is the ka-ching from Perth.
Smith going to be looking for a single here off the last ball of the over. He's going to get more than that. Or he's going to get caught on the rope. Is he not? Yep. It's been taken. It's smiles and laughs all round for Seals. And that concludes the innings with England leading by exactly 250. Smith will have to go for 70. Could have just looked for the 1, but he tried to get the 6 instead.
Jimmy didn't even get to face a ball.
Jimmy didn't even get to face the ball.
Not out. It's very much in his style. Yes, there's another super chat jingle. I'm gonna before we let Richard do a quick summary of where we stand. Warren Davis, 5 of the finest US dollars. We're doing we should do fundraising to play the longest jingle. I'll start the pot with the Ian Bell jingle.
Oh, fuck the Ian Bell jingle.
Well, if it makes us money, Bear.
Well,
would you unfuck it?
Well, someone has to outbid him. There's plenty of Jeff Perkins full-length Sri Lankan jingles.
But stop swearing at money, Bear.
Yeah, don't swear.
Yeah, okay. But that Ian Bell jingle just winds me up.
On another subject, what a fantastic knock on debut from
Jamie Smith.
Jamie Smith, a superb performance.
That indeed. Although he didn't have the honour of leading the two batsmen off the field, this will be the only time anyone's made naught not out and led the batting side off. Jimmy Anderson.
That's a good catch down in the deep. I have to say that. He got hold of it reasonably well, but
oh dear.
But this Smith innings has definitely been one of the reasons to watch today on a day that isn't full of interest as far as the contest is concerned. Well, but the way he's changed gears,
exactly that
in his repertoire.
And I think actually England will be a bit disappointed with 371. I mean, they had the game in the palm of their hands. They've been some good balls, but they've thrown a few wickets away. The pitch isn't as flat as you'd like it to be, or you thought it was. I mean, there's definitely a little.
Well, it's
bit
an interesting
in it for the
scorecard,
bowlers,
though, isn't it? I mean, 76, 57, 68, 50, 70. I mean, all should be the foundation for at least one of those.
Used to go on to get 100.
To post 100 plus, and none of them have quite
got
there, which tells you, I think, that there's definitely always something there in that wicket for bowlers, and I think the West Indies will have that to hang on to. They'll have to bowl magnificently well.
Well, they'll have to bat magnificently well. They got bowled out for 121 in the first innings. They've got to score 250 in the second just to get to parity and make us bat again.
By the way, here's another one of these coming up.
Use your prime super chat.
It's from Jane Grover. You guess which one he wants.
Dame Pete.
Yeah.
Dame Pete.
There you go. You've had it sung live.
You know what you're thinking.
And as out of tune and as horrible live as it is as a recording, but nonetheless,
I think you should play
$5 worth. No.
Well, I was going to look for the.
Oh, we will look for the Ian Bell one this evening. We'll see how the evening session starts to shape up as the West Indies will have to set about, closing a 250 run gap. But if we get the chance, then yes, we already know we've got Dame Pete on the list. We know we've got Ian Bell on the list. We'll start to fish them out and play them as we go for you. How about that?
Well, we should explain our patron situation as well, and what is going to be happening. I'm having to get rid of the flat, which we've been ensconced in for 10 years. But it's time we need to move on because my daughter's going off to university, and a lot of things are tied up in here. So the time's come for me to actually get rid of it, which, whilst it's been nice to be here, I really cannot subsidise Gorilla Cricket any longer. We'll pretty much pay for ourselves, which is good. But costs will go up because part of the reason we've been here is cheap mortgage rates, and they've all changed, which is a real bummer to a certain degree. So I'm going to have to sell the flat. We're going to have to find a space. Now, we can find a space. I think we can find a space, reasonably priced, but it is going to be actually more expensive than here, and there are all the additionals that cost on time. Our hope for this summer is that, if you want us to continue,
double. We're looking
to double our Patreon. Because we reckon that will cover the costs of a new studio space.
To which we are changing our levels to make it as attractive as we possibly can. And I know some wonderful people have already either signed up or moved their levels, which is we are just phenomenally grateful for, I must say. It's going to start at the $5 a month, which is our undying gratitude, for which you will of course get access to our patrons only Discord lounge, which is alive with all sorts of chat. Once you move on to the $10 a month level, it's you're a Gorilla Studio Foundation membership and shout outs. You get unfettered access to our archive, including all matches and over 1,000 jingles, Lord above. We also ensure you get priority preview for our regular podcast, The Bishop and Bear. We will start again, I sincerely hope, Maximum, and you'll get that. Your name will be in lights in the Roll of Honour across the screen. Plus, obviously, the Discord Lounge membership that comes with the other level. As we moving on up, there's a $20 membership. Studio guest, you get to join us in the studio if you wish to. You get a gift from our merchandise store, plus all the other things, and then you get into the really kind of interesting territory of being able to sponsor games for us.
Well, just get your sponsorship up.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a business and you want your logo up on the screen, like Racing Rant, he's on the screen. We're going to add your logo to the bottom of our homepage with our sponsors bit. We might probably add a sponsors page actually on the thing.
We will. You get your logo on screen. You get sales messaging links to your business or organisation on YouTube and our other channels. You will be prominently featured on our partners page. You get the chance to join us on the Bishop and Bear to promote your cause and just have fun with us. You get guest appearances in the studio, and we'll tailor things really to how we can best make that work for you. And then if you want to go above that, you can read it, but we're into seriously tailoring promotional packages. So whether you have a charity to support, a book to promote, or a company that you work for, or is indeed your own company, any of those things, we can tailor some amazing promotional packages to really get them known. And I've got to say, actually, audience-wise, we're quite so far into this series, been very encouraging.
Well, it has, and we're enjoying your company.
Anyway, poor old Richard is
absolute top-tier tailoring would surely be buy the flat off Bear and let us continue to use it.
Well, that's another option.
Is it already on the market?
It is already on the market.
There's so many rich people out there. I mean, just when you think there can't be that many, you realise you see someone down at the supermarket buying a very expensive chocolate and realise.
Well, in London there are lots of people with money, it has to be said. You notice it all the time.
I'm not sure that's necessarily the most reliable measure of wealth, Richard, is that they happen to be buying a fairly pricey box of chocolates. It might just be they might have been saving up for a special gift for the one they love, and it's a rare occasion. But I take your point. It's an indicator, if not a reliable measure.
Yeah. As our ice creams in Devon, which are rapidly rolling towards £5 a scoop, aren't they?
Hang on, I think we have another one of these coming in. Where is it? Dum. Let me tee it up.
Super chat.
Oh wow, it's a tenner for the bear to sing the Ian Bell jingle live. Well, this is the point at which someone else has to surely offer $15 for him not to.
It's a really easy.
We'll
I
see
know
how we go
mean.
from there.
It just goes Bell. Bell.
Oh, that's the one. Yes, of course. Dom. Yes.
Bell.
There you are, Warren.
There you go.
Ask
live bell jingle,
and thou shalt receive. Richard, talk us through where we stand after this, because things are about to kick off again, aren't they?
Well, no. The first thing that's come to my attention is that Sky is telling us this the tea break, and Cricinfo is saying it's the innings break.
Well, it's
but
both.
I suspect they are teeing, but taking longer than 10 minutes.
Oh, that's going to screw up my timings. I hate it when they do that.
When they add it all together, well, maybe they won't actually.
Well, I'm here for the 2 sessions after tea, so.
Okay.
You don't have to worry about communicating timings to me.
Should we give us the very briefest of summaries, and then I'll go away and work out what we do timing-wise. But I think the personnel will remain pretty much as is.
England have just been dismissed, and the lead is exactly 250. So 371 players, 121, which the West Indies scrounged together yesterday, not very convincingly. England have batted reasonably well, plenty of starts. Many will argue they should have made more. West Indies bowled decently. 371 is not an embarrassing total to concede. The big problem was their batting yesterday. The good thing about Test cricket is they have another chance to put it right, and that will be coming up in just a few minutes. When they get going again. So that's the very brief summary. If you'd like a longer one with scorecards and all that, just say the word.
Well, that's good. A couple last messages, and we'll have a little break before tea, or for tea. Farong, hello to you. With GC Towers on the move, perhaps Tony Bishop one with his contacts could word up those concerned. Could Gorilla Towers be relocated to A, Vicarage Road? Oh, that's not a bad shout. I'll give that a go.
You won't catch me opening
B,
in the morning.
Lords.
Yeah.
C, Buckingham Palace. I went there once. Admittedly.
Look, if we could do it at the Oval, I'll be on. And you can rent business rooms at the Oval.
You can.
That's an interesting thought.
I bet they're quite expensive.
Go and investigate that. It's tea.
We
believe it's tea. Oh.
Well, I doubt they're going to come out for 5 minutes
confusing.
before tea, are they? They're just going to go for tea.
I would have thought if it was only 5 minutes to tea anyway, which
it wasn't 10 minutes to tea now.
Yeah, I think they will have taken an early tea, because otherwise you'd come out and bat for about 5 minutes, wouldn't you? Which wouldn't necessarily make a lot of sense. So that would mean, what if they're taking tea now?
We'll just keep an eye on the telly and we'll be back.
25. It should be about. Do we think 1:45 would be the most likely time?
Yeah, about that, I reckon.
All right, I shall rework rota timings. But essentially, if you're a Gorilla Cricket commentator and you're looking at a rota, just follow the sequence.
Just you're on a little bit earlier, that's all.
And you'll just be prepared, like a good Boy Scout, to be on slightly earlier. I got to run, and I'm going to go and say hello to young Hector, actually.
Okie dokie. Let me put on some podcasts back on. We'll see you at the other side of tea.
Where Sir Clyde used to be chairman, desperate to crack and make cricket big in the US. Do you think they've got a fair bit of the way to achieving that as a result of the World T20?
Well, I think you've always got this problem in America of NFL and baseball, and they're not going to let you sneak in under the radar, really. I think whatever sport, even football, which has fared quite well, I think is at a high level, maybe, in terms of amateur level, it may establish itself, but I think it's always difficult to get past those two sports, and they're not going to let you sneak in very easily. On a wider level, I think that I think it can't have done any harm. I'm sure it would have engaged a lot of people, but I just don't quite understand why the ICC wants to crack America, really.
Money.
Money. I was going to say other than money.
Yeah, money. It's all about the moolah.
Yeah, size-wise, it's already the third biggest cricket market after Southeast Asia and England.
Yeah, so sorry, I do understand, but I don't see the need for them to do it. It doesn't have to be a global game. It's nice that lots of countries play it, but we don't have to involve America really. And if we do crack America, then there will be consequences. In terms of power structures and the way the game goes. So, sort of
that's an interesting dichotomy for a very Indian-run establishment.
Just careful what you wish for, really. I think.
Well, it's interesting you say that, isn't it? Yeah, because you can't see America going. I mean, this is why I guess T20 works in the way it does. I mean, it was the fact that you had a 20-team tournament, and you think there are only 12, 13 test-playing nations. It broadens the sport to areas where teams probably couldn't afford put up competitive teams at longer, even 50 overs. 20 overs is such a kind of hit and miss game that it does allow that variability for minnows and underdogs to create upsets, which I think everyone who likes competitive sport, seeing it in the Euros now, teams that people don't expect to win, when they suddenly get a result, it creates a little bit of excitement and a little bit of kind of, sport can get bigger and exist, especially in something like cricket where you're already tied down to, and the amount of good test nations now is getting smaller and smaller, and the competitiveness because of the lack of money for teams like South Africa, the West Indies, where they're not so much interested in the long form game anymore because it doesn't generate any income for them, and the players don't get paid well enough, and therefore you can't get those teams to be competitive enough. And so something like T20, you can imagine, can infiltrate in America. They could create it got to Super 8. So I think in a way,
a big challenge for the West Indies, isn't it? Distribution of money, and the challenges for the West Indies, David, have been very much financial, and they're desperate for a larger slice of pie, global pie, aren't they?
Well, yes, and I think you have to applaud West Indies for keeping concentration on first-class cricket. Unlike Ireland, they've managed to get their first-class cricket going again after the COVID. It's amazing that Ireland have failed to get any first-class cricket going in their own country. Even failed to put out a decent team against England, saying it wasn't a marquee event, test match last year, which upset a lot of people who paid tickets. And I know we're about to come on and talk about West Indies Test Series, and my contention would be, this is one of the stronger test teams the West Indies have put out in recent years, notwithstanding the lack of players like Pooran, Pope, Brandon King. They aren't there, but they've got guys who've got first class decent experience. For example, Kemar Roach got injured last week and they've called up replacement Jeremiah Louis. He's not a youngster, he's 28, he's got 150 first class wickets. I saw him bowl at Beckenham yesterday. He looks good. And so West Indies have got 4 decent quicks, which in the past we've said they wouldn't, and of course they come off the back of that wonderful win in Australia, which would have been the last test they played. So look, every West Indies tour of England, West Indies are written off. Non-competitive. It's not going to be competitive summer. This is going to be easy for England, not a proper test, and all this. And every time, West Indies confound that. And Shea Hope's here with those 2 centuries up at Headingley. When we asked West Indies to play a day-night match at Edgbaston in May. This time they're going to be on hard wickets in the middle of the summer. It's the first time West Indies have come to England in the middle of the summer for many, many years. They've always had that first May, June. Send them up north, send them up to Durham.
No. There was the COVID summer. They came over and they played in August, and they won that first test. And England came back and won the second.
The Rose Bowl, wasn't it? It was the one where Stuart Broad got dropped and then came roaring back, having been poked. Well, David, with consummate professionalism, you've moved us on to where we were going anyway. So I mean, when I looked at that West Indies squad, and you and Peter will know more than me, possibly I don't know about the Bear, but I looked through it, and there's a lot of names there, and I'm going, who? But there are a lot of names there that I'm going, these are not familiar to me. I looked at Kirk Mackenzie, Athanasi, I know. Cavam Hodge, I don't know so much as Zachary McCaskey. And I guess I was looking at the team that's played at Beckenham against the first class counties 11, which is an interesting mix of quite inexperienced players in itself. But tell us about one or two of the players that you're excited about seeing? Because there really are a few that I don't know a lot about.
Well, there's no Tagnerine Chandapur at this time, so he hasn't been scoring runs in first-class cricket, so he's been dropped. Lukaski, you meant, hasn't scored a lot of runs, he's managed to get in, but the two players I would look out for with the bat, young player, really lovely tall right-handed batsman, Nikhil Lewis, who is likely to get his first test match on the back of 4 or 5 centuries in his breakthrough first-class season last year. It's a bold selection. He looked great at Beckenham. He's 28 not out overnight. Second innings, he scored a very good
50, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, made a good
50 in the first, yeah.
And I think he's going to impress people. I think he's got look like he's got a really good temperament as well. And so he's one to look out for. And Kavem Hodge, yes, he may not be one of the better known players, but he had a very good tour of Australia. He's a gritty middle order batsman who doesn't give his wicket away, which you can't think of many have fallen into that category since the great days of Larry Gomes, Geoffrey Dujon, etc. So Hodge has got real stickability, got a ton on his first match of the tour after a very successful series against Australia. So and
we're back after tea, slightly earlier than expected, as Jimmy Anderson, who somebody told me he's playing his last test match, I don't know if that's confirmed, will be coming in bowling right arm over the wicket, the first ball of the West Indies second innings, and that absolutely goes, well, I'm not saying it grubs along the floor, but that kept really low. Anderson has a smile on his face, a rueful smile, and because the West Indies 250 behind, if it's going to keep that low, they're in real trouble. And I ought to welcome Messi, Jez and Richard, who've joined me after tea. Can you hear me, gents?
Indeed.
What time is it where you are, Messi?
It's only 20 to 11 at night.
As Anderson bowls a fuller ball and Brathwaite leans forward. His feet weren't quite moving properly, but the middle of the bat met the ball, plays it up to mid-off, no run. There's a slight catch in my voice. It's because we were taken slightly unawares by the restart of play, and so I had to do the 4-yard dash in a matter of minutes. And we're going to jingle up the relevant personnel after this next delivery, as Anderson, aged 163, comes in now and bowls and beats the outside edge again. The ball kept very low. It was almost on the second bounce when Smith took it. Let's have some jingles.
Is it because he's ancient, born centuries, soul on past? Or is it that management are really kind of fucking daft? Jimmy, bowl what you wanna bowl as long as you wanna bowl.
Anderson bowls again, and this is defended by Brathwaite.
Don't mean you gotta go.
Yeah, you get the idea. It goes on for another 30 seconds. Don't worry about it. Richard, hello.
Fred, I don't know if you're able to alter the screen settings on YouTube, Fred. You've sort of got half me, half Richard.
I can call for the bear. Screen. There's a stream of expletives about to emerge from the green room as this is tickled down the leg side. I don't think it was a ball that wasn't particularly well directed. It went down the leg side. Brathwaite tried to tickle it. Fortunately for him, perhaps, didn't get a little bit of bat on it because Smith took it well, diving away to his left. The bear is sorting out the televisual issues. Richard, can you hear us? Are you on mute, possibly? As I can't hear you.
Richard, you are on mute.
Thank you very much. How you can know that from the other side of the world, and
Well,
I don't know it. It's just a marvel today.
Jimmy bowls, and this again keeps low. This is not boding well for this test match hitting Saturday. Let's put it that way. The end of the first over, it's a maiden. We shall have some social media messages, and then after that I'm going to jingle up the batsman.
Well, Dara Azizi was saying keeping the Windies in the field isn't a bad idea. I don't think he was aware that England were all out with a lead of 250. Sandra Richardson says these guys are at the test level. Can't they score 250 runs? They need to be more professional. Or maybe they will score 250 runs and some more to make a game of it, which we would all enjoy.
Well, they're going to have to. They're going to have to score, well, at least 400 to give themselves any chance of, keeping the result of this match in debate. Who's going to be opening from the other end? It's going to be this chap. Let's play his jingle.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
And he's bowling to this man.
Fun way to spell a name. M-I-K-Y-L-E Louis. And what does this guy do? He goes to bat.
First ball is well wide of the off stump. There is a slight hint of swing away, but it started far too wide.
And there's pronounced keeping low, also from the younger Wokes. I don't know why it's suddenly scuttling through with the England bowlers. It wasn't that pronounced at the end of the West Indies bowling effort.
Well, neither of them are very quick, it's fair to say, but it is a new ball. Well, it should be a new ball. We are going to have another slip, a fourth. If it is keeping low, then the gully is not a useful position, because that's more of a bounce position to get wickets, as Wokes is in again, and leaning forward is Louis, finds a gap in the offside, walks through for a single, gets him off the mark, the first run of the West Indies second innings, trailing by a mere 249 now. Any more messages, Messi?
Well, Dara Azizi says, so you're not feeling very positive then, Jeremy? Well, I've got to say, I'm not hugely confident that England will need to bat again, put it like that.
And if Jimmy Anderson has to bat again, it's going to be a very good test match, let's put it that way. Let's jingle up the other batsman who faced the first over, but we didn't have time to jingle.
He's a determined fella, I just gotta tell you, he can bat on endlessly. All those balls faced by Craigie Brathwaite, you know he can bat eternally.
Another wasted delivery from Wokes, well wide of the off stump. That is a rare Mog jingle where I recognise the original song. That was Love Grows Where My Rosemary Goes by Edison Lighthouse, about 1970, I'm guessing.
Yeah, take your word for it. Wokes, wayward, but he'll be encouraged by the movement. He's almost got too much, and his starting lines have been all wrong. What can he come up with now?
Let's have a look. It's better, closer, but not too much closer. And Brathwaite is not interested at all.
Well, but that ball pitching on middle and leg would be very interesting, because it swung pretty prodigiously away.
Well, how many bowlers have seen it swing away or move away from outside the off stump, and when they pitch it on middle stump, it relentlessly goes down towards the leg side, and they're milked. Yes, Jimmy used to be good at that. He would sort of probe away at where it was coming from, and this one is better delivery. It has to be played up by Brathwaite. He does play it down into the ground towards the point fielder, who's Ollie Pope. But again, that was a good line and a good length, I think.
Just trying to push it up there a little bit further, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, England shouldn't worry about the runs. They should be bowling quite full, giving it a chance to swing or move off the wicket. And if they're driven, well, they've got plenty of runs in the bank. Let's see what Brathwaite does to the next one. He goes on the back foot to a slightly shorter ball and plays it back to the bowler. No run, the end of the second over, 1 for no wicket.
Madan Mohan Sharma is with us. He says, good evening from India. Hats off to Anderson. He never looked hostile on the ground by his behaviour, but his success as a test bowler is tremendous. Wishing him a great time ahead. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better model of behaviour on field either.
No, and aggression is not one of the things he'll go down in history for.
Grumpiness, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yep.
Not sure that translates too well to commentary, but I'm sure we will find out in good time.
Indeed.
number 613 on his shirt. He is the 613th England Test player, although he probably isn't, because there's somebody who's a higher number than him who should have been lower, if you get my meaning. There were some Test matches which have been moved around as whether they were official Test matches or not, and Anderson in again, bowls, and onto the back foot. Well, staying in his crease is Louis, and plays it out onto the onside. Have we got a definitive answer as to whether it's Louis or Lewis?
Louis.
Louis.
Yeah, we had that confirmed by, I think it was Ian Bishop yesterday on the telecoms, because he hails originally, or his father hails from, I don't want to get this wrong, but it's one of the French-speaking
Guadeloupe,
islands.
Martinique.
I think it was Dominica or Dominican Republic is one of those French-speaking. It felt like it started with a D, but anyway, it's Louis.
Okay. Anderson bowls again outside the off stump again. Very little bounce.
Well, he was born on St Kitts and Nevis.
Yes,
yeah,
apparently
he's the ancestry that's from the French island.
He's the first Test cricketer from St Kitts. Not the first from St Kitts and Nevis, because Keith Arthurton, I think Runnico Morton, a couple of others from Nevis, but the first from the other island in that very small country of St Kitts and Nevis. As Jimmy's in again and bowls, and this is off the thigh pad of Louis. It goes to square leg.
For those little points of interest that keep us going in a one-sided match, and assuming that 250 is going to be a match-winning total, as it usually isn't, a match-winning lead, sorry, as it usually is in Test cricket. I guess the main interest here is, that the Windies show that they can bat properly, given that there are another 2 tests to come. It would be psychologically for them very important to make England bat again and do a little bit of serious batting, even if they do go down.
Absolutely. Anderson in again, and proper forward defensive from Louis. Anderson kicks at the ball, doesn't pick it up. Duckett does. Absolutely correct, Richard. Even if they think they're not going to win this Test match, for the purposes of the series, it's important for them to bat as long as possible in English conditions and against these England bowlers. They're not going to be facing Anderson again, but they will be facing the others.
And it's a rare chance for the Windies to actually have a 3-test series at all. They've got time to play themselves into it, because normally they're just stuck with these 2-test affairs. And if they can make progress here and play a little bit better in the next one, they can imagine a world where by the 3rd test they might be better than England. Who knows? And this is a team with previous. Let's not forget. Was it 2018 where they got absolutely steamrolled in Birmingham, and then came the famous
Headingley, yes. As Anderson is in again, and that's slightly angling into Louis, but he gets most of the bat on it. The ball goes to mid-wicket, no run.
And of course, who would have put money on them losing in Adelaide last year, or earlier this year to Australia, and bouncing back to win at the Gabba of all places? They have shown resilience and the ability to bounce back, and this innings will no doubt play a part in them continuing to be able to do so.
I'm not a great advocate of coaching in general, but if I was the West Indies coach, my advice to them for this innings would be bat. As it's outside the off stump, and Louis doesn't have to play at it. They just have to bat and bat and bat. That's all. You don't need to think of anything else.
It's nice to put a target on it. Even if it's nothing to do with the official match scores. Why not say make 500? Go out there and make 500.
Bat for as long as you
like. You're all sacked.
There's no pressure of time. There's no pressure of anything else. You just have to bat, and bat to not lose your wicket. Messi, what are people saying?
Madam Mahone Sharma asked which other team is visiting this summer. It'll be Sri Lanka. They've also got a 3-test series after this one. Warren says odds on Jimmy getting a 10 for. Very large, I would suggest. The other thing about the possibility of West Indies batting long, I actually think that would be good for England as well. It'll give Wokes time to get some more overs in his leg, which I feel he needs, and Bashar a chance.
Wokes starts a new over, and Brathwaite is looking a little suspiciously at this delivery, which is full on off stump, and defends into the offside.
And Stokes as well, who needs some overs in his legs, because he seemed to come out of puff quite quickly in the first innings.
I have to say this is a very unfashionable opinion. Nowadays, it's commonly believed that the less cricket you play, the better off you are, especially bowlers. Somebody who bowls 15 overs an innings needs to be rested for 2 test matches. And many people considering 2 lots of 4 overs in a week as tough going, as Woakes comes in and bowls and slightly outside half of the bat as the ball gets to Pope at point, no run. A remarkable number of look at the bat of Brathwaite. It is there's a lot of red marks all the way along from the Gray Nichols badge at the top to almost the toe is almost completely red marks.
It used to be that all bats were that way, but it's quite a rare sight nowadays.
Yeah, they tend to be clean. They don't last as long because of the way they make them. So
and also white balls don't make marks as pretty as those cherries.
That's true. This one is a very deep red colour as Woakes right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Brathwaite, full and swinging and driven, not particularly well timed, but I think he's got enough of that it's going to make its way to the deep mid-off boundary for one of these. Yeah, he wasn't quite there and his feet weren't quite there, but the bat was. Let's put it that way.
That's added another cherry to his collection, I would say.
Yeah, he sort of
lower
dragged
down
it
on the bat though.
Yeah, and the bat was then swinging as though he was aiming it towards sort of the onside, but he timed it well enough. Let's see what Woakes' response is. To bowl a good ball which pitches on a bad off stump and moves away, but it was a little bit too short. Brathwaite didn't need to commit himself to a defensive shot, but there was definite movement off the wicket there from Woakes.
Oh, to the extent that it was almost taken in front of first slip.
Yeah,
Smith, the wicket keeper.
He loves this ground, Woakes, with bat and ball. He's got a very good record at Lords. Some of them, I mean, he's got a Test 100 against India, which is very high on the list of achievements that a cricketer can have, as Woakes comes in and bowls, and that does beat him again. That was a little bit fuller, and Brathwaite thought about prodding the bat at it, and then either withdrew it or was beaten, or some slight, somewhere between the two, let's put it that way. So
that was a cracker, really. Started out straight, it didn't move as wildly.
Well, the optimum movement is the distance between the middle of the bat and the edge of the bat, which is only a couple of inches. If it moves too far...
Woakes is starting to find some rhythm now, doesn't it?
Sort of, but then he bowls a ball which is a little bit shorter. It does move away, but there's no chance of the batsman wanting to play that ball. He can leave that all day, and that's the end of the over. Messi.
Sandra Richardson says, congratulations, Jimmy Anderson. Well played. He's a great bowler. Indeed he is. Jay says, Anderson not aggressive on the field. What the fuck? Not in your face aggressive. Just with the ball he's aggressive, I think is the point.
He can be. When he was younger, he was fond of getting in batsmen's faces. He was not a shrinking violet.
No, but he didn't have that carry on.
Not by Australian standards.
That was
but by
also
England
so long
standards.
ago. There are very few living people who can
That's true.
remember that.
That's true. Certainly no players.
And in relation to Brathwaite's bat, he says, proper bat.
Well, the first ball of Anderson's over is a cracker. It's pitched just outside off stump. Louis played a drive at it, and it moved away. It moved that bit too far, past the outside edge and into Smith's gloves. That was a classic Anderson delivery, and Louis was probably thinking to himself, oh, that's what this Anderson thing's all about. Yeah, okay. We're looking at some people in the crowd, possibly Anderson's family. I think I recognised them from ringing the bell yesterday as Jimmy's in again, and that one comes back in. So he's working his way through the repertoire. It started wider of the off stump, angled back in towards Louis, who didn't really play at it. But,
well, it's interesting. Both of these bowlers are getting a lot more out of the new ball than they did in the first innings, particularly seam movement.
Yeah, it's
and the first innings you had to wait a few overs for the lacquer to come off, if I understand, for a bit more swing.
Well,
This
different
is doing quite a
balls
lot
do
off the
different
deck.
things. It used to be the case, I don't know if it's still true, that the bowlers have the choice of, from a group of new balls, which one they want to take. as Jimmy bowls again, and again Louis drives, and again he misses. He's beaten on the outside edge. This is a classic Anderson over that we've seen so many times over the years and decades, in fact.
Yeah, although Louis did pretty well in the first innings and hung around for quite a while, for 30 odd, I think. There was a little bit of work he could have done on his leaving, and again that was quite a wide one.
It's true,
He'd
but
probably be thinking, I could have left that alone. But it was also a full one. That is the genius of Anderson.
probing away. This one is driven square, slightly outside half of the bat. Again, Pope sprawling away to his right fields, no run.
As we look for storylines in this, dare I say it again, one-sided match, it is still theoretically possible. Let us not forget that Jimmy Anderson can tie Shane Warne on, what is it, 708 or 608?
Honestly, who cares? Who cares?
700. Oh, lots of geeky statistics cricket people will care.
Yeah, I know, but normal people don't care.
There are no normal people listening to guerrilla cricket. Watching Test cricket, one might say.
Jimmy bowls again, and this is pushed through the offside. It's not going to have enough legs to get to the boundary, but he got well forward to that. Stokes chases it towards the boundary, flicks it up in the air as if to give it to the bloke who's accompanying him, and then catches it himself and wangs it back in. So 2 runs to Louis. He now has 3. 7 for no wicket, West Indies. 1 ball left of the 5th over.
Yeah, come and live in a foreign European country and you will have no shortages of reminders of how bizarre and strange it is to watch a sport that goes on for 5 days.
They say that, but how many people watch golf? A lot of people watch golf. Jimmy comes in and bowls again, and this is the in-ducker, or attempted in-ducker from outside the off stump. 2 wide, end of the 5th over, 7 for no wicket.
Well, I've got to say that our audience is shocked at the fact that Troops bombed that there is no normal person listening to guerrilla cricket. It's made them all look in the mirror and say,
well, I'm more
I would
worried
like to add that I think we're the right kind of abnormal, in a good way.
I do, however, feel that there are plenty of people listening to this who probably thought about it and going, yeah, that's probably right. That's probably more disturbing. Oh, we've got an email with revised times from Tony. This is always great fun. So the 3 of us are on till 4:10, which is 9 minutes away. Just some on-air production notes.
Nick Vickers says, "Hi Gorillas, great commentary as always. Just had a look. Dominica was a French colony in the 18th century, so that would explain the French pronunciation of Louis."
Fantastic, thank you very much. Wokes bowls again. That's the line he wants to bowl. It's sort of middle and off and shaping away, but Brathwaite gets behind it.
Well, which is exactly my point. No so-called regular person would take the trouble to look that up, and it's good that we have our kind of abnormal in the world.
Well, you know, if this was a T20 game, there'd be no time to look this kind of thing up and discuss
Exactly. Or read the newspaper.
Or fall asleep, let's be honest. I speak for...
Although those middle overs...
I speak for Hendo particularly. The boring middle overs in a T10.
Even in a T20.
Wokes bowls again, straighter ball, on the back foot goes Brathwaite, defends up to mid-on, no run. Clap for the bowler from his skipper, whose beard seems to have got a little bit longer. Either his beard's got longer or his chin's got longer. Probably the former, I would have thought, at his stage of life. He does have quite a long chin, does Ben Stokes. And we're looking at a meaningless graphic with lots of colours, dots, and can't be asked to describe it.
Anderson has apparently bowled a bouncer in his first spill, and there we were saying he's not aggressive.
Well, at least
it's a good surprise
had
ball.
a graphic as to how many 4s have been hit in the series.
This is off the pad of Brathwaite, and Smith goes halfway back to fine leg to pick up the ball. They do come through for a leg bye. Some testing bowling, but the batsmen are, well, the temperament of an opening batsman means you have to be able to deal with being beaten and to clear your mind and worry about the next delivery. And so far these two have been doing that. If that's not the kiss of death, I'm sorry for our listeners in the West Indies if I have put the mockers on the batsmen, but they seem to be coping well on the temperament front at the moment. It's a little bit tricky. It's not incredibly difficult to play, but it's testing, as this next ball is. Again an outswinger from Wokes, and Louis gets the outer half on the bat, and the ball goes to backward point. No run.
It does have a feel of a good traditional English Test innings here, where you really have to see off the new ball.
You don't need to say traditional English Test innings. I mean,
well, new
traditional
balls in some countries are
traditional
doing nothing
Test
these days.
is England. Let's be honest. Let's be
Yeah.
honest. Apparently, you're in Austria, Richard. I did ask in the
That's
green
right.
room whether you went to go to Australia and just spelt it wrong, as this next ball is a bit straighter and doesn't move away. Played back down the wicket by Louis. So straight, in fact, that it hits the stumps at the other end.
Well, funnily enough, I actually did try to go to Australia. I spent a year there, but unlike everyone else, I didn't find a way to get a special visa. Unlike people like Messers.
In my day, I just had to live here.
There was-
You just had to pay £10, didn't you?
There was great.
No,
we sent him there.
I came on a 2-year working holiday.
Involuntary, I think, Messi.
Well, running away from home, basically.
You were
At the
asked
age
to
of 18.
leave. And so much so that we sent a ship to take you down there. As the next ball is a classic outswinger from Wokes, and Louis prods forward, is beaten on the outside edge, and the last ball of Wokes' third over is a dot, 8 for no wicket, 6 overs gone.
Pokey says Jimmy was an obnoxious twat for years. Rose-tinted glasses are enabled. He said, didn't Jimmy get fined for giving the Sri Lankans, I think, loads when they weren't even playing a match? I don't recall that. Brown in Brisbane says golf indeed goes for 4 days, but at least there is a winner.
Yeah, often, I mean, all but the absolute geekiest hardcore of golf fans will only watch the final round, even for a major, which is one afternoon.
Anderson bowls again. This is the inducker, and Brathwaite, I don't think, read that and is taken on the pad.
And yes, I've just done a quick Google. James Anderson fined 50% of his match fee for shoulder charging Runako Morton during the second one-day international at Edgbaston in, wait for it, 2007.
Jesus Christ.
That's the second mention of Runako Morton in the last 20 minutes. I bet not even his best friends were expecting that, I wouldn't have thought. 4 slips weight, as does a keeper, as Jimmy bowls, and outside the off-stump, Brathwaite is not tempted into a drive. The slips are very close together and, unsurprisingly, standing quite far up, which means if the ball does fly at them, it's going to be much harder to take. But with the ball keeping low, you want the slips as close as they can possibly feel, as close as they feel comfortable standing. Let's put it that way.
A bit more from Jimmy Anderson's memory lane as we look at him go back to his mark here at Lord's today. That was back when he was playing ODI cricket, and on that day his 10-over spell went for 78 runs. At that point, his most expensive analysis in ODIs.
Nowadays, that's a good session. As this one, Brathwaite plays inside the line of, and Smith takes.
Yeah, I can't see today's Sri Lanka getting 78 runs in 10 overs off pretty well anybody, to be honest.
I'm going to have to pass on Matta's white ball, it not being my area of either expertise or enjoyment. As Jimmy bowls again, this is the the off cutter, which Brathwaite jabs down on. The fielder doing most of the work is Ollie Pope at point, which suggests to you that batsmen are staying inside the line, and the bowling is well directed. Let's put it that
They'll
way.
be keeping a beady eye on him after his catch in the first innings. Screamer that was.
It was a screamer, but you know, if you hit the ball in the air towards fielders, even if you hit it very hard, you have to expect catches to be taken. These people are quite good at their jobs.
Yeah.
Anderson bowls, and a brave leave from Brathwaite, because that was about a stump and a half outside off stump, and Jimmy has been cutting them back from there, so he either picked something from the hand, or he might be quite embarrassed if that one comes back and removes his off stump as he's left it, which we've seen over the years, let's be honest, from Anderson. And the camera's focusing on the West Indies balcony. It's a long way from the dressing rooms to the middle at Lord's, as Anderson bowls, again keeps a little bit low, and Brathwaite blocks to Pope at point, end of the 7th over, 8 for no wicket.
Ombre Nuevo's joined us. He says, afternoon, wonderful Guerrilla Cricket. Afternoon, Ombre. Good to have you with us. I'm sorry you didn't get in time to get on the GPL, which is now up to 84 pounds. And tomorrow will be even more, assuming it doesn't get one today. Jay, serious question. Does anybody actually watch yachting? That lasts for a few days. I can't see watching yachting for a few days would be too exciting, to be honest.
It's one of those sports where only if your country is winning. I mean, I think New Zealanders get very excited about yachting, but they get excited about anything where the Kiwis are in with a shot.
Wasn't it the America's Cup that was a big thing in sort of the 80s or the 90s?
Oh, yeah.
Wokes bowls, first ball of a new over, pitched up and Louis defends. Sorry, Messi. Yeah, I think Australia won it for the first time ever in about sometime in the mid 80s.
Yeah.
Alan Bond, was it?
Yeah. Yes, that's right. I mean, it sort of gets exciting when it's close, but generally speaking, it's not close. And it's like those Olympic sports that nobody ever watches except the Olympics. And
you took the words out of my mouth, Messi. I was just going to say we're about to have the festival of unwatched sports coming up in the next month or so.
Yeah.
As people pretend to get excited about synchronised swimming. Full ball from Wokes and defended by Louis back to him.
That drives me balmy when everyone starts doing that at the Olympics. If you're a synchronised swimming fan, fair enough, but don't just... you can't suddenly take an interest in some sport you know nothing about, surely.
Well, there was a time...
Nationalism is an amazing driver in those things, isn't it?
Yeah, curling, which is sort of like bowls on ice. Has there been a Winter Olympics, or is it next year? I mean, didn't it used to be the winter before the Summer Olympics? Next ball is full and straight and driven through the extra cover gap by Louis. He's timing this well. This is going to get all the way to the boundary for one of these. We're going to have a change after this over. Who will be coming in? I shall just call that up. It's going to be Richard. You're going to taking the ball by ball. The Bear is going to be on socials, and making, I believe, his Guerrilla Cricket debut is Hector, who is in the green room at the moment. And be nice to Hector. It's his first time.
Darren Ozizi says, is Brathwaite the best opening option the Windies have? Well, possibly. And Nomri Nueva says he did get in the GPL this morning. He's got mini me climbing over my head.
This next ball is again Louis playing inside it and nudges it to point no run. 12 for no wicket now. Still trailing by 238, but the important figure on the scoreboard at the moment for the West Indies is the 0 in the wickets column, which they do need. They need to keep that there for as long as they possibly can. There's Chris Wokes from the nursery end. Bowls outside the off stump, well left by Louis. One ball left of my stint, in fact my day today. We'll be leaving you in some capable hands. And also the Bear. He's alright, he's not listening, so I can have a go at him. So Messi, after this delivery, if you read some tweets or talk some nonsense whilst the changeover takes place, and then we'll see how things go as Wokes is in. Bowls to Louis, defends at the end of the 8th over, 12 for no wicket. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Parrot Badshaw says, how do you learn about a sport if you don't take an interest first? Anyway, I'll be spending the Olympics watching the handball and the fencing. LA. I won't be watching the Olympics at all because I don't give a shit. Sorry. And there may be cricket on at the same time.
Revised rota, it's 10 past.
Somebody's swearing in the background. Richard, I'll hand over to you. You've got ball by ball, have you not?
I've got ball by ball. There's a man with a yellow bib on the field, so we can natter for just a minute as Jimmy gets ready for his next over. Yeah, the thing with the Olympics is, I mean, I guess I grew up in the era where everyone was getting caught for drug cheating, so I gave up taking athletics and swimming and all those endurance sports seriously. And then there were sports that I actually do like that were brought into the Olympics, like rugby and golf, but then you think, well, we already have World Cups and majors for those, so you don't take that seriously. Yet to see the appeal. Anyway, here's Jimmy Anderson over the wicket. That has got him a wicket. I've gone very pixelated here, but I think he has clean bowled Brathwaite.
Perfect. I just come in. I've just got 2 bets. My horse just won a horse race, which is why I'm a little bit late. And I went under for the fall of the first wicket, which has just happened. So
after bowling 3 in-duckers at the end of the previous Anderson over, he's produced another one here. Here comes the replay. He's hit the steam bolt upright. It's jagged in, and there's absolutely nothing that Brathwaite could have done about that. Jimmy is still on for tying Shane Warne. He could still do it. 6 more to go.
He could do. Let's have a jingle.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says,
Well, you should introduce you. Hector is he's just joined us in the studio. It's his first time here. Hello, Hector.
Oh, there. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
That's a pleasure. Put it right up on your lip. It's a lip mic.
Okay.
There you go.
Is that better?
Yes.
Hello, Hector. Welcome.
Oh, there. Nice to meet you.
We've got a second or two. Why don't you tell us where you're from and who you are?
I'm from not too far from here. I'm from Wimbledon. 18, so I've just left school, and yeah, hopefully I'm trying to get into some commentary. Loving the cricket. I went to Lord's yesterday actually to watch day 1.
How was the atmosphere there?
Oh yeah, it was unbelievable. It was no Barmy Army, which I noticed slightly weird. I don't know if that's a thing.
Lord's thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're 2 poncy at Lord's to allow the Barmy Army in. They weren't allowed to play the trumpet, I don't think, at Lord's, will they?
No.
Yep.
They let it in. I think they let it in last year for the Ashes, but in general they just don't like it.
Right, we've got a batsman to jingle up, have we?
Who will it be? It will be.
Is it?
Kirk Mackenzie. Here we go.
Right.
He has a jingle that sounds like this. I'm going to go and get myself a beer, actually. I meant to bring one of those in too.
Kirk Mackenzie has a secret, and all the cool kids laugh at him. Kirk Mackenzie drives a cyber truck.
That time of day, and Jimmy has got a spring in his step as much as Jimmy ever does. Fiddling with his field, at which Mackenzie is now having a good look, the left-hander. Anderson has got a dream field in with 4 slips and a short, but not very short leg, a shortish leg comes in, and here is Anderson over the wicket to the left-hander, leaves it, although it's pretty tight, and again it just dribbles through to the wicket-keeper. So you would have put money on that dismissal being a bowled. What did you make of that wicket, Hector? Did you see it?
Yeah, well, unfortunately I just missed it, but
yeah, changing seats.
Yeah.
Top of middle stump, right?
Yeah, that's an unbelievable. He's been swinging it away nicely so far this morning. Again, yesterday he wasn't looking at his best, but
yeah, it was a bit slow yesterday, wasn't he? It was all a bit laboured.
Yeah, he was digging it into the wicket.
Here he is again. This one is just defended away by Myers. Yeah, it was quite interesting. Brathwaite's footwork just disappeared once the ball started jagging in. He just got caught on the crease at the end of the previous over as well. And then in that ball that did for him. But to be fair, it was a peach.
So Warney had 708, is that right? So he needs 6 more?
6 more.
To get level.
He started needing 7 more, now he needs 6 more.
Yeah, cool.
Good setup from Jimmy.
Yeah, back to what we remember so well of him.
Here he is again, angled across the left-hander, but not so much that the left-hander doesn't need to play. He stays back and defends.
One thing I've noticed is the conditions have been certainly very favourable for England. It seems it gets bright sunshine when we're batting, and then the clouds come back as soon as Jimmy gets the new ball.
Yeah, I don't know if that's entirely fair. I mean, we were 183 for 3 overnight, and we had the same pretty much batting conditions they had yesterday.
True.
When we batted back in the day. Yeah, true, we got it this morning. I thought we left runs out there, to be fair.
This is full from Anderson. It's just driven, but gently fielded by Wokes at mid-off.
Well, our issue was that no one could really kick on.
But
a lot of people passed 50.
But that's what I mean. When Brooke and Root are there, you think they're 2 classy batsmen. They both get to 50. You'd expect one of them to go on and get 100, and they both didn't. And the same with Crawley. And then, Jamie Smith, I suppose, is a bit different. He was batting with a towel, and
Pope as well.
Yeah, but exactly that. So I think probably left 100 odd runs out there. Have you frozen?
There's going to be no run off that ball. It's fielded in the covers by the England skipper, and the over is done. 12 for 1 after 9.
Oh yeah, it's me on social. I don't know where we were up to. Oh, right. Well, Pokey says Bear on socials. Make him read difficult stuff. Fuck off. Dara's joined us. He says he asked a question, which was probably earlier. So he says, hence my question about Brathwaite as an opener. It might have been a good delivery, but the aside, he doesn't have a great average. No, he doesn't. But then I think West Indies has been struggling, haven't they, for years and years and years. And I don't think you go past. Oh God! I mean, you think the end of Lara's career and beyond that. Has there been a great West Indian batsman who's got an average in the 40s, high 40s for the last 20 years? I don't think there is. Maybe Chris Gale, I suppose, will be the last one. I don't even know what his test average was, to be honest.
I doubt it.
Well, Shandapool started well, obviously, and then he's been dropped for this series.
Yeah, I mean, his dad, Shiv, I mean, he was the last great retired West Indian batsman for me, and he could have overtaken Brian Lara, but he didn't get on with it in the test, and then they dropped him, which was a bit harsh. He only needed about 10 runs or something to overtake him.
There was a dot ball to start that over. Sorry, I'm just readjusting to being ball by baller. On it now. Here comes Wokes again. Over the wicket to Louis, who defends. It's a little bit edgy. Pops out to point. But along the ground, harmless enough.
I was reading a stat in Chandapool's son, I think he's called Tangen. Yeah, Tangen, averaged 77 in his first 3 test matches, and then just the 17 in his last 7, so that's probably why.
Well, I think his first 3 were against Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
And then he had a series against Australia.
Okay.
And maybe India.
Makes sense.
That's right, yeah, at home to India.
Yeah,
he did impress a few in Australia, but not with massive totals.
No, he hung around. He was quite sticky, wasn't he? But
right, here is Wokes once again. Louis defends forward, eyes over the ball. Absolutely no run.
Louis looked exciting yesterday. I thought he definitely seemed the more comfortable of the 2 openers early on when the ball was swinging. He just seems a little bit more solid. As you say, Brathwaite isn't moving his feet as well as he would like this so far.
Yeah, and being so tall, I mean, he's got a lot of reach. If he wants to come forward and try to sort of nullify the swing a little bit, I guess that extra stride should, in theory, be helpful some of the time.
He does get right forward. He's our man from St Kitts, isn't he?
Yeah. First ever kit in, I think, to play for West Indies. His brother's
another one defended away into the offside.
His brother's been called up for Kemar Roach. Roach injured his knee for Surrey.
I know. I can't believe he's out for the series. They really could do with. He's not the quickest anymore, but again, it's the experience, isn't it, in the attack
and the experience in English conditions.
Yeah, exactly that.
Playing so much county cricket as well.
I mean, you can see. I mean, Holder's been. He's not been bowling with express pace at all, but he's a wily old cat, and he's got a fair few wickets.
What's Viv Richards feeding on there? He's got a nice bit of cake. No cake for Wokes. He's in and bowls an in-cutter, which Louis plays off the back foot into vacant space at square leg. Actually, it's off the pad, apparently, leg side. Viv's still got a mouthful. Looks like a banana slice, something yellowish.
Is that Matt Pryor next to him with the beard?
I'm not sure, but it's Clive Lloyd on the other side.
I know what Clive Lloyd looks like. I chauffeured him around the country in the 2019 World Cup.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is he a nice guy?
Oh, he's a lovely man. He's a really nice guy. In fact, after the Pakistan-India game, we went to his ex-wife's house. She lived in Manchester, not far from Old Trafford.
What for a colossal fight?
No. We went there, and she was just telling us stories, and she cooked us some jerk something or other, or spicy something. It was really tasty. It was a really nice evening.
Excellent. Mackenzie's still looking to get off the mark. He lets this one go from Wokes. 10 overs are in the books. 13 runs for the loss of 1 wicket are on the scorebook.
What's the situation with Shamar Joseph? I thought it looked like he went down earlier on today.
Yeah, it was an odd one, wasn't it? Because he went down yesterday looking like it was he'd done his groin or something, and it appeared to be cramp. But then if it was an injury, he came out today and bowled, and Seems that maybe that was a bit desperate. I don't know.
Well, today he then went off again with a.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. And if he's aggravated something that was a potential injury last night that may put him out then for the rest of the series, isn't that a bit daft? I don't know. Oh, look, we got a tweet. Who's tweeting? Frong said, "Who could come up with find this stat? 700 plus club. Who has dismissed the most amount of batters? Murley, lad from something or other. Jimmy. I would think Jimmy, as he's played Test cricket longer than the other two. I don't know. What are you on about, Frong?
Yeah, what's the question?
What's the question exactly? Pokey Bumping said he loves Shiv. Stubborn little bastard he was. Shiv was one of my favourite batsmen, especially at the end of his career. He had that crabby style, didn't he? He was virtually square on and crabbed over.
Well, here's a man who can show Jimmy how to get 7 wickets.
Oh, well, indeed. We'll give him a jingle after this ball.
Here he is. It's shortish, and he forces Louis to take evasive action.
The bowler is this man.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
He's just received the ball again at the top of his run. And on his way in now to Louis once again, who is also, again, has to play back. Just worked her way into the onside, but there's a fielder there. It's Ben Stokes, I think. Was it your Lord's Test viewing debut yesterday, Hector?
No. I think my second. I went to the Ireland Test match last summer.
Or maybe collector's item.
Yeah, it was good. I'm more of an oval man. Big Surrey fan myself, so nice to see Gus doing so well.
Obviously, you're a South London boy, and big up the South London Massive at the Oval.
Gus again. It's a nice length, just played from the crease defensively by Louis.
Smith as well. Nice to see him doing well. What are the possibilities of seeing a Bairstow return for the Sri Lanka series?
I don't think so. I think they're going to move on unless Bairstow is going to come in purely as a batter. But then I don't think you need him in this lineup. Who does he replace? He possibly replaces Ollie Pope if Ollie Pope doesn't have a great series. But then he's just scored a 50, which keeps him in for, Oh, that's
once more. This one shapes in, hits on the pad, but I think it's going down.
Sliding.
They're not going to be referring this.
I thought that was pretty close myself, but hey, no one else seems to think so.
Well,
have they reviewed it?
Wasn't even moved.
I think that's pretty fucking close. I will review it. They have reviewed it.
I think Stokes is off the pitch here, so I'm not sure whose decision
it
is.
It did look like he was down on the boundary, or maybe he had just been off.
Yeah,
you can see him approaching the pitch now with the members very close behind him.
Well, Pope. So in which case Pope will be his vice captain, isn't he? So he made the decision. I thought that was pretty fucking close. Yep. Scrambled scene.
Oh,
well, you know what? That's not far off, man.
Not far.
It might be just. It might just be. Yeah, you can see kind of middle stump, but he's kind of in line with middle stump. It's not jagging down the leg side. Question is it going too far? I think it might just be shading leg stump. In which case it won't be out, obviously, and maybe a little high because he's got a good stride forward, but it's not a million miles away. You know what? It could be out. Oh, no, it's missing. It is missing.
It did come in reasonably sharply, but I will give you, Bear, that it did not miss by very much at all.
No. It's almost umpire's call.
And that is like a victory, and that's a moral victory.
Of course. And now we have 3 reviews in a test match, don't we, as well?
Proper cricket.
Proper cricket.
Yeah. Full quota of DRS reviews.
Well, no, I got to say, I think, what surprised me about the T20 World Cup is teams got 2 reviews in 20 overs, right? And then hardly anyone ever fucking uses them.
Atkinson again, that's just in the channel outside off, left alone by Louis.
which seems to me absolutely insane. You get sort of close to LBWs and think, I'm not going to use a review. It's 20 overs. How many times are you actually going to get the chance to make a review? You know, you might as well use it every opportunity you get. If you run out, you run out. Fuck it. But, you know.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? You just don't know if a better one's coming.
Well, if a better one's coming, it's usually going to be given by the umpire, isn't it? You know, because
Kind of like choosing a spouse.
Well,
here's Atkinson again. That was a mean thing to say. This one is worked off the hip, high into the sky, and timed well enough to achieve a 4.
We'll get a bit of the jingle. I mean, literally, what do you use DRS for? It's mainly LBWs, isn't it? I mean, occasionally catches that don't get given, but the one thing you use it for is LBWs. In T20s, how many shots do you get at LBW? Probably not that many. And the ones that are obviously not out, you don't bother reviewing. But anything that's reasonably close, you might as well review in a T20. You've got 2 reviews, 20 overs. 2 LBW shouts, might as well review them. Fuck it. Anyway, where are we at? We have a tweet here from Leah. She says, what is Hector's, have you got a Twitter handle? Are you on Twitter?
No. I'm not.
You on Snap? Are you a Snap man?
So I'm a Snap man. Snap on Instagram.
TikTok?
TikTok, I don't know. I don't dabble in TikTok.
You don't dabble in TikTok? No, my daughter keeps going, you got a Snap, Dad. I'm not. Fuck Snap, man. I can't
Snap
even.
is where the youth is.
Snap is where the youth is. Yeah.
My parents have had to download it so they can keep in contact with me all the time.
I've got a friend who's like that actually. I still use old-fashioned methods with my kids, and that is WhatsApp and messages, and occasionally I phone them, but they never pick up the phone. Funny enough.
Skipper's got the ball in hand, and he's bowling over the wickets, and it's defended by Mackenzie, who's still on 0.
Let's have a little jingle for Stokesy.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
So double bowling change here. It'll be interesting to see if there's any kind of pressure release for the West Indies. We've already seen Atkinson go for a 4 at the end of the previous over. This one is a nice line and length to the left-hander, who respectfully defends it away.
At what point do you think they crumble? 6 down?
It was the middle order that really destroyed things for the West Indies yesterday.
That was quite extraordinary, though, the way they collapsed in that 1 over. I don't see that happening again, I'll be honest.
And you also wonder if yesterday made them look worse than they are. You look at those wickets, and a lot of them, not all of them, but some of them, you think, well, did the batsman, what could he have done differently? It wasn't obviously all giving you wickets.
Oh, that's out.
Here's a big shout. This is given by Rod Tucker. And I think you might be wasting your time with the review, and this is definitely not too high. It's hit him right in front. The only thing you might look at is whether it pitched outside leg. They are going to.
No, it didn't pitch outside leg. The only thing is it's a swinging down leg. But it's been given out. I mean, that's plumb as plumb can be. If you didn't hit it, I thought there may be a bit of inside edge. So we'll see on that. Okay. Well, I'm sure they'll flash that up on screen. But Tony's coming to tell me that is Stokes' 200th wicket.
I think this is all kinds of wrong. Maybe it's the TV angle, but I feel like the batsman might get to stay from that first glance.
Really?
Could it
Why?
be high?
I don't think so. It's hit
I
him
still
up.
think it pitched outside leg. Maybe my eyes are going.
Well, I do think the angle of the camera, sometimes the angle isn't straight behind the batsman. It's not hit the bat. It's hit him on the back leg. It's not hit the front pad. And it's hit him on the back leg, which is on the line. It's in line with middle and off. It's pitched in line, hit in line.
Yeah, has pitched in line.
Hitting. It's out.
Middle and leg.
Yep. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. I did say this game might not go to tomorrow. Everyone keeps poo-pooing me, but it's only 4:30, and they can go till 6:30. Another 2 hours. Another 35 overs. How long did they last the first innings? Brathwaite is their most sticky batsman. He's out. Very callow middle order till you get to Jason Holder.
Took 41 overs last
Well, exactly. They're going to get 41 overs today.
Sure.
England only lasted about, 95, 100 overs. Certainly, this is not going to Saturday.
And that's 200 wickets for Ben Stokes, is it not?
It is indeed. That's what Tone rushed in to tell me. If that wicket was a wicket, it would be Ben Stokes' 200th Test wicket.
It is all happening. 200 Test wickets.
We have a super chat from Warren Davis. He says, "Is Hector's last name Henderson?" You're not a Hector Henderson, are you?
No. Hector Vickers.
Hector Vickers. There you go. So who's next in? We have Alec Athanasi.
Oh, he's the heckin' best. So frig all the rest. You will all adore Alec Athanase.
I love you, Jay. Jay just says, "Fuck you all." I haven't even heard of one of those social media platforms. Yeah, you're like me.
Athanasi looked very good yesterday with his drives. I think he had 3 or maybe 2 straight on drives off one Gus Atkinson over.
So here's Stokes once again. Oh, has a flash at this one. It's very much back of the length. Was calling for a flash and it duly provided it, but nowhere near it.
If you're the West Indies now, are you going to look to counter-attack or just...
I think if they do...
Shut up shop for now.
Well, I think they do. They'll get to 130, 140, but they'll probably be all out. I don't think they use counter-attack yet. I think you've got to play it professionally, and then... That's what I mean. I think if they get 5 or 6 down, then they're in trouble, aren't they? And if they're 5 or 6 down and still 150 adrift, at that point...
Here's Stokes, this one's full, but there's no real attempt at putting power into the drive. Athanasi will remain on 0.
Well, they're giving me 14 runs for the fall of the next wicket. Under.
But we don't want matches to be over in 2 days. I'd rather just...
No, I don't want them to be over in 2
it's
days.
Ridiculous. We already had that once this year. Was it this year? Time flies so fast. But India at Newlands. It's just horrid.
Well, wasn't that particularly harsh wicket though, wasn't it? It was very difficult to bat on.
Yeah, but then this is not a bad wicket, and we're talking about the same issue. That one's going to be another dot ball.
Wow.
And the over is concluded. 17 for 2 after 12. Socials?
Well, I told you what Jay thought.
What's going on TikTok and what was the other one?
We don't do TikTok and Snap here.
Yeah.
Wait, it was giving us 199, just with a couple of symbols and a bouncing teddy bear or something. Volney Golding says they're going to be all out before they reach 200. This lot are really pathetic, I must say. Are you a West Indian calling out your own team, Volney? I will ask. We've had quite a few. There doesn't seem to be much coverage of this cricket in the West Indies unless you've got pay-per-view. It's behind a paywall, and I don't think there's any radio coverage at all. So we had quite a lot of you West Indians joining in yesterday. Yeah, it can be quite harsh. I know when your team is not playing well, it can be hard to watch, hard to listen, and then there's a few bright spots along the way.
Atkinson continues. They're going to try and scamper a single in the offside, and they've gotten away with it.
Maybe it's time for that run-out call again. I keep doing it. Maybe I'll get it one day. I'll leave it. Yeah, it's harsh when your team is so bad, isn't it? You want them to do so well.
See, cricket is behind a paywall almost everywhere nowadays.
Yeah. In fact, there was an MP who called for it to be free to air in England the other day. Someone put out something on our WhatsApp feed.
Well, that's what a new government should be prioritising. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, it always used to
Atkinson
be.
once again into Athanase, who lets this one go.
I mean, sport behind a paywall is kind of a license to print money, isn't it?
What's the situation with hosting home test matches, and then is there a certain quota you need to fill to be able to tour to England and Australia?
In what sense?
As in, because the West Indies don't play as much test match cricket as England, obviously, so do they have to host?
Oh, I think it's actually it costs money to put on. I mean, I think they said they lost money by touring Australia.
By touring?
Atkinson again.
Yeah.
Athanase leaves it alone again.
I think someone said, someone we know who's quite embroiled with the West Indies, either cost them $2 million to go and tour Australia, They don't get their costs back and have to pay the players. There's no split. I don't. This is the weird thing about. You don't get paid to go and tour. It's almost like a privilege. Whereas actually, you're setting up a sporting match, and therefore, if there's broadcasting rights.
This one is straight from Atkinson. Athanazi plays this. He has to. And Anderson, still going to ground after all these years, gets his body behind it at mid-on, cuts off the run.
So, you don't get any share of the broadcast rights or any of that stuff?
No.
So Australian TV, the broadcast rights, you don't get any share of that, even though you're participating in offering the entertainment. I think there needs to be something done on that.
That's true.
There needs to be an awful lot done on that.
Because it seems mad.
Yeah, Atkinson once more gets a little bit of a way movement there, but it's started on leg, and Athanaze copes just fine.
Is that our time up already? Christ, it is. It's gone quick. Who am I letting in? Will.
Are we done at the end of this over?
It looks that way.
Oh.
What time has slipped by? Where are we up to? Tony, Messi, Will. Is that right? Yeah. Okie dokie. This is our last ball.
So our last ball, how sad. Can Athanazi get off the mark with our last ball? Here's Atkinson. No, he cannot. It's pretty sketchily played, actually, but stays on the wicket. Athanazi survives. It's 18 for 2 after 13. See you at the next test.
See you at the next test. Yeah, okay.
And by then you've learned to say Athanase rather than Athanazi.
Well, who knows? Anyway. I'll see you all in a bit. Tony's going to come and take over from me. All right, Will.
All right, how's it going?
It's good.
G'day, Will.
Nice. Hey, all right.
All good.
Nice one.
20 to midnight here. Nice late night entertainment.
Lovely job.
So somebody whose handle I cannot read says, this is sadly the result of T20. Heartbreaking. We need the ICC to properly support test nations outside England, Australia, India. T20 is entertaining, but it's not remotely interesting, complex or memorable as test. I don't disagree at all.
I completely agree.
The rhythm of test cricket, even though this is likely to be a short game, it's just
the rhythm of the night.
Yeah, it's so much nicer though, isn't it, Tony?
Isn't it? Yeah, Phantom of the Opera, wasn't it? The rhythm of the night. Well, goodness me. Where did we at? Tea, an early tea, as England finally fell for 371, a lead of exactly 250. And the West Indies rocking a little there, 18 for 2 as Stokes is in, bowling to Mikel Louis, who is there again on 12, top scored in the first innings. Or did he not in the end? Remind me.
He got 27. He was the top scorer.
Yeah, he was, because there was a bit of a flurry of late on, wasn't there?
Yeah, Athanase got 23. Hodge got 24. Joseph got
Alzari Joseph had
17.
a swing towards the end. That was it, and that one's worked away to mid wicket. No run. Again, they're going to steady this ship. They want to take this as deep as they can. The West Indies will. They're not looking in good order right now, are they?
I want them to take it as deep as they possibly can, because let's face it, I want more Test cricket, and I don't want Jimmy to go.
Well, there's all of the all of those considerations. He's got the first wicket to fall here. Got Brathwaite. Never looked in any doubt that it was LBW, as this one's past the outside edge by Stokes, taken in those black gloves of Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith got himself a 50, a very, very credible knock, including the most enormous six that landed on the roof. Landed on the roof of the mound stand, didn't it? It was absolutely huge.
Madness.
It was kind of madness. Possibly Louis just pulled the the bat inside of that. Effected a fantastic run out of Shoaib Bashir from cover. What a throw that was.
Oh, that was really, really lovely.
Defended again. He proved in the first innings that he absolutely can both attack and defend. Until he did lose his wicket, he looked remarkably solid in that first dig for the West Indies. Although, was he dropped?
Yeah.
I think he was dropped as well, wasn't he? Dropped at
dropped early on, wasn't
slip. Yeah, he was. I seem to recall he was, and we all looked at that and went, "Ooh." But we shall see.
Cost us. Yeah,
18 for 2. The champagne is, or that's that pink champagne, seems to be flowing at Lords. That's defended again by Louis. Athanase yet to get off the mark. I'm pretty sure the consensus on pronunciation for Athanase is, think of it as a kind of a nasal spray for hay fever.
I thought of assisted dying. I thought of euthanase.
Oh well, I prefer my version, to be honest, Messrs. But, on that cheery thought, have you got any messages to try and lighten the mood a bit?
Yes, I'm reading over since I don't think I've quite got the hang of the super chat. Probably better from me without a message. Pokey says England cricket fans know loss and disappointment better than most. It's pretty much my default setting. Baseball tactics do take some of the test intrigue out of the game. You're never left wondering with Captain Stokes. Well, you do wonder sometimes. You wonder is he going to make a crazy declaration right now? Or
I don't think he would do that right now. In comes Atkinson. There's barrels in that curious pigeon-toed, very little arm movement, but he ends up in the right place to push this into the left-hander's offside, and defended well enough by Athanase. West Indies remain on 80 for 2.
With what happened in the Championship last week, I don't think anyone's ever going to declare ever again, are they? With what happened at Taunton, and then with the Glammies as well, it just
left alone outside of off stump. Through it goes to Jamie Smith. Fine knock from him.
Yeah, that game at Cheltenham was just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
He was top. No, he wasn't. He was second top scorer, wasn't he, Jamie Smith? 76 for Crawley. It was funny to me how many England players didn't go on from not just starts, but well into their knocks. 76, 57 for Pope, as we'll wait for Atkinson. Short. Well, he dug that in, but it didn't seem to get up well. Athanase, I think, was setting himself, and it just didn't get up for him to pull.
That is one of those weird slope things that you can't explain. It's weird. And also Atkinson probably hasn't sort of had the time on it that others have.
True enough. 76, 57, 68 Joe Root, 50 for Harry Brook, 50 and out. He did get bounced out by Alzari Joseph. That's nicely played by Athanase. Just dabs it though to point. And there's no run. 70 for Jamie Smith, 23 for Chris Wokes. Then it all came about the ducks for Atkinson off of his very first ball from Jason Holder. Fantastic run out, and of course, inevitably somehow, a not out for James Anderson. you could have written that script. That's what it would have been. But at the moment,
114 not outs.
Yeah, he does indeed. As that one is short,
which
and ducked under.
I believe is the most in Test cricket.
That would make sense.
It wouldn't be at all a surprise. The other thing we've been having fun with, of course, is just reading the age of the other England players and how old they were when Jimmy bowled his first ball. You had Zach Crawley 5, Ben Duckett 8, Ollie Pope 5, Joe Root 12, Harry Brook 4. Ben Stokes was a ripe old age of 11. Chris Wokes was the oldest. He was 14. As this one is defended again by Athanase into the offside, no run.
I think the other reassuring thing for England today, though, Tony, is that I thought Bashir did an excellent audition to take over from Jimmy at number 11.
Well, he was stubborn, wasn't he? He realised his job was. I mean, there were those sitting next to me as we commentated suggesting, why doesn't he get on with it? Have a hit, have a hit, have a hit. And I was
He
going,
tried,
well,
he couldn't.
I think, to be honest, Jamie Smith is doing enough hitting, and Bashir has realised. I'll finish those, by the way. Jamie Smith was just 2. Chris Wokes, well, blimey, he probably had a beard and goodness knows what. He was 14. Gus Atkinson was just 5, and of course Shoaib Bashir, who we've just been talking about, wasn't even born.
I was going to say he was like -2, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
he was. Ben Stokes, those 3 slips go down. He's in, and it's down leg, is sort of whipped at, missed by Mikhail Louis. St Kitts' first Test player for the West Indies. That's something that he can look back on with pride, and he's done all right. He has that fantastic. He had that drop catch, but he's made up for that with that run out, and he's performed more than credibly in adversity for the West Indies. And of course, he's got time to really nail on decent performance as that's pushed out towards mid-wicket. But he's nice. He looks tidy. He looks compact. He looks unflustered. Will he's solid, isn't he?
He looks like he's sort of. He's one of those players that you kind of feel immediately like they've been there for ages and they're a safe pair of hands, and you kind of go, "Oh, it's all going to be all right. We've got him. That's fine. That's all right."
Well, Brathwaite would be the normal character you'd say that about, but Jimmy has accounted for him very soon at the opening of this innings. That's steered straight to point by Mikhail Louis.
But I think that's the weird thing, because I would say that someone like Ben Stokes doesn't look like that, but he actually statistically is. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't look like it. The way that he bats and the way that he bowls and the way that he is generally, I wouldn't, like, aesthetically, he's not a safe pair of hands, but statistically he is. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. As we wait for Ben Stokes, who's in, and that's pulled meterly by Louis. He put everything into that, but didn't quite get out what he put in. Let's put it that way, because it seemed to just bumble its way to mid-on, when I think he was really eyeing up, probably, if not what Jamie Smith had done, but at least something in the similar order.
Yeah.
And Stokes will go back, bowling as he is, from that Tim Murter end, which is less popularly known as the nursery end, with that big media centre behind him. And it's well defended again by Louis. And the other thing I like about his batting here is he holds the pose from a good defensive shot. And that says to me, right,
true.
I'm not giving my wicket away. I don't care if we're falling apart like a not particularly well manufactured pack of cheap cards. I am not going to give my wicket away, and he's been doing that with some style. Still a very good, healthy crowd into this evening session, and it will be an extended evening session in a way. Not ultimately for time. That's defended with a nice high elbow by St Kitts' finest. Yes, not extended really in terms of time, but extended because we had an early tea after England were all out, which means that it'll be a longer period of time, although it may finish at the same time. Messrs. 82, over to you. Oh, fantastic.
Not in rant mode, but in sad mode. He says this is depressingly one-sided. With the way England now play and in home conditions, I can see this summer's test struggling to last 15 days out of a possible 30. That's a lot of refunds for the ECP. I hope I'm wrong. And as Mike Davis said, especially this Saturday, it will be a shame if there's no cricket on the weekend.
Yes, we were eyeing that eventuality up and its pros and cons. That's played. There'll be runs for Athanasi. He played it quite late, and he guided it down past third slip, down towards the third man. I beg his pardon, and it's going to be 4 runs. He played that rather well, actually, didn't he? Sort of between backward
Yes.
point
Yeah.
and third. Yep. Steered.
Root would have been proud of that shot.
He would. Played it late. Everything under control. In comes Atkinson, and he's repeated the dose. Exactly. Rinse and repeat. It's not an action replay, folks. I know it's me commentating, and there's every chance it might have been, but that was the same. The same again. He loves that shot, and if you're going to bowl that, don't. Now, my advice to young Arthur Atkinson, with or without his washboard here, is don't bowl the same ball again, or change your field so you plug that gap between backward point and your third slip, I beg your pardon. Defended. It was a similar ball, but just closer to the left-hander's off stump. Atkinson looks a bit grumpy. It's not all taking wickets, young man. This is Test cricket, lad. It doesn't always go your way. 224 is what the West Indies trail by. It's 26 for 2, and we're halfway through the 17th over of this second England innings. I seem to have lost
He
my
has
phone
taken
there.
out one of those slips. I can't see where to, but there were 4 slips in the gully. Now there's only 3.
Yeah.
Bear with me. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, righto. Go, Will.
Hiya. How's it going?
Well, I was thinking of something a little bit more cricket oriented and sort of vaguely constructive. Anyway, Atkinson.
I do genuinely have a
pulled.
question.
Hold on 1 second, because that's 4 more as well. Athanase has got the flavour this over. That was dropped short by Atkinson. Pulled away. 4 runs it was. A little bit loose.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Oh, there we go. I found it. Jesus. I mean, it's not exactly the smallest phone in the world. It's defied, quite literally, the laws of physics from where it landed to where it ended up, and I just don't know how it did it. Onto his toes goes Athanase, pushes to point. No run. He's obviously thinking, poor old Tone's lost his phone. I'm going to just dab this to point and give him time to find it, which seems to have done the trick. There, I'm back on duty.
Excellent.
I mean, literally, it fell, and I think it must be literally down by my feet, and then somehow it had moved another 1.5 foot in completely opposite direction to where it fell, and I've got no idea how it did that.
They're not called smartphones for nothing.
In comes Atkinson. That's a better ball and rather squares up Athanase, but it still ends up at point, and it means that after 17, trailing by 220, the West Indies have moved on to 30 for 2, 12 apiece for Athanase and Mikael Louis, and these two, if not a recovery, perhaps the green shoots of one Messers.
It can't be that often that the score is increased by 67% in the 17th over. 12 runs from that over after having been 18 for 2 at the start of it. Shu Shen says, "Oh, West Indies, this is embarrassing." Mr. Rollout says, "I would bowl Jimmy for the rest of the innings." Jimmy wickets is all what he wants to see at this point. Brucey Day says, "West Indies always underperforming." Next highest number of not outs in tests is Courtney Walsh on 61, says Mr. Rollout.
Good old Courtney. Ben Stokes is in over the wicket. It's full and it's driven as well. It's whipped off his toes by Mikael Louis. I think it might just beat the man. It's Shoaib Bashir who's thundering and will pull it up just short of the mid-wicket boundary. And they will should have added 3, I would hope, unless they were really slow in their running. Not the best delivery you'll see from Ben Stokes, straying onto leg. It was easy enough to be whipped away, which he did very nicely, did Louis. And actually, was it Bashir? Yeah, it was Bashir who beat. I think I'd rather have seen a dive there, Will, than a chase, wouldn't you? From Bashir?
Well, yeah, particularly considering Bash is about 7'8". as well, and he definitely would have been able to lead it in.
I was, yes, indeed. Well, I was rather worried. I thought they were getting the light meters out. As it is, it's the bondage handcuffs that are in the hands of Rod Tucker, which is a good excuse for the drinks to be bought out. And that ball, I must say, does look like it's not going through them. So it is time for the magic box of balls as well.
Yes. It's gone weird.
Well, AJ says, how about batting Anderson up the order, or night watchman Jimmy? Well, England needs to bat again before Jimmy can bat. I think if they need 10 to win in the second innings, Jimmy should definitely open.
100%. Also, I think that they should stop bowling everyone else and just let Jimmy bowl so he gets the 7 he needs.
Is it 7 he's down to? Is that that's to pass Shane Warne, is it? Not to equal?
Yeah.
He started off needing 8 in the match.
He needed 8 in the match to equal 9 to get past.
And he's got 2 obviously so far.
He's got 2, so yeah, he needs another 7.
Actually, he's got the last 2 to fall. Oh, he did have the last 2 to fall until Ben Stokes.
Yes.
Got that wicket. Yeah, I'm with you. It's a big ask now, isn't it? He needed a couple more in the first innings, and then we'd be really thinking, oh, maybe he is on for it.
I got fan mail for you, Will. Jay Grover says, "Hooray, Will!"
Hey!
He also says Tony's Louis bias is showing because Tony's son is also called Louis by
one of them. Yeah, we've got 2 Josephs on the West Indies side. Don't forget, so I could be leaning in that direction as well.
All the options open.
I have indeed.
Hopefully, he gets a better catcher than the bear when he bowls this leg spin. And Varong says to assist Jimmy to overtake Warner, bowl the current real deal lad in tandem with him. Shout assisted wickets for Jimmy, perhaps. So you want Duckett at one end and Jimmy at the other. I think what should happen is Shoaib should be allowed to bowl and Jimmy at the other end. So you're putting some practice into Shoaib. He's not going to get it otherwise. And a chance of Jimmy upping his tally all at the same time.
I mean, really what I would like is for them to stop this fucking nonsense and let Jimmy retire when he wants to retire, which obviously isn't now, because he's still the best swing bowler England's got.
Yeah, so that's
but
an interesting...
get angry.
Well, I get it. It's an interesting and ongoing debate as we're looking... Hector went to Radley College, and we're watching another old boy at Radley College in Andrew Strauss, of course. Yes, yeah, whose wife is being remembered with the Ruth Strauss Foundation Day. It's Red for Ruth Day at Lord's. Red caps all round, red jackets all round, red bucket hats all round. Fabulous cause. An awful situation for the Strauss family. But cricket has rallied around, and the fantastic work that Andrew Strauss has done, and I think Tim Murtaugh's good lady wife was in charge of fundraising and a lot of the marketing and admin side of things to build on what they've been trying to do. Karina Murtaugh, so good for her. And we're going to see Ben Stokes, who will now, presumably with a different ball in hand. Did they change the ball in the end, Will? We didn't really see because we saw lots of other things, but I think they must have done, because there was no way that ball was going through.
There was no way that was getting through, and the seam had split as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So, I mean, yeah, I've bowled with some pretty crappy things in my time, and I think even I'd sort of draw the line at that. So,
well, last night Lord's emptied at a remarkably fast rate while play was still on, although it did go on late, and I think we can all make a reasonable assumption of the correlation between that and the start time of the football. No excuse for that tonight, so I would hope, even with trains home, people will
but also that makes no sense, because there are about 4 pubs bang outside Lord's.
You can't fit 26,000 people into 4 pubs, Will. But yeah, I'm with you.
And the other thing is, you don't want to have...
Oh, that's beaten the outside edge. It's taken the outside edge.
Stop taking wickets.
Mikael Louis has gone. That break in play
Change of
has,
ball.
I'm afraid, and a change of ball. It didn't move that much, but Louis just jabbed forward at it. Well, watch it. Yep. Takes a genuine outside edge, beautifully pouched into the black gloves of Jamie Smith. Ben Stokes is doing his best Alan Shearer impression, running along with his arm raised, and it's another one down for the West Indies, and if it was looking bleak a while ago, it's looking a lot bleaker now.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It was indeed. Well, where do the West Indies go from here? They've just got to keep... Someone's got to dig in, Will.
Well, yeah, for Jimmy's sake, more than anything. The match is gone, so yeah, well, it is, because I mean, on a Lord's pitch, with the way that the slope is doing slopey things, and all of that, they're not gonna. It would be a surprise if England have to bat again, which is really annoying because, I mean, the whole scheduling thing is mad because, you know, nobody's actually going to be able to see most of the day sessions because it's during the week. I don't know.
Yeah, they seem to. It starts in progression. You know, we've gone from a Wednesday start, the next one's a Thursday start, and the one after that's a Friday start, which gives you more. Will pretty much guarantee a weekend. The new man to the crease for the West Indies is Cavan Hodge.
Cam Hodge is not a chicken or a cow. Cam Hodge is here right now.
Sometimes Mog's lyrics are, well, flights of fancy. He's not a chicken or a cow. Cavan Hodge is here right now. I mean, I suppose both are accurate, as that one is defended into the onside. Solidly enough off his first ball. No Atkinson style magic over from Stokes. There's still time. How many balls has he got left of this one? I mean, that was your
3.
Well, yeah, I suppose he could. We could still have some shenanigans. Mikel Louis very disappointed with himself. He feels he could easily have left that one alone, but on watching the replay, well, it just did shift enough, didn't it? Stokes in. That's been pulled. That's been pulled beautifully by Cavan Hodge. Have some of those apples. He's not going to stand around. That was a superb pull away for one of these. Just too short from Ben Stokes, but Hodge was on it like an absolute flash, and then proceeds to hop 4, 5 or 6 times backwards like a flamingo at a disco. But he'd done what he needed to do.
How many flamingos have you seen at discos?
I go kind of discos I go to, Messrs. That's just full of them. You can't move for fucking one-legged flamingos, as that one is defended away to point by Hodge, and there is no run. Have you not heard? Wasn't it Manfred Mann, Pretty Flamingo?
Yes.
Well, there we go. That was about the famous flamingo discos that were dominant in London in the 60s and 70s.
Is that what it was about?
Absolutely. Of course it was. Ah. They clearly had in their mind that shot that some 30-odd years later, Cavan Hodge was about to play. 50 years later, yes. Oh, 60. God. Yeah, all right. Okay, yes, all right. Good. Yes. Don't need reminding of the inexorable march of Father Time, as that one is left alone quite nicely by Hodge. Good judgment from him. Kept pretty low, and is, I think, the end of the over. Yes, it is. 36 for 3. Louis is gone in that over, edge behind, and 214 still the deficit. Messers.
Parabedcho says, red flags, perhaps? It's the deepest red and the best song written by anyone from Ireland ever. You could try fitting 26,000 people in 4 pubs. I'd imagine somebody could crunch the numbers to get the Tetris-like geometry correct. Imagine when the game was over and all these drunken, happy English people pouring out onto the streets and getting into their cars. Oh dear.
Well, the
Stephen
good thing
Kelk
about
with
Lords
us.
is not many people drive to it.
No, I guess not. Stephen Kelk's with us. Says, hello, peeps.
Hello,
G'day,
Stephen.
Stephen. AJ says, Hendo, true, what do you think about Bashir's bowling? Well, I haven't seen a lot of it.
I'm not sure we will. He may well get a thanks for coming award in this. Oh no, he did bat, didn't he? He did get to bat. Atkinson, in he comes to Athenaeus, who drives stylishly but straight to Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run.
This
Nonetheless,
is gonna be our last
still
one,
very
isn't it?
stylish. It's going to be our last over, is it, Messrs? Do you know what? You can tell the state of a game by how quickly your commentary stints go, and i.e., the shorter they seem, the more interesting it is, and the more fun you're having.
Yeah.
You haven't had many chances to blink in this game. Something's been happening all the time. Anyway, in comes Arthur Atkinson. Where's me washboard? Delivered. Flicked away round the corner. Down to fine leg. I don't think there is a fine leg. Oh, there is. There is Shoaib Bashir, who lopes around, tall, stringy fellow that he is, and will restrict them
deceptively
to
fast
two,
as well.
I think. Yeah, no, he is. Isn't he gone on loan? Am I right? Isn't he gone on loan from Somerset to get some cricket? Yeah, he's at Worcester now, isn't he?
I think till the end of the season.
Yeah,
Or certainly for the blast games. He might come back for the last couple of county games.
Yeah, I thought that was the situation. He's not going to get. Jack Leach is still very much the lord of Somerset. 4 slips for Atkinson, who's inside edged as Hodge. He's cut straight onto his off stump. The 4th wicket is down for the West Indies. That was a pretty loose shot, much like the very first wicket that he took yesterday. It was only yesterday, wasn't it, Atkinson? But he's played on, knocked back his off stump. It's a wicket for Atkinson, not for Jimmy. They're falling. Every one is a dagger to the heart of poor old Will, who wants Jimmy to get that record.
It's the statistic, kind of slightly nerdy, slightly autistic-y bit of my brain.
Wasn't he in the
kind
off
of
stump
going,
actually?
I can't cope.
It was such a big fat inside edge that it was a leg and middle that he ended up knocking down. Cavum Hodge has to go. He's trudging back despondently to the pavilion. Atkinson has his 8th of the match. I guess it is, isn't it? Yep. And we have to say farewell to Cavum.
On your bike, mate.
And well, who was it who was ruining the fact that they wanted to see longer tests? Somebody. Well, I agree with them at the moment.
Yeah,
I genuinely had high hopes for the West Indies.
Hendo.
Oh, Hendo. Well, yes.
Mr. Rolite says, I agree with Will. Retiring Jimmy prematurely in preparation for 18 months hence is jumping the second hurdle first. Stupid. And Perko says, didn't the one-legged flamingo discos have drinks so watered down it wasn't possible to get completely legless?
Well, I like that. It's very clever. I like that. Right, it's the big, tall man who got a golden duck in the first innings, not a flamingo, but a duck of the golden variety. Can he survive a bit longer? Can he, former captain, remember, can he help dig the West Indies out of a hole and towards some respectability? They're 213 behind at 37 for 4 at the moment, and it is this man.
Jason Holder is a
Atkinson in,
bowler,
defended by Jason Holder. No run.
Or two.
Touches. Is that Jeff? Sort of an adaptation of Landslide, I think. We're seeing that again. Yeah, feet planted, no flamingoing from Cavum Hodge. And the ball possibly a bit quicker than he expected, which is one of Atkinson's traits without a doubt. In he comes again. That's a huge inside edge by Holder. He's going to get some runs, but he absolutely could have ended up following Cavum Hodge pretty in rapid order. He's got a big smile on his face because I think he realises that. He had no control over that shot. It's absolutely similar. For Will, I think the same reasons. He comes at you that little bit quicker than you expect and a bit closer to the body than you expect, and it's quite hard to play that shot.
He gets a lot of pace off the pitch, which is it. So he actually, like, the first half of his action is fairly slow, but then he really picks up off the pitch, and I would have thought that the nature of the slope is probably helping him with that as well.
In he comes, last ball of his over, forces the Athenaeus this time, the left-hander, back onto his stumps, and he defends well enough. Means after 19, it's 38 for 4 now, 212 the deficit, and I think you're right, we are due a change, and the Bear should be coming in with Hector. They're already late, to the tune of a few minutes. Bear and Hector, paging Bear and Hector.
Kieran Roseblade says, I never thought I'd say this, but this is a Bear game. AJ says, another test bites the dust. Thursday and Friday's starts will be better though. Hattie, the baddie, says, I'm with Will. Leah says, and that is that. Jimmy can only equal the lard munching Legina.
Here he comes.
Ungrateful.
That's heartbreaking.
Thundering of Ursine paws. And he's arrived. Well, I've taken a few wickets for you boys.
Yeah, you have.
I shall catch you later.
Messers, thank you so much, as ever.
Change the old.
Yeah, I'll do that. Over to you.
Well, here comes Stokes. 2 for 6 in 4 overs. Bowls to Holder, who gets a outside half of the bat, and it goes down to backward point, and there is no run. I've got unders for every wicket so far, you'll be pleased to know. Holder on 1, Athenaeus on 13. He's the top scorer, isn't he? Athenaeus on 13, I think. This is a poor showing, it has to be said, by the West Indies.
Yeah, we were just chatting about Atkinson, and he's just that little bit too quick, and he keeps it pretty close to your body.
That's true.
Quicker than you expect him to be.
Alzari Joseph's quicker, and they must face him in the nets all the bloody time. So you know, and they're all international cricketers. There are a lot of bowlers who bowl up at that pace. It can't be that. It's not. It can't be just pace. That would be madness. Oh, shit! I thought I brought a Rizzler with me. I didn't bring a Rizzler with me, did I? At the end of the over, I'm going to nip out and get one. Stokes having a great time. Might have to let Jimmy have a little bowl soon, otherwise he's going to be completely outshot on his last game as an English cricketer. 38 for 4 as that one is let through by Holder to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, great to see Stokes back bowling at his best. I think he's packing the offside, and when he pitches it up he's looking pretty menacing. Last over I think it was, the short ball didn't go too well, but with the field he's set, everything's pitched.
He does manage to get a lot of swing as well, doesn't he? The way he holds the ball and the angle of the seam he gets really good movement through the air. That one is defended by Holder out into the covers.
And his fitness as well, that's another thing to look forward to for the rest of the summer. I think yesterday he bowled a 9 over spell, which is a rare treat.
How old Stokes now? He's 32, isn't he? Is that right?
32.
I think 32 is about right.
So he's got a good 5 or 6 years. He might not be able to bowl for 5 or 6 years at the top of the game, but he'll certainly get to the Ashes.
Just joined an elite club with his 200th wicket. Jax Callis and Sir Garfield's Gary Sobers.
Sir Garfield will do.
Sir Garfield.
Yes. Stokes is in, short, pulled, with no real timing by Jason Holder. Out to wide mid-on.
6,000 runs and 200 wickets. Just the third person to do so.
That's pretty good going. Flintoff can't have been far off of that. 4,500 runs for Flintoff.
I'll have a look in a while.
He got over. I'm sure he got over 200 Test wickets.
Oh, we're going to change of bats.
Yeah, I think he's broken it. Stokes is actually the pick of the bowlers, isn't he?
Where did both of them finish then? Have you got the stats there?
I don't think both of them got 6,000 runs. He got 5,000 odd runs, isn't he? Both of them. 5,500, 5,600 runs.
So we got, was it 206,000? No, the other way.
206,000 runs.
No,
if you got that, you'd
200
be
wickets and
6,000 runs.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Both of them
Yeah.
got. As that was played out to the covers and there's no run. Both of them got 383 wickets, but he didn't score 6,000 runs. It's about 5.5, 5, 6, something like that.
Both 383 wickets, 5,200 runs.
Yeah.
Scored.
What about Flintoff?
I'll pull that up now.
Good stats, man. Always need a stats man. I'm really shit at that. That's why I asked the internet to provide me with the answers, which is always a good thing. That was the end of the 20th over. It should be you doing.
Yeah, it is. Oh, sorry, I will do. Well, I'll absolutely do that. Leah said Jimmy can only equal Shane Warne now. Ungrateful debutant, says Stephen Kelp. Not kelp. It's a type of seaweed. Sorry, Stephen. Bashir's contribution is fielding, says AJ. Well, no, you batted a bit.
Yeah, but well, the thing is, that thuds into the pads, Atkinson, but it's going down leg and it's too high. I mean, the problem is, if your seamer's going to do this work, you don't need the spinner. You know. He might get bowled in this session actually, because it's going to be a long old session. Presumably, if they came out at 10 to 4 instead of 4 o'clock. No, 20 to 4, didn't they? They came out. So they got an extra. So this session is potentially just 10 minutes shy of 4 hours.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I had to redo the rota there.
Well, exactly. But I mean, that does suggest that. Or is it 3 hours? It'll be just shy of 3 hours. Left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run. Which means you imagine Bashir will probably get a bowl, because the fast bowlers will get tired, and you probably won't rotate them for the entire 3 hours.
Well, Moti seemed the pick of the bowlers for the West Indies.
Yeah,
side.
he had a good go. As he got a couple of decent wickets, didn't he? I mean, he got Stokes an absolute ripper. I don't think he expected that to turn that much out, but it must have hit one of the foot holes and done the business. Atkinson in, it's down the leg side and it's clipped by Holder out towards deep mid wicket. Ollie Pope is out there.
So
single.
Flintoff 226 wickets and 3,845 runs.
You're right, nowhere near on runs.
Nowhere near on runs. No.
That's the big difference with Stokes.
Yeah.
How long did Flintoff play for? Was it considerably less? Or?
Probably, yeah, because he retired quite young, didn't he, Freddie?
Well, his knees were fucked, weren't they?
Not to the degree of it.
I mean, I think he retired in his early 30s, even if that. 31,
not Mushraf Mortizar level of fucked, but yes.
That's just played into the leg side. And I've got a single out to square leg. There's no one there.
Glenn Williams tells us Cavan Hodge is actually from Atkinson Village in Dominica.
Okay. Dominica
as in Dominica. No, not the singing nun. Dominican Republic.
Yes. There's a lot of wobble seam, doesn't he, Gus Atkinson? Even.
He does.
And you got to think, actually, they're talking about Jimmy. And we got a whole new set of bowlers. If you have Jimmy around, teaching him all these deliveries that he's learnt over the years, for 6, even if they can convince him to stay on for a year and just teach the new.
Well, they are
guys.
trying to carve a role for him, aren't they?
Yeah.
Some sort of mentorship position, which I think would be, if he wants to do it, absolutely the right thing to do. All that experience, all that knowledge, all that ability. What a opportunity for young bowlers to be able to tap into that.
Will you look at his old strike partner Broady and think, I want a bit of that in the media?
I think he'll join Broady after this series.
He's not as good a broadcaster. That's pulled by Holder. Not great timing. Get down to long leg and it'll be just the one run.
He's done a bit before, I think. At the
yeah, they've had him on T20s and stuff, and I've seen him on the BBC as well. But he's not as natural a talker, I think, as Broady. End of the 21st over, 42 for 4. Big trouble for the West Indies.
Lots of people, lots and lots and lots of people on YouTube. Kieran Roseblade, Stokes isn't as competent on a pedalo though, is he? No.
Well, no.
Sandra Richardson, who's feeling the West Indies pain. I remember yesterday, Sandra, you were feeling the pain. You're feeling it just as much now. Just humiliating. Why can't they bat properly? Pirate Badshaw. So I reckon approximately 0.55 meters square per person and 6,000. Oh, that's Pirate Badshaw working out how you could get 26,000 people into 3 pubs.
Oh, depends on the square footage of the
which
pub.
Was
really.
Will's sort of slightly interesting solution to getting everyone to the football on time if they were all at Lord's.
Oh. Was that yesterday?
Well,
there's got to be enough pubs.
I hope so, yes.
There's got to be enough pubs within an hour's distance of Lord's to accommodate 26,000 people.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, he was thinking the ones just next to Lord's. Right, Glenn Williams, Athanase is from Grand Bay, Dominica, and Louis' parents are from Dominica. Okay, Hattie the Batty says, Hector knows his stuff. Giving the GC veterans a run for their money. There you go. You got a fan there, Hector.
You know that this particular bear is not a statistician by any stretch of the imagination. He likes everyone else to do the work for him when it comes to those sorts of things.
Particularly as the day wears on. One occasionally notes. Yes.
Well, that may well be true.
I just love Crick info. Great
Yeah, well, it is.
Don't show us behind the curtain.
It's true, but I've never been very good at stats. The stats engine on it, asking it. I think it's a real skill being able to ask it the right questions to be able to get the right answers. Like you can probably do chat GTP now, can't you? Don't need it.
GPT.
Yeah, that's the one. Driven by Holder after mid-off, and there is no run.
Our friend, whose name is kind of in Sanskrit, therefore I genuinely can't read it, but has been a regular contributor. Gus bowled a beautiful line in the first innings. Yeah, he did. He's bowled a fairly decent one in the second innings. Would if there's any way you could let us know a sort of a phonetic way of knowing who you are, because I don't read Sanskrit, and I would love to be able to name check you by name. If I could.
Rather than the guy who comes in with Sanskrit characteristics. That one is left alone outside the off stump by Holder, and there is no run.
Assuming that Pennington comes in for Jimmy in the next test, will he open up, or will Atkinson get the new ball with Wokes?
Interesting. I mean, I've never seen Pennington. I know nothing about him. Do you know anything about him?
Not much. I know he's pretty express pace, but I don't know.
Well, I'd like to see
medium. He's on the fast end of medium for sure. Medium. If the category is fast, medium, or medium fast, he's fast medium. Let's put it that way.
Well, that is the category, isn't it? That's how they do it. Medium, fast, medium. That's played up to mid-on. There's no run. There's probably only a mile or two an hour in between the two. But
well, yeah.
I mean, does Potts come back? Potts is in the squad. I mean, he must feel a bit hard done.
Where are we? Trent Bridge, aren't we?
We're at Trent Bridge. It's pretty flat. At
Normally
Trent
a decent batting track at Trent Bridge, although Stuart Broad might beg to differ sometimes.
Well, yeah. So you might want to go for the express pace or the quicker of the two. Certainly, pace is going to help. Stokes is in. It's defended by Holder, showing his experience here.
Yeah, Potts can bat as well, I think.
Potts is not a bad bat, didn't he? He got 40 odd or 30 odd on his debut,
Yeah.
I seem to remember.
I think he scored 100 for Durham the other day as a night watchman.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd have a bet of that. Gus Atkinson's supposed to be able to bat.
Well, you didn't really have a chance to see much of it today. So we got
lasted one ball.
Well, you've got 5 seamers effectively with Stokes, haven't you? So let's assume Stokes is already nailed on.
Well, Stokes is nailed on. Say they're going to keep Wokes for the experience factor, I imagine, for the summer, to help bed in some of these new characters, as that's defended square by Holder out to point.
But whether you play him in consecutive games, don't forget Stokes has an exemplary record at Lords, particularly. Whereas you may not feel.
What you mean, Wokes, not Stokes?
Wokes, yeah. So you may not feel that his attributes are as suited to Trent Bridge. And maybe, maybe Wokes is the one to rest. Although
you also may look at his performance and go, well, actually, his bowling was pretty fucking normal and average, bang average. As Stokes comes in, it's defended out to the offside, and there's no run. And you'd have to say this is Jimmy's last game, so he's out of it. But Stokes and Atkinson have outperformed the two, what you would call frontline bowlers, in Wokes and Anderson, and therefore maybe you keep those two and change the other two. Anyway, I'm going to go and have a leak.
Oh, well, thanks for that. Martin White says, I'm guessing that arse-kicking competitions aren't that popular with flamingos. Probably true. Jolly Ollie says, thanks for another day of commentary. Windies are in trouble, but we appreciate you, Ollie. Well, thank you, Ollie. Farong has sent us a picture. It says, well, all-rounder stats. The PT Cricket FT salesman from Jasori has a decent record. I forgot, I've had a mental blank on his name. Who were we talking about there? Bangladesh all-rounder, crikey.
Shakib Al Hasan.
Oh, Shakib Al Hasan, of course it is. 4,505 runs, high score 207, average of 38, 237 wickets, best of 7 for 36 at 31.1. Don't think anyone's disputing that. While the bear has his wee, do you want to talk us through this, Hector?
Yeah, Jimmy's back into the attack. Comes in, defended by Athanasi for the first. I think 3 slips in the gully, looks like. Offside-ish field.
Let's do another quick blast of Jimmy's jingle, one of them.
At first he only was a one-trick thing. Was hittable if it didn't swing. But deadly when it did, nowhere that you could have hid. Feast or famine when he had a fling. But as this bowler got a bit more agey.
Jimmy's coming in. Oh, that seemed to jump a little bit on Athanase. He prodded at it, square on the leg side, and there's no run.
Any chance for Sam Curran coming in for the Sri Lanka series?
Nah, I think his bolt is shot when it comes to Test cricket. I don't think we're looking for that. I think if they are genuinely looking towards the Ashes and looking for pace, Sam Curran isn't the answer.
Could replace Wokes though with the bat, offers more with the bat as well.
Well, yeah, and if they want a kind of all-rounder-y type character, I guess you could go Sam Curran, but he hasn't been on the radar for quite a while, and I can't see him myself making back into the Test team.
I don't think
turn the leg side and there's no run.
I don't think they think he's quick enough.
Yeah.
At all. I think they've come to that conclusion. I think he in his own head he's probably settled for a white ball future.
Doesn't play too much red ball for Surrey.
No, he doesn't.
Or Jordan Clark.
So I think his red ball days are done.
I think he's quite happy with that as well, to be honest. He's got himself well paid for a couple of years in the IPL. It's probably set him up for life. Jimmy is in, and Athanase just defends that again into the offside. And part of the problem here for the West Indies, they just can't rotate the strike. They can't seem to get any runs. I mean, they're going at less than 2 and over.
The outfield definitely seems a lot quicker now in the afternoon sun.
And you can't just sit in it. Well, I mean, in the old days you could just sit in a Test match, but you've got to move forward. You're 208 runs behind. You can't just sit there forever. There's 3 days after this left. You fall down already. Worked into the leg side. Very risky from Athanase. He's got himself a single. Wokes at square leg.
I'm getting some heat now for being told that it's not Sanskrit.
Oh, really? What is it?
Well, apparently sort of half Thai and half something else.
Okay.
You can't make mistakes, can you?
Nah, people get on your case, man.
Little leeway. I mean, these players out there think they're under pressure, but
yeah,
crikey,
well, what do they know?
They don't have our
what do they know about
on
pressure?
Their shoulder, yeah.
So what is it? So it's half.
Well, we'll wait to the end of the over. We don't. You never know. Jimmy might just get another one.
Well, that'd be nice if he could. Jimmy's in. Oh, that one did come back a little bit. And Holder stood up, wanted to punch it through the offside, got an inside edge onto his pads. And there is no one. There's definitely a little bit in this wicket. It's not behaving perfectly well.
Well, there we go. There is the great man. Is being pointed at by NASA. Okay, Leah is telling me that's not Sanskrit. Dale Gordon, this is a painful watch, he says, from a West Indies fan. Yeah, we sympathise, Dale. Pokey, I think Jimmy should do a victory lap season for his county. He's been doing tail enders for years. Jimmy could do mainstream media pretty easily, though maybe not a TMS regular. Oh, early days to suggest that. Our friend says it's half Thai, half English, not Sanskrit, but he still doesn't tell me how to pronounce it, which is the thing. Or she hasn't said how it's actually pronounced.
In English.
Pokey Bumfinger likes pots. he means the bowler, not just generally. He's not a fan of, you know.
I like pot.
Clay.
Yeah, I like pot singular. That one is defended square by Athenaeus. And it's defended. And there is no run.
Super chat. I'll do it after this ball.
Well, what do you reckon? This is over by lunch tomorrow is my bet. I think they'll survive tonight. Weirdly, I was listening to Toby Tarrant on the radio yesterday morning. He was banging on about the test match, and he's got tickets for tomorrow. And he was like, surely it's not going to be over by Friday. I'll get to go. And I was almost tempted to tweet his show. That's clipped nicely by Athenaeus. Beautifully, really nicely timed. Beats mid-wicket. Not a lot of batting. And it's out through mid-wicket. Striving for swing and full of length. And, you know, you're going to get driven for that.
Shows there's runs to be had here as long as you... That's the first real sign of intent we've seen in the last few overs since.
Yeah, but it was full, wasn't it? Full on the pads. Batsmen like it there, especially the left-handers. That and that long half volleys on the outside, they're off stump.
I'd like to see Bashir come into the attack soon.
I think he'll get a go soon. I think next bowling change may well be his first sight in the game. That one is defended square on the offside. There's no run, especially with a lefty in there. Bit of foot marks outside his off stump.
Yeah. Another super chat coming up very soon.
Ooh.
There's two in one over. It's the Atkinson over of super chats.
Nice. We need a third then. There was 3 wickets in an over, and the last one was golden, so make it large. Yeah. Stokes is pointing to his man to go somewhere. Athenaeus must be top scorer now for the West Indies on 19 of 33. He's facing up Stokes across him. Beautiful drive. That's also going to go to the boundary. He's striving for swing here. Oh, he might get hauled in actually. Jimmy has chased it down. The old man has managed to chase it down. I think they got back for 3. Oh, that'll be the 50 for the West Indies. 50 for 4 though, and 23.4 overs. They trail by 200 runs.
Right, no, we're still not at the end of the over. Okay. I'm going to hold my super chats
and your gubbins.
Pardon?
Your gubbins.
I'm not going to be holding my gubbins, no.
No?
It's not that kind of show.
Yeah, Bashir went fine leg to fine leg pretty much every over of the first innings.
Yeah, that's worked into the leg side by Holder. And they'll get a single. I've got half a run to play with on my next under. This is a bit annoying. I need a wicket right now. Come on, Stokesy. Last ball of the over. We've seen NASA yapping some shit to Brody.
Looks like he's been put to a square leg now, Bashir. Bit of a promotion.
Maybe that's to warm him up and get him used to the infield so he can bowl.
Yeah.
Well, Woke's get another go first. I think they'd just go to. I'd give him a run. Stokes coming over the wicket. Athenaeus. Oh, I thought he'd got underneath that and edged it, and it was going to go over the slips, but no, he cut it to backward point, and there is no run. It ends the over. 51 for 4.
Use your bribe, super chat.
Right, well, Stephen Kelk has offered some money just because the sun's shining and it's a good day. That's no better reason. Jay Grover, £5. Here's some money just because I've been feeling rubbish and Jeff's Flamingo comment made me laugh for the first time in about a week. It was, I have to say, very, very funny. Our friend with the not Sanskrit, half Thai, half English, but I can't see the English part, loves our coverage, which is very kind of you. It's Thai. I'm half Thai, half English. Well, we want to know who you are.
Yeah, what's your name in English?
Yeah,
so we can actually, so we know who you are.
And then we can say thank you for your support, etc. Pokey Bumfinger, would you bid on Jimmy if he put himself up for the IPL next year?
No.
Right, okay.
Jimmy is going to come in. That's no, not out. It's a crowd catch from Duckett, a 4 slip. Didn't think so. Slips quite close together, and they're quite close. And Jimmy has only gone for 3 runs for his 1 wicket in 6.1 overs.
Jeremy Henderson has a word of warning for me. Bear in mind that Hector is an oval boy, so you can say nothing ill about the blonde boy Sam Curran. There you are.
That is true. Very nice guy as well.
I've no doubt, but would you pick him for England? Test cricket.
Yes. Jimmy in, nicely driven by Holder. He'll get himself a single.
Well, the one thing is, I do think he plays into the Bazball quite a lot. He opens the batting in the IPL. Have him in at 8. After Jamie Smith could swing it around a bit, but again, bowling probably not quick.
Yeah, that's the thing. His bowling is, and essentially he's a bowling all-rounder. You're not going to pick him as a batsman.
Left armour though, we don't have.
Yeah, we don't have any of those, and that is always the angle. But they tried him out in Australia, and he got absolutely pummeled, I believe, in the last Ashes. It's, with a kookaburra on pretty flat decks, he's really not going to cut it, and I think that's why they're looking for the pace.
His brother Tom's been converted into a batting all-rounder now.
Really?
He doesn't do much bowling. But
No?
No, bats 5 or 6.
Ah.
In the white ball.
Well, Jimmy is going to come round the wicket. Oh, that's that leg side. Is that out? No? Maybe it flicked the thigh pad of Athenaeus. He's in the 20s.
Good take by Smith. Smith's been surprisingly solid behind the stumps for the lack of keeping he's had this season.
Doesn't he keep? He keeps in the white ball stuff though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. So he keeps his gloves in. I think it's important to do that. Yeah, it's different keeping in a red ball game.
How many times do you think the keeper takes the ball behind the stumps in the T20 match?
Not that often.
8 times in the whole innings.
Is that right? Is that an average? Wow.
Wow. Oh, now he's trying to turn that in the leg side. It might have been off the thigh pad, and he missed the ball with Athenaeus. To the offside. There's no run.
I've often wondered that question, I must admit, Hector, but I've never known the answer.
Well, no, I found out yesterday.
But it's it's a lot lower than I would have expected.
Wow,
if you'd have asked me, what do I think?
Pretty much bugger all, isn't it? I think it must have been average higher than that in the World Cup.
It's approximately 8 more than bugger all.
Well, yeah.
But yes, I take your point.
Jimmy around a wicket to Athenaeus. He just defends that again. Backward point. No run. Duckett's fielding there.
Yeah, it must have been more in the World Cup. That was pretty
Yeah.
pretty low scoring event.
It's a good World Cup. Did you enjoy it?
I did. I thought it was a nice change to have a bowlers. It was more.
Yes.
Everything was in the hands of the bowlers for a change.
And we all came to much the same conclusion after covering the IPL.
Yeah, the IPL was ridiculous.
That was a bit too
much, wasn't it? It was, we covered one game a week, and it was a bit crazy. That's worked into the leg side.
Couldn't work out whether it was just
No run.
a completely flat deck or just the batsman.
And I think it's the effect of the impact sub as well, wasn't it? It just allowed them to go full on for pretty much the whole game.
Yeah. I think
And
Joss
the decks
Butler-
were flat.
Yeah, I think Joss Butler was the impact sub for Rajasthan Royals.
Yeah, I know.
That's a pretty decent sub to have.
Exactly. Well, it just meant that if you bowled first, exactly that, you could ditch a bowler and have an extra batsman.
Okay, right. Kieran Roseblade. If I ever won the lottery, I'll buy Guerrilla Cricket a home and a professional T20 side, just so we can test the Bears theory. Muttley, woof, back from that time, looking good for England here. Pokey, I thought Bear crushed his own dreams there. If Jimmy can't get an IPL game, then surely the Bears got no his career's in jeopardy.
No, I didn't say I'd actually get a contract ever, but I think I could go for less than 60 in an IPL game.
Big Brain 61 has taken our friend with the not scan script but half Thai, half English name. So Google Translate tells me that our friend's name is Siphon Throngdinok. I'm sorry, which I suspect it isn't. So he's keeping his cards close to his chest, is our friend there. Karim Amin says Brian Lara really needs to talk to these young West Indies batsmen how to bat in English conditions. Yes. Dream, he does indeed. Stephen Kelp, dream IPL bowling attack. Jimmy from one end, Bear from the other. Love you. We've already said that. So I think we're there pretty much on YouTube.
Well, I'm sure Jimmy could probably keep someone down in a T20, to be fair. I just don't think he would ever get.
Well, he'd have you at the other end for that.
Well, he'd have me at the other end, yeah. Stokesy's coming in to bowl a holder, and he doesn't let go of the ball. I think he got something in his eyes. He's delivered.
Bear, are you left arm offies or?
Left arm, yeah, left arm orthodox. Taken away from the right hander.
for wrong says just bowl Jimmy and the lad, who we know is Ben Duckett, until this innings is over. Stop this nonsense.
I've just invested in one of the Duckett's bucket hat.
Oh, nice.
It's quite a good range, actually.
Yeah, the Duckett bucket.
What, from our website?
Oh, do you sell?
Yeah, we got a Duckett bucket.
We've got Duckett bucket hats.
Oh,
yes.
I missed out there.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, we did one when it came about last year for the Ashes. That's thrown up wide by Stokesy, but Jimmy's holder, has decided not to play at it. Through to keeping us on. Yeah, Hector was saying, a good point in the green room, and part of the problem with this West Indies side is there's very little experience in it in English conditions, and why isn't the likes of particularly someone like Shy Hope and some of these other players who could have been picked.
If you're one of our West Indies listeners, and we are thrilled to have you along, do message us and just let us know what the story with Shy Hope is, and one or two of those other experienced players, and why they aren't there.
It's the lure of the T20 buck, isn't it? Oh, that's got to be out. What do you mean no? Unless he got a bat on that, that's as plum can be. He must have got a bat on it because no one's reviewing it.
Stokesy doesn't like it.
What does he like about it? It must have been bat.
It had to be an inside edge because
he had to be.
He would have been up like a shot, surely.
Yeah, it was plum otherwise, wasn't it? Oh, I don't know. I'd be reviewing that. I mean, he's a tall man, but I'd still be reviewing it. Just hit him on the back leg, front and middle and leg. Well, they're all saying it's going down. I don't agree with that necessarily. I'm sure they'll show us a Hawkeye or whatever they call it. What do they call it now? It's not Hawkeye now, is it?
Ball tracking.
Ball tracking. They just called it ball tracking. Okay, that's defended out into the offside, into the covers, and there's no run.
It's interesting with Jason Holder's height because he stays quite deep in his crease. But
yes,
6'7". If he got out there, he could kill a bit of the swing.
Well, you'd think that. And not only that, it's hit him on the top of his back pad, and I bet they're oversized pads.
Yeah, probably.
Well, we are going to have a look. Oh no, it's going down. Surely it's going down. Yeah, it's missing. Only just. It wasn't that far away from the stumps. It wasn't going over. That one swings away and it's left alone by Holder through to the keeper and there's no run. I'd be tempted to bring on Bashir now. Try something a little bit different. Toss it up, give it some air.
Is he our only spinner in the squad? Well, apart from Ruti.
Apart from Ruti, yeah. No part-timers. What has made you chuckle so?
Well, Hattie pointing out that she was going to get a Duckett bucket hat, but the cost of the postage was as much as the hat.
Well, it was. Yeah, that was the problem we have. I did question them about that, and they said, about distribution. I said, it's coming from England to England. How come it's 15 quid or whatever they wanted to charge to fucking post it? Ridiculous. Probably these third-party websites. Left alone, that one by Holder. Through to the keeper, and there is no run. 53 for 4, England. 25.4 overs bowled. They still trail by 197. Who have they got left? They've got Josh De Silva, and that's about it after this, isn't it?
Azari Joseph played some shots last.
Played some shots.
Super shots.
Yeah. I think he's got highest test score somewhere in the 60s or 70s. He might have got. Did he get a test ton in Australia? Am I being stupid? That was thrown up outside the off stump, and Holder wants nothing to do with it. It's through to Smith behind the stumps, no run. He has been known to give it some Humpty as Alzari Joseph, but he's generally there for a good time and not a long time.
Not least as he can't see the hats on the site or the store. They're there, aren't they still? The Duckett bucket hats? I thought somebody ordered one the other day.
They're not on the website, our website on the store thing, because we've just got things. But if you go to Redbubble, they should be there. Redbubble's quite a weird site to kind of find the thing you want. That's the annoying bit about it as well. That's down leg side. And it's through to the keeper.
That's not ideal for an e-commerce site, is it?
No, it's not. They don't order things necessarily logically how you want it, but hey, that's the way it goes. Over to you.
Right, yes, okay, let me see. The orthodox finger spinner, says Stephen Kelk. Technique goes hand in hand with playing darts in the pub. Fair enough. Aha! Now, right, our friend says Chai Kra. Chai Kra. If that's his name. Well, Chai Kra, respect to you and delighted you are with us. Thank you very much indeed. Kieran Roseblade says, I've said it before, I'll say it again, the Bear is more of an IPA bowler than an IPL bowler.
Well,
very good indeed.
Jimmy is around the wicket to Athanase, who gets squared up a little bit, plays that square 2 point.
Jonathan Seafoot said, I still have the IPL trumpet jingle ringing in my ears. Is that the da-da-da-da-da-da-da? Thank God for the soothing sounds of the fake Gorilla Cricket crowd noise. Don't forget the man that goes away.
Yeah.
He still pops up.
And the man who says, get
every
him out!
however long
every
it is.
once in a while.
Yeah. Muttley has, though, I checked both the site and Redbubble, so he can't find it.
Oh, maybe they stopped doing it. I don't really have any control over that. It's certainly there. That's defended by Athanase, and there's no run.
There was a Ducket Bucket sticker, though. It's presumably cheaper and hopefully the postage a lot less.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. Oof. Well, look at that. 4-14, 0, 22, 4, 5. Non-out. Athanasius 22 not out. High scorer. No West Indies. Jimmy coming around the wicket. And he defends that. Back down the track.
What's this partnership now, Hector? You got that one there.
It's not huge. It can only be about 20.
Yes, well, 20 out of 50. That's probably 50% of the innings.
Nearly.
Near enough.
Well,
they're digging in.
16 runs in almost 8 overs, going at 2.4 and over. So.
Yeah, they're stubborn, as they need to be.
Jimmy is in. Ooh, that one beats the inside edge of the bat, but it's too high. Maybe going down. No shouts for LBW. No run. 2 balls left in the over.
Of course. Holder scored, I think it was 123 not out last month against Kent for Sussex. So he's definitely in form.
He's a good bat holder when he gets going.
He's just he just looks very hesitant so far. He's really staying deep in his crease.
Well, you wonder when you're so far behind, it's difficult, isn't it? It's not as easy as being on the front foot and having the licence to sort of play shots. You don't want to lose horribly, do you? It's defended by Athanase up to mid-on. There's no one that's planned for pride and all that shit that goes along with it too.
And for confidence for the rest of the series.
Exactly that.
Dig into this lead.
We should have actually switched 10 minutes ago, Bear.
Oh, should we?
Yeah. I thought, am I dreaming? Have I gone completely mad?
You're probably about right, actually, aren't you?
Supposed to have been 5:40. It should have switched to me, Bear, and Will. So poor Will's probably going, what's going on? Why am I being ostracified?
You're not. Are you there, Will?
Will, if you're there, pop up on and let us know. And you'll be on, son, and we'll go back.
Someone else has got
I'm here.
Messi's got his picture on.
You're here.
Turn your picture off, Messi.
Yeah, it's supposed to be yes, me. So I'll take over, Bear, and then Will, and then Hector. The overspill session, of which there will be some with Bear and I. There we go. So you might as well stay put. Might as well stay in here.
Yeah.
We're not going to send you to the green room, solitary confinement. 27 overs bowled. Ben Stokes is having a drink. It's 53 for 4. That's still 197 to make England bat again for the West Indies, but a stubborn little showing here from Athanase and Jason Holder. So they're doing pretty well, I think, under a very difficult set of circumstances. Will?
Yeah, I saw Jason Holder up at Kidderminster.
Stokes is in, defended by Jason Holder. Sorry, you saw him at Kidderminster?
Yeah, he was doing that little stint at Worcestershire, and he was like in really decent nick. But I mean, I was about to say that, and then he had that weird kind of like leading edge that got runs but really shouldn't have done.
Yeah, we made 123 not out, didn't he, against Kent? That's defended into the offside.
Yeah.
Took 9 wickets during his 5-game spell. Best bowling a 3 for 47 versus Durham at Kidderminster. The thing is with Kidderminster, I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously Worcester had to move from New Road with the flooding, and find a temporary home as increasingly frequent problem for them. I don't know much about Kidderminster, but outgrounds can be notoriously dodgy wickets sometimes, can't they?
Kidderminster is a really dodgy
Dodgy
wicket.
In barrels, Ben Stokes, still 3 slips in place, and it's left alone through into the gloves of Jamie Smith. And there's no run.
Kind of love it for that though. I love all outgrounds for that.
Yeah, they offer a different perspective, a different challenge, a different experience. I always enjoy Middlesex's games at outgrounds, or Radlett or Merchant Taylors.
Yeah.
Uxbridge it was, which was actually not such a great experience, I've got to be honest. As we wait for Ben Stokes, and he comes. Oh, that's just kept down nicely, in fact, by holder. Ben Duckett goes thundering after it, and they will come back for 2. Holder will move on to 7, and it's 55 for 4. We're edging towards what would be close to the close of play, but it's been such a long session this, after England were bowled out some way before what would have been tea time, but they took an early tea. It means that we have an extremely long evening session as we wait for Stokes. In he comes. It's again left alone by Holder, who's a canny operator these days. He doesn't need to go chasing quick runs here. I think he's really concerned with taking this game as deep as he can take it. And use the experience. He's one of the more experienced heads in a very inexperienced side, Will.
Yeah. It's mad how, like, because I still think of him as the kind of really pacey young lad that was on the.
In comes Stokes. Oh, that was a good ball. That nipped back and was played late by Holder right on the top of his off stump. Seems to be enjoying his work though. Little smile and a chat back to Jamie Smith, and the slip cordons. 55 for 4 after 28.
It's 9 overs on the bounce he's bowled.
Yep. Well, he's clearly working his way to fitness. Are you supposed to be on socials, Bear? You are. I know it's your favourite job. Is that yes? And
exactly.
I've never seen someone take an iPad with such attitude.
Well, lack of enthusiasm.
Yeah, the Duckett bucket. There you go. Pirate Badshaw found it on our website.
Oh, good, it's there. Who was it? Was it Muttley?
Yeah.
Well, Mutters, it's there, mate.
And there was a link sent.
Jimmy, and he comes. Fenced away by the left-handed Athenaeus diving stop from Duckett, who's at backward point. Seems to enjoy that. He's got a big smile on his face. A pair of skiing sunglasses perched atop his England cap. Oh, and just for good measure, he spits out a bit of chewing gum, which is not quite such a good look. And are you all right there? You seem to be struggling a wee bit there.
For some reason I'm
1 for 4 of 8 overs, Jimmy Anderson. How's that for economy, Will? From the pavilion end. Oh, he's edged, taken. Oh. He's got another wicket. Yes. Athenaeus had a little fence outside of off stump. He's got the edge. Smith, immaculately, I have to say, dived and pouched. All congratulations to Jimmy. He's got his 3rd of the match. And it's Athenaeus who has to go 2 ducks on a pond, 22. Oh, we're not doing the bingo anymore. But it's another one for Jimmy Anderson. Wow.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. He is still the best. Why are they... Why? Why?
Well, it's a good bubble, Lord. Goodbye to Athenaeus. If I can press the button. 5 down to 55. Caught. Jamie Smith, bowled by some new lad called James Anderson, who's having a better second innings, Will, than his first one, right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Kieran Roseblade just says, "What? No more bingo?" Yeah, no more bingo.
Did we just decide it wasn't working for us, or?
Well, no one ever wanted to actually fucking promote it except for me, and it gets a bit boring when you're doing it on your own. And exactly that, we're asking people to patron us to promote their stuff on here, and they weren't paying us, so I was kind of doing a favour to Will. And so, consequently, no more bingo.
What do I get out of it?
No.
Well, there's
another Will.
Different
Will.
Will.
Not you.
A number of Wills in the Gorilla firmament. Not you in this particular case. Right. Well, old Wimbledonian's finest graduate, friend of our friend Jono. It's going to be former Woodstock wielder, but now I think he's got another bat in his hand. Josh De Silva.
Has he changed? They lost him.
I don't know. We'll have a look. But I don't think he's got a Woodstock.
Watch him hit a bounty again. See the runs Josh De Silva's counting.
He's got Gray Nichols.
See the runs Josh De Silva's counting.
Well, Jimmy Anderson's got him in his sights. 4 slips go down. He swings one in, and it's nicely played by De Silva. Pushes it out. Atkinson, who is at cover, goes chasing after it, and they'll take a single. The score will move on to 56.
He's mates with a mate of mine. Last time I saw him, he was down at World Class Willow.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Yeah.
A World Class Willow, is that a bat shop or a bat manufacturer?
It's a manufacturer. It's kind of the Taunton rival to M&H.
Oh, right, okay. Got you. Jimmy in, over the wicket. Nicely defended by Holder. He won't take a single on this occasion. Atkinson, I think, may have just gone slightly squarer to where he was before. And that was enough to ensure that there was no run. So De Silva's off the mark with 1. Holder is on 8. Jimmy now has 2 for 6 to add to his 1. What did he need in this match? He needed 8 to equal Shane Warne, remind me.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's got 3 of those. He needs. Well, he still needs 5
He needs to take
more.
all the rest of the wickets.
So yeah, it's a big ask. But
it is a very big ask.
At least he's got the ball in his hand. That's driven. Will be fielded again by Atkinson, who's been a busy boy. But he fields it well, diving down to his right. I'm watching a little replay of the various wickets that have fallen. Well, probably Jim is.
I think he'd prefer to bowl right-handers anyway, wouldn't he?
Yes, possibly.
I think so.
And he's mopping sweat from his brow and placing it onto the seam of what is the second ball of this innings, even though it's only 29 overs old, near enough, because the earlier one had to be replaced. That's driven straight. Atkinson's not going to be in the game for that. All he can do is jog somewhat forlornly after it, and it's a beautifully struck off drive for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Oh, it's a gorgeous shot by Josh De Silva. Simplicity. Classic simplicity.
Just a bit too full from Jimmy, wasn't it?
Yeah. Nothing flashy. None of your sweeps, pulls, reverses, ramps. That was just a beautifully executed off drive. 2 straight for Atkinson, who had moved somewhat more square. And 4 runs it was. 61-4-5, end of 29 there.
Well, Beshertis Kurz is mine, which I presume is a Lear.
That's Lear,
yes. Jimmy's economy is as miserly as your average neoliberal Minister of Finance.
Okay.
True. I think I had no more bingo on my bingo card, guys. That's Kieran.
Ben Stokes. Oh, that leaps up a little bit at Jason Holder, who, being as tall as he is, reason too high, not out on height.
Yeah, maybe go down leg.
Yeah.
Certainly on height.
I wasn't sure about it. It looked pretty square to me, but okay. Ben Stokes wasn't interested, and that's what matters. He's the boss as far as England are concerned. He's the captain and the bowler. If he wants to go and confer with his captain, he can't. He has to talk to himself, and having had a conversation with himself, he wasn't interested at all in reviewing that. That one's defended by Holder in front of his off stump, away into the offside, and there's no run. Holder wanders away to collect his thoughts, trying desperately to staunch the flow of wickets here and build something that can establish at least some credibility here for the West Indies. The younger, less experienced batting, I have to say, by and large, has fallen apart somewhat disappointingly, as in comes Stokes over the wicket, defended by Holder. Out towards mid-on. Jimmy does the fielding on this occasion.
I mean, this must be fair old share of their caps in this entire side. These two and Brathwaite, basically.
Yep.
Alzari Joseph.
Yeah.
It is a experimental side, and they'll learn from this, I'm sure. They got the worst of the toss. Overcast, slightly damp conditions, perfect for bowling on day one, and England made the most of that. That's driven sweetly though. That's a gorgeous cover drive by Holder. That's going to beat both men, who together don't give up, but they neither did they really accelerate in with any belief that they thought they were going to get it. They weren't, and you won't see many better cover drives than that one.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were
Don't you think Stokesy has bowled 10 overs on the trot? Give yourself a blow, mate.
Well, 2 for 22 is not bad.
It's not, but
2 for 23.
10 overs for a seamer
yes,
is a lot.
It might be time he gave himself a break. In he comes. That's onto the legs, on sort of hip height for Holder, who tucks it away around the corner. They should come back for 2. Arthur Atkinson's found his way down there now. He's been busy.
He's going to need another knee up at this rate.
Well, he might be thinking about bowling himself back into fitness.
Yeah, but you don't
He's
want to
gonna bowl him
overdo
out
it.
the other side.
Yeah, he's going to bowl him out the other side, isn't he?
There is such a thing as overdoing
Bowling
it.
yourself into the ground, you know. It's not, you know.
Well, he has Wokes, Anderson, and Atkinson. Not to mention maybe taking a punt on Bashir, because we saw how well
exactly. I would give Bashir a go, although they're both two right-handers in there.
Defended nicely by Holder. He's looked solid. I'll give Jason Holder his due. He's gone into pretty much full-on Chandapol stubbornness here. You were saying that Chandapol was your favourite West Indian batsman?
I just used to love him. He didn't look right at the crease, but he's another one. He's one of those guys in the same way that Pujara. You admire Pujara, just the stubbornness and the grit. The complete opposite of what I generally like in cricket.
Nicely, guided beautifully with soft hands. Away goes Duckett. Those little legs are thundering along the Lord's turf. But they'll be able to come back for a couple. It's the end of the over. It's 70 for 5, 30 overs complete, 180 the deficit. We can go back for some more social messages, Ben.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, it's the grit, the old school art of being a Test batsman. You really don't see it, so you really appreciate the ones who do it and are successful. You know,
Pujara, by the way, when he chooses to let loose,
I know exactly. Clearly, I mean, to be able to score that many runs and bat that long in cricket, it's the same with Alistair Cook. I mean, he wasn't a bad ODI batsman. If you really let him loose at the top, I remember seeing him score a ton in an ODI, and he looked really good and scored a really good lick. But clearly, you're that good to be opening for England, or you're that good to be number 3 for India at Test match level. You've got more of a game than just letting it go through and occasionally playing that one shot through the covers. You know. It's getting a bit quiet out here. Just saw Jason Holder's double century against England in 2019. Was the 3rd highest total ever by number 8. Come on, Jason. Just need 190 more runs in this innings for another shocking cricket info nugget. That's from Jonathan Searfelt.
When did he get that? 202. It was in Barbados, wasn't it?
Yeah, in
2019.
2019. He wrote it. He wrote it in the message.
Ah, didn't need to look at my notes. I could have just looked at the message.
You could have just listened to what I said. 20 seconds ago.
Sometimes I feel I am actually at home, and you've morphed into Vivian, as this one, is nudged away to the onside. They take a sharp single. And Jimmy,
I was going to say there are points where it feels like I'm just sitting in on a couples counselling.
Well, we're glad you're here, Will.
Well, exactly.
I was going to say, how does that make you feel?
Yeah,
What would you
nicely.
like to say to each other?
Well, nothing at the moment. I don't think, as that one's defended by Holder. Back towards the venerable James. 2 for 11 off 9 overs. His economy is quite extraordinary. He's wearing those shoes, one of which has the date of his first Test match on the sort of Velcro binding, and the other one has the date of this Test match on his Velcro bind. Just as well he's not a one-legged flamingo, because he could only have had one of those dates. Over the wicket he comes, again defended back to him by Jason Holder. A modest 79 miles an hour by Jimmy, but that doesn't matter.
He's got to go both ways, though, isn't it? A couple of induckers. You wonder if he's
71 for
trying to
5. Now we are due another change, Bear. Short change. Talk about short changed. I was robbed of about 15 minutes of my comment, but that doesn't matter. I bear no grudge on that front. So if Hector wants to pop back in and
we'll go through to the
rejoin us. Anderson is in, sweetly driven to Ben Stokes by Holder. And there's no run.
Sure.
Ben Stokes wants yet another drink.
Yeah, hot work out there.
Well, it probably is, yeah. It's hard to tell in here. It's starting to cloud over here. I suspect it, but we can see shafts of early evening sunlight and longer
cloud's
shadows.
Quite high. It's not very grey. It's quite a white cloud.
Jimmy's got a big smile on his face. He's enjoying his work. Why wouldn't he? The times for reflection are to come. He's focused on the job in hand now, and that's edged down towards first slip, but on the bounce. Third slip, I beg your pardon, where it is fielded. And there is no run. 179 the deficit. He's now bowled 40,000 balls in Test cricket.
Wow.
In fact, I heard a stat discussed this morning. He has bowled more maiden overs in his Test career than Philip de Freitas bowled all overs.
I know, I've heard that.
Which is a remarkable...
And he's bowled an amazing percentage of all overs bowled in cricket.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. And he comes up onto his toes, goes Holder, and he's a big man, so maybe he wasn't on his toes, but he's defended it into the offside. It's the end of Jimmy's 10th over. He probably needs a bit of a break. He puts his England cap on. There's sweat stains around it.
Looks like he's tearing up. He's welling up.
Yeah. Well, it's 71 for 5. It's 31 overs complete. Will, some final words from you?
I was just going to say I heard from Matt, who does the Tailenders thing with him earlier, because I know Matt from just living around here, and he said that they've just been crying all day, like all of them. Like there's a whole bunch of there's a little Jimmy fan club, and they've just been sobbing into each other, which is quite fun. Yeah.
Well, he's.
So it wouldn't surprise me if he's
quite emotional.
Yeah, well, he's put his sunglasses on.
Bloke.
Yeah, he's put it. Yes, I think he is. I think you're absolutely right. I think it's coming home to him now. He's crikey. Yes, we can see streaks from beneath those wraparound sunglasses, which I think are serving the purpose at the moment of not protecting him from the sun, but just hiding those emotion-filled eyes. On which note, I think we'll say thank you for you. We're going to see you tomorrow, but we don't know how much of tomorrow there's going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on in the last session, so I don't know whether.
As ever,
I don't know if we'll
as ever,
see
my friend, stay close, because you never know how quickly things change.
Indeed. All right.
We're going to hand over to the bear.
Much love.
Okay.
Bye.
Rightio. Wokes is going to come into attack. Stokes has decided to take himself out, and Wokes comes in. Ooh, immediately challenges a splice of Ross de Silva's. Ross? It's not Ross de Silva, is it?
Josh de Silva.
Josh de Silva. Fucking hell. It's getting late in the day, man. And there is no run. 71 for 5. I think I've only got half a run to play with on my bet. It's always annoying.
His mum and dad will be there, won't they? Hector, Jimmy Anderson's mum and dad, they follow his career very closely. I'm sure they won't be missing out on this for him.
Wokes is in, and Josh de Silva just plays it into the leg side, out to mid-on.
No, I'm sure they'll be there. Good news for West Indies is that they far surpassed their lowest score against England, 47, which happens to be their lowest score of all time in 2003. 2003-2004 tour of England.
That's not the one where we lost and Curtly Amro bowled us out for 42 or something. That was in the West Indies, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was 46 in 1996.
Yes.
Not good.
We only needed about 80 to win or something, didn't we? It was ridiculous. Wokes is in again. Ooh, right across his pads, Josh de Silva. If he misses one of those, he's going to be plumb in front.
How many overs do we have left of the day now?
Well, we're probably due about 8, but they won't go beyond 6:30, and that's the cut-off. So we've got about 15 minutes left. Like 3 or 4 more overs if we're lucky. 4 maybe. Maybe not. They might try and slow it down. Yeah, he's got playing
minimum overs. 8.3.
Yeah, we're not going to get that. We're not going to get 8.3 overs. Wokes is in, and it's played up to mid-on. There's no run. I think with it's difficult, isn't it? The thing about overs, I mean, all that kerfuffle last year. I mean, I guess with the Ashes Test, even the Ashes Test, the problem with the Ashes, what I'm about to say is that the Ashes Test all went to 5 days, didn't they?
I think they did, Hector, didn't they?
They did all go. They all got into the last day because they were all pretty close. But if a Test match finishes in 3 days, does it really matter about over rate? And therefore, should fines be just done and dusted for that? That one jumps a little bit again on De Silva, pulls his bottom hand away, goes out square on the offside. There's no run.
New Patreon 2 hours ago, Bear. John Rees has joined us. Thank you to you, John Rees. That's hugely appreciated. Jonathan Sullivan joined us this morning, I think, when I looked at that. Eleanor a couple of weeks ago. Stephen Shipcott. So people are still getting the message, Bear. They're coming along to join us and help us along.
Just remember that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to raise a Patreon up to $2,000 minimum a month. Wokes is in, and it's dependent out leg side by De Silva to mid wicket, and there's no one. I'm having to get rid of the flat. We need to move, and it's going to cost more money. That's the unfortunate life of trying to run this thing. If you really want us to keep going, please help us out. Go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Become a patron, get lots of benefits, and it keeps us going. And because we'd love to keep going, but it's just a necessity that I have to get rid of this flat, unfortunately.
Do you get a free bucket stucket if you join the patron?
No, you get a free mug if you get to a certain level. I changed the design on it because I couldn't work out how to switch the mug from one tier to another. They kept telling me I had to get rid of the mug on the tier to be able to change something. And it was like, okay, how do I do that? It doesn't tell me, so I had to delete the old one and make a new one.
Loads of action, by the way, over on our social media. Cornelius Davis, West Indies should stay home and do some practicing before they head to play Test matches.
Well, the problem with that, Cornelius, is you don't get any real practice then, don't you? You've got to get practice in the heat of the battle, and the problem is there isn't enough tests. It's, uneconomical.
Kieran Roseblade, can I say how nice it is having so many new listeners and contributors? Thanks for the coverage, Gorillas.
All right, thank you very much. You know what to do. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Full by Atkinson. Nice drive though by Holder. He's got his eye and he's faced 49 deliveries now, and he's driven that beautifully out to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. And England will want to get through this. If they can get through this pair before the close, they would absolutely love it. Although they'll get a good opportunity. Obviously, they'll be coming back. That'll be a fresh start tomorrow morning. If they can snaffle one of them, then you don't think it will make it till lunch. I wouldn't have thought. Atkinson bangs it into the pitch. It's through to the keeper, no run.
Of course, West Indies had their warm-up match against the Counties 11.
Yeah, that was just down the road from here in Beckenham.
Yeah, Beckenham. Didn't go too well for them, I don't think.
It was a draw, wasn't
Ended
it?
in a draw.
Yeah, it ended in a draw.
With a bit of rain assistance.
Yeah. They did let the Counties 11 get to 373.
Yes, I saw that.
With their full bowling attack.
Yeah. Of which a couple have been playing in England as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
That's nicely driven. Well picked up by Atkinson. Let's follow through though.
Seals and Holder spent the first half of the county championship at Sussex.
Yep.
And then Brathwaite's played for 5 different counties during his time. I don't think he's played this season though.
Seals has done really well for Sussex.
Very well. Couple fifers.
Yeah. Yeah, but then you would say second division. I don't know. Would
Some, yeah, you would. I think you would.
Atkinson is in short through the keeper, and there's no run.
Is the gap really that big between the first and second division?
I don't know. I was throwing it out there. I have no idea. But it seems to me that
interestingly enough, less so for batting, I would argue. Possibly more so for bowling.
Yeah, yeah, because Sussex had Pajara played the past couple of seasons for them.
Got a hat full of runs, didn't he?
Yeah. Him and James Cole's the new up and coming.
I thought he was wearing a West Ham helmet, and I realised they're the West Indies.
You mean it's not? You mean a hat?
Yes.
Not sure it's a helmet.
Oh yeah, hat. Driven by Holder out to mid wicket. Sorry, not mid wicket. It's cover, and there is no run. I wonder if Jimmy can't be thinking that was my last ever spell in Test cricket, but he must be thinking, I've only got one more go probably tomorrow morning. That could be it.
Who's next to go in the England side? Who's next to have the big retirement? Anyone soon?
Well, Wokes, but it won't be a big retirement. He's an obvious candidate. Rooty's got a few years left in him
I
yet.
think it'd be disappointing now.
I don't think Root wants to retire. I don't think he's... what did Alistair Cook get to? That's played out to deep backward point, and there is just a one run. Cook retired at 36, was it?
Yeah,
it was quite early, wasn't it?
That.
He decided to go reasonably. Root's 31, 32 now. He's got
30.
5.
I think he's 32 at 3. I think. I'll have a look in a moment.
He's got another 5 years in him. He definitely could beat 10 dollars.
Was that the end of the over, by the way?
First record. It must have been.
Leah, don't knock Sir Alistair's white ball prowess. The man has a T20 century, not in an international though. Jeremy Henderson. So if the bear is Vivian and Tony is actually Susan, it's an interesting relationship counselling podcast forthcoming. Hattie the Batty says GC counselling and much swearing will ensue. Yes, more than likely. Jimmy's bowled 3.6% of all deliveries bowled by England in tests, says Leah, and that is a surprising statistic and a fantastic one. As Stephen Kelk says, that's a fantastic statistic. England will win by an innings and some runs, says Cornelius Davis.
Yeah, well, Wokes is in, and that's driven up to mid off. Ooh, if that hits, that would have been a run out. How the West Indies did, and Stokes cannot believe he missed the stumps there. What's going on? You haven't changed the picture.
Correct.
Either.
Gorilla Cricket Camera, call for Tech Tony. Thank you, Pokey. I'm on it.
See, it's easily forgotten. You've got to remember these things, Tony. You've got to remember these things. Oh, it bounced over the stumps. He threw it in too short of the stumps, and he would have been a goner. Just. But a goner. Really good throw from... Well, I suppose it wasn't. He didn't hit the stumps. But
So poor old Hector's been sort of muscled out of shot.
Yeah.
Put on your best smile, Hector.
Yeah.
You're now
visible
in shot
to the internet. The world is out watching you. Wokes coming in. Probably got this over and another one, maybe 2 more. That's too short and a little bit wide, and Joshua Silva can just play it out to the offside. I'm a bit disappointed that he hasn't tried Bashir. I know they're getting wickets, but they're all looking a bit tired. There's a few overs left in the game. Maybe tempt them to hit one into the outfield. You got runs to play with, right?
Does that mean Bashir out for the second test, extra seamer in? Get Potts and Pennington in?
No, I don't think Stokes plays that way. I think Stokes likes having a. I think Stokes likes having a spinner in the attack, and with him as a genuine bowling all rounder. But again, now, you only need 3 seamers. You got 4. You don't need 5 seamers. 4 seamers, and if you want to bowl seam all day, you can.
The beauty of having Stokes back as a genuine all-rounder.
Oh, that's what I mean. Precisely, exactly. So then you definitely got room for a spinner. There's no point in having 5 seamers. You don't need 5 fucking seamers. It's played up to mid-on and there's no run.
Unless you're the West Indies of the.
Well, they didn't even need 5 seamers.
No,
they had 4, and they were bloody quick, and they bowled everyone out before they got knackered.
Clive Lloyd could turn his arm as well, couldn't he?
Yeah, and he had Viv Richards bowled. Was he little left arm? Or I always think he was left arm, but he wasn't, was he? He was right arm.
You can always get Brooke into the attack if people are trying. Handy.
Bowling filth.
It's like Labuschagne bowls a bit of both, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Bit of seam and spin.
A fair few of them can do passable. That's defended back to the bowler and there's no run. But you've got them in the side, and these two look set to want to try and get through to close. You should have had him on for a couple of overs and just crowded around the bat. Whole umbrella field, short leg, little man round the corner.
Try and tempt them into playing.
Yeah, trying to play the big
silly.
shot, something reckless, and have a couple long on, long off, or someone out of cow. A completely in-out field.
Yeah, almost a bit too conservative.
If you give them 20 runs, is that going to make that much difference? 5 wickets to get. Ooh, attempted pull by Josh Da Silva.
Trail by 173.
Yeah, exactly. Give 20 runs in a couple of overs trying to buy a wicket at the end of the day, especially one of these two.
You can get 50, make it interesting.
Yeah. Well, not even. Yeah, but the point is, you get one of these two, you think you're kind of through, aren't you?
Yeah, you're into the tail.
You're into the tail. So.
Is that a worry for the West Indies for the rest of the tour? Do you think they could bring in Kyle Sinclair, who can offer a bit with the bat and bowl his off breaks? I think.
Well,
bat at 8.
Possibly, but then Moti would have to. Then Moti would be out because I don't think they're not going to go in with 2 spinners. I think that'd be a bit madness. I mean, sides who've thought that in England are stupid.
Yeah.
Except for a very odd occasion. It's defended out into the covers and there's no run. Sorry, 1 run. What am I about? He's too deep.
78 for 5. Right. Let me see. George McPherson, what has happened to West Indies cricket? It looks like they've gone into free fall.
It kind of feels a bit like that, but then you do know that they've got players out there. They're just not playing in the tests, and it's a real problem in the West Indies.
Especially after that magical result in Australia. When,
but
raised
it just
so much.
seems to me that they do have a talent pool. For reasons, whether it's political over there or money reasons, they just can't get it together to actually. I mean, I think they could pop. We were talking about earlier, didn't you? If you have Pooran or someone in the side, they could do what England do. They could play aggressive Test cricket. They got bowlers that can bowl, and if they're all out in 55 overs but get 280, it's better than being all out for 120 and 70 or something like that.
Yeah, it does seem as if they've got to change the way they're playing, because they are typically at the moment they score very slowly, just hardly ever get.
Yeah, I mean, they're going at just marginally over 2 and over. Oh, we should check the GPL, by the way.
We haven't really talked about that. We've been so Patreon fixated. But have a look. Meanwhile, Atkinson in. Pulled by the Silver. Hector, if the bear drops, you should take over, not me.
Okay.
Okay. 287. What did England come out? We're going to have to work this out. This is always a bit tricky.
Why don't you let Hector have a few balls while you figure that one out?
Okay, go for it, Hector.
Yeah.
Let me figure this out.
Holder on 20 off 55, De Silva 8 off 16. Still trailed by 171 off 79 for 5 after 34. Gus Atkinson, Ben Stokes so far this innings been the pick of the bowlers, pitching it up and outside off. It's been looking good. Atkinson bowling from the pavilion end. It looks like they've changed the field up to a very leg side dominant. Looks like they're going to go for the short ball ploy. Might be Pope. Pope's got the helmet on. Leg slip. Deep square. And Atkinson's in. And short ball. And Holder just drops the hands there, lets it go through. Looked a bit indecisive there, but The field is set up for it. Atkinson's got the pace. Looks like they'll try and entice him into playing a big pull shot. They've got 3 men out deep. Man on the helmet. I think only 2 people on the offside. 1 slip, 1 leg slip. Very clear what England are trying to do here.
We do have a super chat. Very quickly, it's metal in both legs. It says, come on you irons. The context for which I'll explain at the end of the over. But thank you very much, metal in both legs. Much appreciated.
Atkinson, and again, short ball taken well by Smith. Down the leg side, just rose past the stumps. 85 miles per hour. Holder looks a bit uncomfortable out there, just trying to duck and weave, get his hands out the way. Stokes moving the field again, bringing deep square into mid-wicket position. Ben Duckett comes inside the ring. 3 balls left of the over. A lot of shuffling of the field here. And they've moved a very, very fine third man, maybe for the ramp shot. Atkinson in again. Short again, and this time Holder tries to get some bat on it. Might have gloved it down. Pope picks it up. 84 miles per hour. He's really digging into the pitch now.
He is. Oh, nice little Yorker. Do what they did to us. England scored 182 runs today, so it's 182 plus whatever the Windies have got. So currently that would be what, 261, I believe. Yeah. And the lowest GPL score I think I saw was 267.
That might just be in play because they're not scoring at a rapid rate, are they?
Or was it 287? It's 287.
Ah, well, they might have to speed up then.
Yeah, they're going to have to speed up quite a lot. They're going to score 2 6s off this lot. I don't even get there, would you? 261, 287.
Again, and again, short.
Oh, he's gone!
Got it!
It's short. It's in the pitch, and they've got short. I didn't even see the short leg, mate. And Ollie Pope's in at short leg, and Holder could not keep it down, and it's just popped up. Ollie Pope's dived forward, caught it, and that's the wicket that England really wanted. I said if I can get that before the end of the day, this may not go till lunch. It's a quality bit of effort from Atkinson. It's been a really long afternoon of cricket. This session's been just shy of 4 hours, I think. It is. And it's come off the glove, I think, and just popped up.
Great take.
Ollie Pope, just propped forward, snaffled it before it hit the ground, and England really wanted that. Give us a jingle, Tone.
Well, one of my favourite wicket jingles is this one.
It's just really long.
Well, whilst it's playing, I do wonder. What are we going? Is that the close of play?
That'll be close of play.
Yeah, it is.
Final over today.
Jimmy's got his sunglasses off now, so he's obviously composed himself.
Well, the plan worked. Gus Atkinson, very persistent with his short stuff, and
and it paid off, as you say.
Holder very angry, very openly angry as he's walking off there.
What about getting out with himself, or the fact that he was getting bounced? You know.
Well, he's 6'7". I think he should
exactly. He should be able to take it. In fact, it's pretty difficult to get it over his head and bowl 1 per over against him, to be honest, isn't it? So, well bowled though by Atkinson. The plan worked. It was relentless, and eventually Jason Holder did succumb. England really wanted to break that. Part. They only got a lot of runs to play with. They got plenty of time to take it, but I guess. If you're selfish and you're England, you want to wrap this up as quick as possible, don't you?
Yeah, but one thing you kind of do want is Jimmy. Jimmy wants the Pack Lords to say goodbye to. There might be a danger that they'll with what is it, 7 down now, 6 down, only 4 wickets to take tomorrow.
I still think it'll be a Pack Lords.
It's
been pretty packed at start of play.
4 wickets is enough to keep it for people to think that's worth coming for.
Yeah,
another couple of wickets tonight and just coming back for 2 tomorrow, then you suspect maybe less so. But yeah,
I think a lot of cricket fans who are buying tickets for this are going along to see Jimmy as much and say goodbye to Jimmy as much as anything else as well, aren't they? The chance of being there for Jimmy Anderson's last test for a cricket fan who's bought a ticket to Lords, even if there is only 4 wickets left, you got the time off work, you bought the ticket, you're going to go anyway, aren't you? I mean, the one thing you can say about English, weirdly, not to place around the world, the crowd drifts in towards the end of the day in England, but they're all there at the start, of course, you know.
Well, yeah. Can I just blast through a load of messages, and then you and Hector can take us through the day by way of summary. The reason that the West Ham super chat came in was that Messer said, speaking of West Ham, I'm disappointed that as yet there's no franchise team known as the Hammers. This is after you'd mistaken the West Indies hat for a West Ham hat there. Are you blowing bubbles, Jeremy? Wanted to know Dara Azidi. Fed up, how on earth did Spannerman BZB work out that stat and why? Well, there we go. Stephen Kelk, you could siphon off the Patreon proceedings to invest in new Hammers franchise, Messi. Augustus Foster, West Indies, I can't get a cut ass. I don't know what that means. I think I sort of do. I'm interested to see how the slot does for Liverpool, says Dara Azizi.
So am I.
Okay, we'll see on that one. Leah, the amazing thing to think about is the fact that Murali bowled 4,000 balls more than Jimmy, and Sri Lanka played a fair fewer tests than England. Well, different for a spinner, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they used to Murali basically bowled all day from one end.
Jonathan Seidfeld, my first memory of Jimmy is of his red-pink faux hawk flashing around during one of those mid-2000 Ashes drubbings. Glad to see him ending with a light blonde highlight streak, ever the polite punk. That's a lovely, lovely summary, Jonathan. My guess is he approaches 10% of the balls bowled by Sri Lanka in these tests. Fair enough. Dara's easy. Will we see Archer in this series? I suspect not. No. Sadly. Another wicket stolen from Jimmy, says Stephen Kelk. 3 hours, Bear. 3 hours. I don't know what that means. Is that what we've been on for?
Yeah.
Good lord. Good spannering. Okay, let me see. Was Holder complaining about somebody being behind the sight screen? I think he may have been, says Rohit M. George McPherson, West Indies need to look at their poor performance. This game is going to be over within 2.5 days. This means 6-day turnaround for the next test. Night all, says Brian. Thanks again, Brian, for your magnificent lunch you sent us yesterday. It was a delight. Pokey, easiest job in the world. Cricket being a spanner. Okay, Kieran, in 2005, I think there was a tennis stat that said Roger Federer had won 20% of all singles men's majors ever. Top sports people's stats are ridiculous. Like Tiger's #1 golf stats. Fair enough. Kieran, oh sorry lads, I'm 15 minutes behind on the coverage. Thanks again, and see you all tomorrow. I'm going to go quickly as I can to Twitter, because the bear's starting to agitate, and I don't blame him. Jay Grover, as ever, thank you for being with us. Cook retired on Pro TC 33, not quite sure. Anna Forsyth, other Atherton news for Tony. Middlesex have recovered from 32 for 4 to 181 thanks to Martin and Jack and Athers Jr. Thank you, Anna. I must admit I haven't been following that, though the 30 something for 4 sounds familiar from Middlesex perspective. Plenty more. West Indies batters, Larry Gomez, brilliant batter, says
Yes.
for wrong amongst them.
Well, yeah.
With that, over to you two.
Well, yeah. Well, the day has wrapped up. England just require. That's 5 down now or 6 down? I can't even remember.
6 down.
6 down. So that was the wicket that he really wanted to break. The only 2 experienced batters left, and now we're into the bowlers. So I think Moti comes in next. Alzari Joseph, I'm sure we'll hit a quick 20 or something. But they are a long way behind. They trail by 171 with 4 wickets in hand. The likelihood is this will be wrapped up before lunch tomorrow, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was over in an hour. Which is a shame for cricket. I guess you don't want to see a West Indian side getting trampled like this. It's too one-sided. Hopefully they come back. You can have a bad test. They certainly beat us in the first test last time they were here, I think, and we went on to win the series. So there's definitely something in them, and I'm sure that they'll come back hopefully in the series and prove their worth.
GPL in the end? Did that?
No, it was 261 runs in the day.
And how much is in the pot?
Tomorrow the pot will be £84.
What would be the rules be tomorrow there, given that...
Shit.
They might need a bit of thinking through, mightn't they?
Well, exactly. I mean, I don't know if I'll open it even, to be honest. It's a bit...
Well, you got overnight to think about that. We'll definitely be here. Hector, final thoughts from you?
Yeah, another solid bowling effort from England. Disappointing from the West Indies. A couple batsmen got in. Athanasi 22 or 47. Seemed pretty set until he nicked off to the bowling of Jimmy to Smith. Very nice take from him. At the end there, Gus Atkinson also with 2 wickets. The final wicket to full. Beautiful plan from England. Nice way to go in to end the day. But again, yeah, pretty underwhelming from the West Indies. Josh De Silva will resume tomorrow on 8 of 16. Jimmy Anderson with 2, Gus Atkinson with 2, Stokes with 2 and Wokes with none. Hopefully we see Bashir tomorrow morning.
Well, hopefully we see Jimmy opening the bowling tomorrow. I think that's what we all want.
I don't think we will see Bashir now. I thought there was an opportunity to bowl him at the end of the day, but they've got the breakthrough. They'll come back. The bowlers will be fresh. They'll be going to see him all the way first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Right, well, with that, shall we love and leave? Thank you all for your company. It's been a fascinating day, non-stop action day, and we've had a ball, with your company. See you tomorrow.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just